hiccups curse these tiny adventures. Conniving humans left abnormal puddle adventures in dwarven lands, with many vile forces leads chained demigods to the Godface Palm Smack. I don't think Godface is a word, but maybe it is. What do I know? How'd it go? Zalsor? Poetic? Yeah. Let's click on these buttons, chat. Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi YouTube today. We are continuing an adventurer. This adventure's goal is to work our way as far south to the far southeastern mountains at the bottom of the map, because in that area, thanks for the $1 Ghana tank, because in that area is a dwarven civilization that was destroyed in the first 100 years of history. So in the first 100 years of history, there was a dwarven civ that was completely sectioned off from the rest of the world in this tiny little alcove of mountains. Nobody has settled on the inside, and they never made it outside. A necromancer tower appeared, and from what we can tell, completely annihilated everybody in there. I want to explore in there and see how much we can figure out about what happened there. That's my goal. That's it. The one tip you followed for adventure mode is to make a young pocket world so there's plenty of mythical beasts to rack it. A young pocket world. I mean, you don't necessarily need to make a pocket world. I would just use advanced world gen to make a region so you don't get a lot of islands, because getting from one continent to another continent's a bit of a pain. Today you bled to death wrestling a necro experiment. It was not fun and very long. Oh, that's unfortunate. I wonder how many of you guys have seen the short that I put up this morning. That was my favorite death, was just like spend 30 minutes making an adventurer and then walk outside, play a song, and then get beaten to death. It was kind of wonderful. I'm not gonna lie. Like it was something special. I mean, how often do you like just be a toad and then walk outside as Toad and then just start playing a song and everybody's like, wonderful music, and then you start playing a different song and they kill you. It's like... You have your cat curled up on you today and it's a good day. Gotcha. There you go. Someone rolled 1 on performance check. Pretty much. It was like, shut up. Speaking of minecarts, Kashmir, thank you very much for the minecart bump. Sounds like the Alona experience. That's a game that or rather, the sequel to Alona, I'm very curious about, but also extraordinarily intimidated by. Your first ever adventure mode run ended with you getting mauled to death by wolves. Yep. You were listening to that. There you go. I really played DF on adventure. I started an adventure pocket world to learn, wandered in an absolute maze for 10 minutes, and got murdered by a skinny porcupine demon. I have a question. What version of the game was this? Was this version? And where did you start? Were you above ground or below ground? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend a pocket world. So they unequipped their weapons to beat you to death with their bare hands. Yeah, that's the best part. They literally put their weapons away and just punched me to death. It was like... They wanted the slow, sad death. You were below ground on yesterday's version. Did you start as an outsider? I'm very curious as to where you actually started. Because, well, I mean, actually, were you playing a dwarf? Because you're not supposed to be able... Okay, so in this version, they changed something where you're not allowed to, or not able to start in fortresses that have gone deeper than Cavern Layer 1. So you shouldn't actually be able to start in one. Okay, I will tell you this. Do not play as an outsider. 1. Just don't do that. Especially if you were learning the game. Do not just play as a hero. It is a lot easier to play as a hero. That's the first thing I will say. Second thing I will say is maybe don't generate a pocket world. Generate something with multiple factions that gives you options. And either start in a human town, an elven tree fort, or a dwarven hillocks. What's the weakest animal person you can play as? I don't know what the smallest animal person is, but whichever one is smallest. Because a lot of like combat competency is based on creature size. Onyx, hello. It's good to see you. Good morning. Seeing you can play as a worm. You can, in fact, play as a worm man. Yes. But, like, be wary that if you play as a really small animal, you won't be able to carry enough food to not starve to death, so bring a mount. Can you recommend creation world options for adventure mode civs on high savagery? Sorry if I made a video. I need to figure that stuff out. So for clarity here, I am not an expert at adventure mode. If I were to guess, probably have 50 to 100 hours total over the last decade in adventure mode. And since this version has come out, I've put quite a lot of time. As much as I enjoyed the ideas of adventure mode, I always had a really hard time streaming it because pre-Steam versions of adventure mode, people just, it's not that it was hard for me to stream, people just wouldn't watch, right? And when you're in a situation of like needing to make a living streaming, especially when you're grinding on like the 50 to 100 viewer mark, you really need to do the things that people tune in for, because the difference between 50 viewers and 20 viewers is like whether or not I'm going to make rent that month. So I never got super deep into adventure mode pre this version. I did get deep enough into it to know what was possible, but it wasn't something that I was super well practiced in. I don't have any specific ideas for you on what would be a good world for adventure mode, aside from a world that is very interconnected with lots of options and things that you can easily, like, enough space and enough familiarity that you have enough familiarity with that you can orient yourself. This world that I'm currently playing is one that I made yesterday. I'll talk about the hype train in a second. Is one that I made yesterday, and it's an advanced world gen that has no islands. So essentially, it's just one big continent, so I can get around easily without having to worry about flying. If you... Oopsies, let's just drop back down. If you want this world, it's downloadable on my Discord up here in the announcements room. It's right there. Venture World 01. What I might do, and I haven't done this yet, I'm waiting until more features are in, right? Because, like, I want basically this and these two menus to be functional. When these two menus are functional, and ideally this one as well, I will make a tutorial Let's Play like I did with Fortress mode, because for me, tutorializing adventure mode in a Let's Play format or overarching getting started guide format isn't actually possible right now because of how much of the basic survival stuff isn't in this beta. You know what's funny? It's like the old UI was just, for adventure mode, was just hotkeys. Like, it was literally just hotkeys that would make some menus pop up with hotkeys on the menus. This UI has exactly the same hotkeys and almost identical menus. They're just listed with hotkeys next to them instead of not having hot. So basically, they've just done a better job of displaying the hotkeys, and they've put buttons at the bottom. Like, it's actually hysterical to me how close this UI is to the old one. Oh, like in the inventory screen and such? With, like, the longer things? Or maybe not the inventory screen so much. But yeah, I know what you mean by it cuts off the text. Yeah, that sucks. That's just kind of a problem in all of Dwarf Fort right now. You wonder why this stuff isn't ready yet because it's so samey? So you know how when you go to, like, break down a locked door and the game crashes? That's probably why. Like, it's just a matter of getting stuff together. Like, Putnam was in the chat yesterday and stating that, like, the reason this menu doesn't work isn't because it's, like, finished and functional and not added in yet. It's because it breaks the game. So we have access to this beta probably because Tarn wanted to release it on his birthday and just get it out there and get it over with, and also so that we can help them squish bugs so that they can squish the bugs faster so that they can add other things in quicker, in theory. So this is our adventurer. Let's do a real quick read through of who our adventurer is. Our adventurer is Urist Landwalk. Now, Urist Landwalk needs a snack, apparently. But Urist Landwalk is a competent marks dwarf, proficient fighter, adequate thrower dwarf. And our entire goal for this dwarf is to go from here, and you guys can't see it right now because it's in the fog of war, but all the way down here somewhere, there is a mountain range. Behind that mountain range is a dwarven faction. We're heading there. That is our goal. Also a nice birthday paycheck. Tarn probably isn't thinking too much about the next paycheck right now based on how big his paycheck in 2023 was. Because, like, Steam takes a long time to start paying you when you first make a game. It's like 4 months or something. So they released the game in December 2022, but didn't actually get paid until like January. It was like April or something. It was like April or March or April or something. It was like quite a while before they actually got paid. It was a good couple of months. So I need to acquire some food. That's the first thing I need to do. I've tried to ask these humans in this bar to join me. Also, all of these splotches are footsteps, by the way. Are footsteps. These are footstep indicators. It means I'm gaining tracking skill. These are my own footsteps, which is kind of funny. As for this character, we do have some skills in singing, and so I've been singing a whole lot. The kind of goal for this adventurer isn't to be a like violent murder hobo, although we are a competent marks dwarf who probably should try and acquire some more weaponry. We do also have an iron sword, which is strapped to our back. The goal for this adventurer is to be more of an explorer type. You think it's water? Water, wait, yeah, there you go. No, it's me. It's me. I've got water all over me probably. And it's, I could probably like drink it off of me. Drink water, 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 drink. Hold on, just trying to drink all of the water off of me real quick. Just get into this. I just drank the water off of my thumb because I'm completely coated in water. Don't mind this. Let's just keep drinking the water off of my body. Just lick all of the moisture out of my eyeballs. Don't worry about it. And my feet. That's what we're currently doing. Probably my clothing items too. And then I'll probably stop spreading water everywhere. Oh, I'm drinking the water covering my tongue. Naturally. Eyelid. Yep. Lips. This is just a dwarf doing like full body acrobatics. Just drinking I'm now drinking the water off of my armor. Okay. And my helmet, and my gauntlets, and my socks, and my trousers, naturally, my giant Kia leather quiver, my backpack, the meat in my backpack, all of my weapons, and there we go. So now there's no more water on me. So if I walk around, am I still distributing? Now I'm no longer distributing water. Can I drink this water? No, I can't. Every single finger, yes. Yes, I pretended to be a cat. So it appears that music still don't play. God damn. I mean, at least there's like bird sounds. All right, I will turn the volume up ever so slightly. I doubt, can any of you guys even hear like the ambient sounds, like the bird sounds? Because like they sound nice, but one of my sad feels about this version of adventure mode is like, I wish the music played. Yeah, because I cranked it so loud that if anybody used any sound, so I have sound commands, right? Like these. Bring out your dead. Those are sound commands, right? And I don't really want them to be maybe rip headphone users by being like, super duper loud. So I have to be kind of careful because some of these are kind of loud. Like this one.
Cheese for everyone!
Yeah, like that one. I don't really want to rip headphone users by making you guys hear the ambience. So I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that is worth it. So I'm going to leave those quieter and not work. Basically, I wish that the ambient sounds were louder, and I wish that the music played. Those are my... Yep. Like that one. If that was as loud as it was, did we lose deja vu? I think wait, did it? I would assume so. I probably went through and deleted it. I think I got rid of deja vu and running in the 90s. Hold on, let me double check. Yes, although it might just be muted right now. Hold on, let me see. Can use volume mixer from Windows. So I know how to use audio stuff really well. Let me tell you, it's not getting any louder than this. Audio is... Ah! Sorry, I've been in this place before. Well, that one still works. Maybe we did lose running in the 90s. What's my goal for this adventure? I'll go over that in a second. Sorry, we're doing technical difficulties bullshit right now. You're a beat jump scare. Yes, naturally. Thanks, Hobo. So deja vu does still work. I don't think I ever like deleted it or muted it or anything. Why didn't running in the 90s work? So 91 bits is supposed to play the running in the 90s bit, like, and then the other one is supposed to play deja vu really loudly, but it just like didn't play. And I'm like, why'd you not play? Just kind of curious, to be honest. It says error. It's like it can't find the sound file. I'll see if I can fix that later, which means I probably won't. So yeah, we lost running in the 90s, but at least deja vu still worked. That's good. Yeah, naturally. Initial D music is exactly what that is. So let's open up the adventure mode soundtrack and just play that on a playlist. Open with VLC Media Player. And chat, do let me know when music starts playing in adventure mode so that I can stop doing this, because I don't like doing it. Okay, so I'm going to put a marker down because we've been bullshitting around for a little bit. Tanker! Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Is this easier to learn than Fortress? Well, it's a beta, so a lot of the basic survival stuff isn't in there right now. But theoretically, sure, yeah, it theoretically should be easier to learn the majority of the mechanics than Fortress mode. But maybe watch a little bit, because right now things like butchering animals and abilities are not in the game. Your quest log isn't in the game, so things are a little bit more clunky than they should be. Our adventurer, Urist Landwalk, with his currently abandoned pet, alpaca, and our current pet, horse, Kumil, are going for an adventure, trying to find the long-lost dwarven civilization from the great southeast. So at the very beginning of yesterday, we actually generated this world. And if you guys want to go look up this place, you can. This world is available for download in the announcements section of my Discord. It's easy enough to find links to join that for everybody watching. And if you download it, you could go open up legends, tell me what you find, spoil stuff. I don't care too much. Or adventure around it yourself and try and race me. And my goal is to find the dwarven civilization in the far southeast that was completely annihilated by one necromancer tower. Basically, it showed up at the very beginning. It had a mountain home, and a couple helixes started to fan out from it. And then inside of this tiny little Joyous Wilds Valley, it got destroyed by one necromancer tower. They had like one mountain home and a handful of helixes. Likely they would never have been able to expand out of there because they were so separated from the rest of the world. This adventurer to me is kind of a Indiana Jones type, adventuring with a crossbow and a sword and some very basic bronze and copper armor to go explore that long-lost civilization. It was great until that one dude, it was great until that one guy didn't want to die, right? I mean, it's kind of an apples and oranges thing, Mark. Assuming you're not in an ad break right now. We are in an ad break, so I'm going to wait before reading the dwarf's personality. Wait, what did I get to record? What, Hobo? I'm sure we're just bullshitting about something, but I definitely missed something. Oh yeah, the deja vu. Yeah, it's literally 90 bits. But anyway, if you're still here, okay, cool. So think about adventure mode like this. Everybody loves these comparisons, right? Dwarf Fortress is a city builder. Adventure mode is kind of Kenshi, right? It's a large open sandbox with no real direction. So if you do badly with games with no direction, you might have a hard time. If you do well with games that have no direction and like role-playing, or maybe like the idea of D&D but hate other people, which I feel like is pretty relatable, and don't want to have to deal with looking for a group, adventure mode is kind of a single-player sandbox that allows you to role-play it within the world. And for some people, that means it feels empty and sparse and boring. And for other people, it means it can add some absolutely extraordinary value and flavor to a world that they're already exploring. And I get kind of both out of it. I enjoy playing and just wandering around as an adventurer and exploring the world that I've generated, just because I like the way the world gen in Dwarf Fortress works. I think it's really cool. And I also really like the way the history is generated and the way that you can discover things. You know, Marikari, it's really cute when people try and give me audio advice. Thank you for your statement about something that I actively use already. I am well aware of how virtual audio channels work and voice meter banana, virtual audio cables, and all that jazz, routing audio, and trust me, I'm aware. I'm not going to boost this any louder than it is right now. Get a free traditional roguelike bolted into your Dwarf Fortress sim. You get a free turn-based open-world RPG with roguelike that is rogue-ish attached to Dwarf Fortress. But it's a different way to learn to play Dwarf Fortress. I will say this. Playing a lot of adventure mode will probably make you understand the combat in Fortress mode a lot better because you are forced to do it yourself. So, I've already talked to most of these people in here. Well, these people that all have names. This person, Osnun, this human child. Let's speak with this human child. They have a negative attitude towards me. It's okay, I would too. I say, hello, I'm Urist, and they say, hi, I'm Pebu. Hi, Pebu. Roguelite, light-ish,
yes.
roguish
Rouge
stuff.
light,
Yes.
Rouge light and rouge-ish lol.
Don't forget the rouge light. That's the real fear. And I'm just going to brag about my past violent acts. I once took down an alligator, stalking the wispy Wade Hills. And the kid's just staring at me blankly. I'm gonna ask how the listener is feeling, and they say, that isn't funny. And I'm going to comment on the weather. Looks like rain outside. And the kid doesn't respond, and then I say, here, have a joke. And the kid said, don't waste my time. I tell them the joke about the giant and the jackal. And I'm going to be creepy and ask about the listener's family. The human insider says, the child says, our family's ancestor is Sana Spraydevend. And in the mid-autumn of 110, Sana's upper lip was smashed by the goblin Aslot. So do you, like, cut your lips in honor of your family ancestor? And I will say goodbye. Right, well, we met somebody. It certainly is more roguelike than... It's weird to call it a roguelike for me, but yes, it is certainly more roguelike than the vast majority of things that call themselves roguelikes. Let's speak with this human lady. Asa. Oh, we've already spoke with you. Speak with her again. Hello, it's good to see you. Praise all to the muse matches. The competition of diver scions. Praise be all amuse matches. The competition of diver scions. Is it time to make music? Ah, so this is the person I sang to earlier. Okay. Well, I'm still talking with the child apparently who's very agitated with me, so I'm gonna say goodbye. Confirm that. And it's like start talking to a lady. Goodbye, kid. Then go back to speaking with the lady. I'm just going to inquire about troubles. Let's see if we can find out a little bit about what's going on in the area, because I've already traveled pretty far. All mods that you use for Fortress mode will directly apply to Adventure mode, /. The thing that you need to kind of realize, I guess, about how... I should probably make a video about this at some point. How modding in Dwarf Fortress actually works. Basically, Dwarf Fortress generates a world for you, right? And when you generate the world, if you want mods, you can plug those into the world when you generate it, right? What that does... I should get some diver scions. Kind of sounds like a scion build for League of Legends. I haven't played that game in a long time, sorry. But the way Dwarf Fortress actually works, it generates you your world, right? And when you're generating the world, you can plug in basically just modules that are your mods, right? And it rolls that all into the world gen. And then after that, the world is essentially the engine, and you can play the engine with different control schemes. So the world is there, the world is set, the world has everything in it that it has in it. You can then just poke it, basically. So mods that work for Fortress mode will work in Adventure mode. And to a degree, vice versa. Unless they are specifically crafting mods or like building mods. So if you're using a mod, let's say, that adds a different type of workshop to Fortress mode, that won't apply to Adventure mode. But if you add, let's say, different trees or spider types or gear types, then you will be able to see and use all of that in Adventure mode and Fortress mode. If it adds, like, let's say, a different variation of elves or a different variation of goblins. Let's say you use that Christmas mod that was made a while ago for version 47 and may have been updated, that adds like evil Krampuses, Santa hats, and a couple variants of goblins. Then that would all work in both modes, because you'd be able to encounter those creatures in the wild in Adventure mode and fight with those creatures in Fortress mode. Basically what Diamond just said, yes. Your adventure is currently lost in a dwarven fort, but at least you found a nice silver warhammer. Hell yeah! It's just a matter of time before you get out. You don't like the Steam tile set version? Vetelinger tile set had some dark sword and sorcery vibe. I mean, your name is Edgy, so it checks that. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. So taking this thing out of YouTube chat, somebody named Edgy, EDGY, they named themselves, I didn't come up with it, says that they don't like the Steam tile set very much and they like Vetelinger's tile set more. You can edit the Steam tile set, right? Like, you can add whatever visual mods you want, and that will not affect gameplay between Fortress mode and Adventure mode. Like, you can, any mods that work for any version in Steam will work with this beta too, and shouldn't cause extra crashes. Let's play, says the YouTube chat. Chat, should we move? I am technically playing. I'm talking with a lady right now. How dare you interrupt me, chat, while I'm speaking with this lovely lady? I'm a dwarf. I'm trying to be a sly archaeologist flatterer. The forces of darkness have descended upon us. Alley-brush, the hill of tone. Seek this place if you hunt Rowlin, prairie skunk, the sly, the troll, which is hard to read. I think I read that yesterday. We will continue the conversation by pressing K, or I could click this little chameleon man down here. I will ask for directions to where they are. They say that they are half a day's travel to the south, and you receive a detailed description. In the year 60, the incinerated councils of the Embraced Union founded Trimorgan. So there's a place called Trimorgan that's a little bit south of me. Let's see if we can spot it on the map. So there it is, right there. It popped up in an area that I haven't discovered yet. This is a human hamlet, and apparently there is a troll that lives there, which means it's probably either an abandoned human hamlet or the troll is like in the outskirts. Also worth noting that we got another piece of information yesterday from a different person in this tavern right here about the Hag of Shadow, Zimesh, Tunnel Deaths, which is rumored to be right there. Now, in Classic, this was a smaller map that you'd open up in older versions of the game. This is a smaller map that would open up within the fast travel screen, and you could look at different locations and they would pop up and be pretty obvious. But you didn't have like this hover over option, unless I don't remember it. And the other thing I got, he lives under the bridge. Hungvi, come on. Maybe he has a general store down there. But I would think he lives under the bridge. Well, the other thing worth noting is the quest log, which is this, used to give you like dotted lines to that location. And then if you complete the thing, then dotted lines to get back from the location to tell the person that you did it, which isn't in the game right now. There are hags in DF. There is a lot of creatures, monsters, and evil things that you will never see in Fortress mode that exist in Adventure mode. They are very shy and don't really come and attack fortresses. They're generally solo actors. Things like hags, things like night trolls, things like boogeymen, creatures that are extremely strong and have some really weird, uncanny abilities that you will only ever read about in Legends or see in Fortress mode. Boogeymen, just to be blunt, are shapeshifters, as an example. They can literally just turn into whatever creature. So you'll be fighting with a boogeyman, and then suddenly it's a lion, then suddenly it's a weird troll thing, then suddenly it's something else, then it's a giant, I don't know, porcupine. If you weren't extremely lazy, you'd make a mod to aid with finding NPCs in adventure mode. I would say that there's no reason to do that right now. And the reason I will say that, John Waterfall, is because this should do that. Or at least help with that. But, wait until the beta's done before you start making quality of life mods that you might end up wasting your time on. Okay, so I need to acquire some food before we leave here. We have slept, or rather not food. I need to eat food, but I always need more food. We do currently have 2 pieces of meat, 1 piece of meat, 2 pieces of meat, 2 pieces of meat, and 2 pieces of meat. We need more food. I mean, you absolutely could go searching for items, but completing quests right now is quite difficult. If you're not very familiar with how the UI works, what I would recommend doing right now isn't necessarily going on quests for individuals and trying to return them. Go on quests, but don't try and find the person again to complete them, because that's very difficult. You're looking into the DF Hack API? Gotcha. Okay. We're going to put that away. I don't actually need it right now. So I'm going to see if I can rob one of these houses for food, because we're not in a time of year where the trees have fruits. Well, I need food. So we're going to head into town over here a little bit. We did just wait overnight. And at any point, if I'm playing too fast, if I can eat alfalfa leaves, I doubt it. Yeah, I can just lick it. Drop the leaf. At any point, if I'm playing too fast, please tell me. They're all monks. There's a lot of traveling monks in adventure mode. Mount the horse. But it's not in the beta. Does this mean that it's being reworked? The UI is being rebuilt. And from what I understand, the reason it's being rebuilt and not currently in this version is because if it was in this version, it would cause crashes. Something else that's slightly different about this version. Even if you are playing a dwarf, be very careful about the amount of alcohol you drink. This is something I noticed or learned about yesterday, rather. Previously, you could just play as an adventurer and chug down booze and be totally fine. The reason I say be careful is Putnam reworked how poisons work in Fortress mode a little bit ago. Yeah, the menus are being split apart. Yeah, actually, that is correct. Although I wonder if it's just going to open different parts of the same menu. But anyway, yeah, these 2 menus are still just a work in progress, which just means it's a matter of getting them done. But Putnam fixed how alcohol, or how poisons work, which is a problem. The reason this is a problem is you can give yourself alcohol poisoning extraordinarily quickly and easily if you drink like 2 or 3 glasses of alcohol. So just be, you know, kind of careful. Also, like, you should be able to operate these, which I don't think you currently can. Yeah, you can't currently operate wells, which kind of sucks, but poking around these human houses. Also, you're supposed to be able to remember areas you've been in, but currently you can't, which kind of sucks. So basically, you remember the layouts and you remember approximately where people were in there. It would give you like a grayed out overlay. You also used to be able to hear people through walls, and it would give you like exclamation points where they were through walls based on whether or not you can hear. And it would pop up above you. Also, if you used to go into stealth, which I can't currently do because I'm, well, actually, no, I can because I'm on a horse. It would show you enemy vision cones and stuff. Sherwell is not operable? Well, I mean, the UI for it isn't currently there, and you can't operate, like, any mechanisms. I mean, I can view the bucket, I can view the rope, I can view this, I can try and interact, and it doesn't give me the option to interact with the well in any way. So, I'm pretty sure it's not operable. If you can figure out how to operate it, let me know. I know even though you don't have access to the ability screen, if you have an axe in your inventory, you can chop down trees. You just have to right-click on the tree, and it's like, you have to use the mouse for it. But it doesn't actually do anything. The human fence operator to the horse, the human furnace operator to the short human farmer. So there's two humans talking. A horse had exploring the kobold. Oh. Is it this dude? Yeah, so this guy, muscular human operator, is spreading the rumor right now to somebody who I can't see about the fact that on my horse is this book. Rumors are spreading, chat. How do the movement options work? You can click to move with the mouse. Moving up and down levels is pretty easy. You just click on ramps. Or you can use the numpad if you want omnidirectional movement on the keyboard, which is optional. You could also rebind them. Or you can use the arrow keys for a more basic movement, but you can't move omnidirectionally. So you can't move diagonally, basically. So basically, it's either mouse, arrow keys in a pinch, or... hold on, can you alt move? No. Arrow keys in a pinch or numpad. Hey, wife, the passerby has a fancy book, pretty much. I mean, it is a well-written book with a full chronicle that I definitely didn't steal from somebody. I mean, right now I'm definitely just like barging into people's houses and trying to find food. Oh, are these oh, shit. This place has been attacked? A destroyed house? Or it's partially under construction. Alt-click for movement drop-down. So, that doesn't do anything on my keyboard? Is it alt-click yourself? Yeah, alt-move doesn't do anything for me. I'm not entirely sure what button I'm supposed to be hitting, but holding down any alt on my keyboard and clicking doesn't do anything. Unless you mean like alt right click? Nope. 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 I mean, you can move too by right clicking. Maybe that's... Yeah, no, the mouse movement feels a little unfinished-y. Considering like if you go to shoot something... Actually, hold on. You can like select a location like that. I feel like there should be an option to move like that. Someone also in the YouTube comments was saying that they really want a auto explore option. I agree, but who knows how easy or hard that would be to develop for Dwarf Fortress. Ooh. Bag down here. This is what I'm looking for. Look at this, tarot. So something else that's not in this version of the game right now that will throw off new players is if you notice that everything is moving way faster than you, or you are moving really slowly, or the game feels really laggy, you might just be extremely over-encumbered. There's absolutely no way to tell if you are over-encumbered currently. So if you're planning on taking, like, let's just say 50 tarot in a bag, put it on your horse. Just put it in your horse. Just put it on your horse. Oh, dang it. I can't actually eat taro. Well, I thought I could eat taro. Well, I know I can eat berries. You can eat taro raw in real life, so... Okay, well, I'll take the bag of fisher berries then. I'm going to eat some crocodile meat. I'm also going to get fisher berries, maybe. Let's just take 10 and put them in my backpack. So now that it's in my right hand, I'm going to open up my inventory down here, scroll down, and then click this, put item into container, and put it in my backpack, or I could hit P on the keyboard and then select the item to put it into my backpack. It'll make you ill. I'm not a human! In Dwarf Fortress, currently. But yes, you are correct. It's sort of like eating raw potatoes. You don't want to do it. It's a root vegetable. Taro is pretty cool, though. I like taro. Your horse keeps running to random wildlife and you lose track of it and never see it again. If you walk up to your horse, you can mount it and then ride it, and that shouldn't happen so much. However, that being said, so the Forgotten Beasts and the Forgotten Beasts, why must they be so violent? Someone's telling a joke about Forgotten Beasts and someone else is talking about why somebody else must be so violent. It's kind of funny because it's like, why must the Forgotten Beasts be so violent? Raw carrots are lovely. Do love me some raw carrots. Eat your horse? Literally can't, because don't have butchery as an option. And also, then I wouldn't be able to carry all the stuff I have. So, seems like a bad idea. I don't know. Chat might be trying to lead me astray on that one. I could be mistaken. I could lick the horse, yes, once it's dead. So where do you find meat to steal? Because your seal elephant just licks everything like your ostrich eggs. Oh, God. Also, reading seal elephant instead of elephant seal is a very funny thing to do in my brain. Try dwarven fortresses. If you can find... okay, I don't see any on the overworld. Human markets in bigger human towns and dwarven fortresses. I'll also just state this. I actually wouldn't recommend... I wouldn't recommend playing as an animal person if you are brand new to adventure mode. There's two reasons for this. Gear degrades, especially during combat, and you need to acquire new gear with time. So unless you've built a fortress that is making full sets of Elephant Man metal armor, you're probably never going to be able to find usable gear for that character. So keep that in mind. Aside from weapons, which anybody can use. The second thing is some of them have like peculiar quirks that make them quite difficult to play. So if you want a easier experience, I would start as a dwarf or a human or a goblin or an elf. Goblins are the easiest because they also don't need to eat or drink. Is there no way to force fruit or berries off trees and ground? I am not. I've heard mixed reports on this. I had somebody in chat saying that like they were harvesting plants and eating them. I think they might have just been licking them and not actually eating them. And somebody else saying that they were harvesting fruit and stuff from trees. I think that you can, yeah. So like, if there happens to be fruit in the tree, meaning if it's in season, because that rule applies in adventure mode, whereas I don't think it does at all in fortress mode. It might for trees in fortress mode, but certainly not for ground vegetables. You have to literally climb the tree. Yeah, so you basically need to be out in like midsummer fall and in the right area where it would grow. So it's probably just flowers most of the time for one thing. I need to get down to this creek to go fill up my water skin, so we're gonna go do that. I discovered a river. I knew it was there. It's okay. And chat, please do me a favor and remind me to save from time to time. We're gonna take a peek at the statue. This item is an image of Sut, larva grease, the deity of night. Nightmares and dreams depicted as a female human. Aw, thanks, man. You reminded me to save. Possibly save me from a crash. The Dwarf Fortress Wiki is probably the best place to find any information about Dwarf Fortress. You survived off spinach? I didn't survive off spinach last night, but you know what I did survive off of last night? Cheesy breadsticks. I finished editing and like all my work stuff at about 11:45, and just kind of wandered into my kitchen and was like, I need food. And so I had this pack of 6 cheesy breadsticks, and I ate 4. That was my dinner. Oh, and a boiled egg. 4 cheesy breadsticks and a boiled egg. That was my dinner. It was great. Could do worse. Pizza bagels. Yeah, there you go. I will tell you this as a diabetic. Bagels. Man, I miss bagels. Bagels are just like days of pain. Like eating a bagel is just like accepting that the next day is gonna hurt. No, it doesn't. So because okay, 2 things. I actually wouldn't use DF hack right now in adventure mode because I was having issues saving and quitting with DF hack running. It was causing some problems. So I would actually opt out of the DF hack beta and just not use it. The second thing is the autosave function has never worked in adventure mode because the way adventure mode does saving is different. Putnam yesterday was saying that they might, I think, I can't remember the exact wording she said, but I think it was if they implement a auto-saving feature, which they should, then it would work. But because it doesn't have that functionality currently, there is no way to save quickly. If you implement auto-save, it would be usable. There you go. Thank you. I was trying to think of the exact wording that you used. Keeping you huge. I mean, mate, I weigh 139 pounds. I need to gain some weight. Let's drink the water that's in my water skin and just top her off. Do I have another water skin on you? No, but I do have a bag. As far as keeping your animals around, also I saw you there, Padinsky. I hope you're doing well. As far as keeping your animals around, if you fast travel and you can still see them, they'll stay with you. So if you're walking and your horse just goes off the map, it's probably wise to just do this, and then they'll pop up next to you again. That's the first thing I can say. The second thing I can say is if you ride your horse by pressing H and then A to mount them, or let's just dismount in style, or pressing this button, hold, and then mounting, or alternatively, let's dismount, pressing this button and leading. Like if you have an animal that keeps running away, you can lead. It does lower your movement speed, but you can lead them like that. You want to play as a snail? If you want to play as like a weird animal person, my recommendation is play as a non-animal person, like a goblin or a dwarf or a human or something, and have an animal person companion. Also, YouTube chat. Thanks very much to all of you who've tuned in so far. Can you guys do me a huge solid? Can you guys do me a solid? There's 260 of you watching. The stream has 66 likes. Can we get some interactions on the likes section of the stream, please? Like that'd be kind of rad. You guys are awesome. Thanks, YouTube. Tell the adventure mode newbies about Obok Meat God. I will not tell the adventure mode newbies about Obok Meat God because that is a terrifying, sad story. If people want to Google it, they're more than welcome to, but I will not repeat such things in this chat. Push the thumbs up. Yeah, there you go. You literally just noticed it. There you go. Perfect. Thanks, Lanix. Diamond throwing shade. Appreciate you. It's awesome. SBO, SCO. Sposko? Sposko. Sposko. That's what I'm calling it. Specifically, the main reason you don't have click to move is I'm pretty sure... you mean like alt click to move? I'm pretty sure that I sort of hijacked the performance UI for it. Oh. But it's bugged to shit in tactical mode. Which was a bit of a problem. Cool. Speaking of YouTube, Black Flag Redneck is flexing again and is chucking up 5 gifted memberships. Thanks, Redneck. Oh, also I should stop bleeding this. Stop bleeding, horsey. The chubby human monk tells a joke, and they all say, ha 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 ha, you're funny. And then one of them states that they're just out for a troll. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to shout to everybody. And I'm going to greet the listeners. And one of them says, hello, dwarf. I am Mastrop. Praise be to Sut, larva grease. I'm going to continue shouting. And I am going to state my values. The worthlessness of tradition, maybe. Not my values. How do I feel about tradition, actually? Nuances of peace. Value of leisure time. Value of commerce. We could do the value of sacrifice. No, I know my value are at the top of the list. I was kind of curious to see if I valued, like, any of the things that they would. So I could argue against it. Control, stoicism. I'm also half waiting for an ad to end, so I'm just staring at this for a second. There we go, ad's over. Tygo, thanks for checking out gifts. What the heck? Here's, mate. Also, something else that's worth noting about horses or any pets in general is sometimes they can just get spooked. So you'll be riding it and it'll just like see a bear and be like, bah! And then just run away. Which, while you're riding it with you on it, which is quite funny. I'm going to state the value of knowledge. I say the quest for knowledge never ends, and they say I concur. I'm joining into this conversation quite nicely. I'm going to ask about the local ruler, and one of them says, the coalition of gold ruins parched confused. I'm thirsty and can't figure out why. Asa Shipswallow is lady. We did meet her earlier. I don't know anything about them. Okay. I'm going to change the subject and actually close this menu and then start performing. I'm going to give a sermon actually about the cosmic principle of, I wonder if I can even do this, commerce. There we go. They keep telling jokes. And don't know where to find something. One of them the other one tells a joke. How do they feel about my sermon? They're asking each other why they're traveling. And then the fat human monk says, this preacher's all right. I'm doing good job preaching. Anything fun happened so far? It's been a pretty slow start. I'm trying to like do things slowly. You just can't give a sermon very well, apparently. I did brag to a child about the violence I've done in the past, and they were rude and impatient. Oh, look, other people are coming out for my sermon. I did conclude my performance. Now I'm going to do something I'm slightly better at, which is I'm going to perform music. I'm going to sing The Birth of Line. This singer is okay. This singer could be worse. This singer is middling. This singer is fine. Okay, well, hey. Singing a song. At least I think I'm fine. And other people came out to listen to the performances. But how you doing, Magna? It's good to see you. And also, Tygo, thanks again. Hope you're doing well, dude. We're eyeing a grizzly in character gen, but no way to get points to start with. 501 to start with. Try removing all of the gear on your person. Or, okay, so two things about starting with a grizzly in character gen. One, you don't really need a war grizzly. You just need a normal grizzly. That's the first thing. Second, if you start as on easy, you get a lot more points to spend. There's nothing... I feel like easy, medium, hard should be renamed from easy, medium, and hard to basic, more skills, lots of skills, or something else, because it's a bit deceptive, right? Easy just gives you more starting points. That's all it does, right? So it gives you more points to distribute onto your skills, more points to spend on mounts and gear, which you don't need to spend. So if you want to start with something like that, just give yourself the points and start with that. And if you, well prepared, and basic. Yeah, that could work. Or like, maybe prepare carefully. Just to use Dwarf Fortress terminology, prepare and then unprepared or something, you know? Yeah, it used to be Divine Hero and Peasant is what it was called, which is now different because apparently the outsider, which is the peasant now, just doesn't know where anything is and doesn't get a compass, which is like kind of sucks. Whereas the hero gets a compass and knows where things are. And the chosen is going to be the demigod thing where you were the child of a god. Your computer's main SSD ended up randomly corruption unbricking. Oh, that sucks, dude. It's a bit wonky. I am cagey to do a UI tutorial right now, Shaq Plays, because it's not done, which is probably why it's wonky. It's actually funny to me because the UI is like quite literally, the UI that's here is in a lot of ways almost identical to the older versions of Dwarf Fortress. The main difference being it's graphical now. That's kind of it. Is totally separate. I'm going to agree to disagree with you on that, Putnam, because it's like divine, hero, and ordinary versus, or a hero and peasant versus easy, medium, hard. Previously were kind of one thing, except demigod didn't give you the birth thing at all. And those ones are like reusing old terminology to add different play styles in, sort of. So I will agree to disagree with you on that. Can you train up sermons? You can. Sermons is like talking skill. So you literally just doing a thing trains a thing, right? I have almost no singing skill, but I keep singing to people. I'm singing sloppily now. Awful waste of time. That's funny. But the more you sing and the more you do, regardless of if people are listening, you train it, right? So if I open up this, which is pressing Z on the keyboard or clicking this button down here by my image, it gives me enjoyment while performing. And if I actually go to other skills here, where is it? Yeah, see, I'm a dabbling speaker, and where's my singing skill? Do I not have any singing skills just yet? Maybe not. Oh, there it is. It's in other skills. So I am a dabbling singer / musician. I started with no singing points. I'm teaching myself, basically. You can learn other songs by hearing other people singing songs. Also, it is the law that I have to mount the pony and go for a ride because the pony rider's playing. Shia shuckers, I'm going for a ride in a circle. Apparently I'm drowsy. I'm sleepy. I need to take a nap. Gonna dismount real quick. And I need to go ask somebody if I can stay for a night. Oh, also, these little down arrows at the bottom here mean that you're lying down, which is also in Fortress mode now. If you want to stand up in the UI, click this button. If you want to lie down, click that button. Something I might do, though, is someone was asking me to do a tutorial on sprint jumping, which is pretty easy. If you set to sprint and then run in a straight line, and get up to full speed, which I'm not actually sure if I can do. I might be over encumbered. Yeah, I'm probably over encumbered a little bit. If you get up to full speed, you can jump further. But it's really hard to tell when you're up to full speed. Because when you're supposed to be able to jump like 2 to 3 tiles further. There's also a race that had a full icon. Take it, those are were creatures. No, those are necromancer experiments. Those are necromancer experiments that have randomly generated icons. And those are necromancer experiments that have integrated into society. Yesterday, Jacob actually stealthily DM'd me, and I didn't notice it until like after he'd left. But he sent me this, which is rad. By the way, these are necromancer experiments. Fucking love this thing. That is like my sleep paralysis demon, mate. So yeah, no, those are necromancer creatures. The reason they don't have icons and they just have the moon icon is because they just don't have an image for that menu. So yeah, all adventurers are still asexual. That has not changed, and probably won't change until marriage / relationships gets added. I feel like I am moving really slowly. Do I have like a ton of stuff in my inventory for some reason? I'm gonna go into here and ask these people if I can stay the night. Start conversation with the farmer. Greet listener. I introduced myself as Urist Landwalk. Yeah, they're all noticing that my horse has valuable stuff on it. Another thing that you can do with pets, if you talk to them, you can tell them to wait, and they will. And if you go back there, they will still be there. Just a heads up. So if you have like a pet that you don't want to take into a city or something because it has a valuable item and you don't want rumors to spread, which may or may not be important to you, then this is just a book. So theoretically, you could have somebody sent after you to reacquire an item that you have. But I don't think that's a thing that can happen right now. Secret fifth thing? Uh-oh. Am I spoiling things that I shouldn't know about? Because I was told those were necromancer's creatures. But if they're not, then interesting. Mind sending me details, Putnam, so I don't accidentally, like, spoil things I'm not supposed to. Unless you're responding to somebody. Oh, the adventure orientation. Got it. Okay. Right, thank you. I thought you were talking about those icons. Yeah, that's a little awkward, actually. Like Putnam, or like Cooler just said. Like, I was attacking anacondas yesterday, and they were long enough that it was hard to tell where their actual hitbox was. Ask for permission to stay for a day. So normally you can't just sleep in towns where you don't live in. Towns that aren't your starting town. If you ask a civilian for permission to stay for a day, then they give you permission to rest. Be terrible to leave someone to fend for themselves unless they're really pissed at you, or it's a large city with a tavern that you can actually ask to stay in a room for the night. So they say yes. I'm gonna then go into the corner and sing them a song as thanks. Not that they care, but I'm going to go real quick, take a peek at my tomatoes and make sure they haven't decided to die on my patio in the last 45 minutes because they're my babies and I'm still worried about them. And when I get back, we'll finish this tune that I'm currently singing, and then we will head out of the town and start heading south. They're my children. Sorry.
Let's take a lovely tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
A question, chat. How long until I have a tomato emote, a like moist dirt emote, and I'm trying to think of other various gardening emotes I have. Closet lettuce emote. Final thing I gotta remind everybody: save constantly, save often, save a lot of the time. I love how the masks look. I wish dwarves like could make masks so I would actually acquire them. Save the game? Okay. Right before we head out. I will save. Maybe save now. After I'm done singing. And then sleeping. It does require you to press A lot for this to complete. Like, I'm just spamming A right now. Singing sloppily, sing the theme. Into the coda. Get enjoyment while performing. How's Mishkil coming along? Still just dabbling, god damn it. Alright, I crawl over into the corner, lie down, and rest for 8 hours. Any civ that can make mask will have a metal mask on every citizen. It's wild, in Dwarf mode that is, and it's wild. Yeah, I've certainly seen people with screenshots of that, where everybody's wearing masks. It's like, huh. Okay, I'm going to mount the horse by pressing H on the keyboard and walking out, and then I'm gonna go get water from the nearby creek. I'm going to drink water from the creek while sitting on my horse because that's possible. I'm going to press H, dismount. Uh-oh. That was scary. Almost died there. Grab 3 fisher berries just to have them in my inventory. Yeah, quick bath, definitely. Eat the fisher berry. Take the fisher berries. Put them into my inventory. I'm winded. Wow, actually, that could have been bad. And then we're going to save. And thanks as well, once again, for all the follows. I mean, I've gotten more follows, I think, in the last, at least on Twitch, in the last 24 hours than I have in the last month. I usually get like 200 to 300 follows a month on Twitch. And I think we got like 200 during yesterday's stream and then another almost 100 overnight, so. Combat log in Legends outside of what happens in the moment. I don't think you can scroll back through the entirety of the combat log. Legends is kind of a, at least right now, a test of your own ability to not reflexively spam buttons. It's weird, your game hasn't crashed, but it's just been very slow. I have a question. How much is in your inventory? Because is it very slow or are you moving very slow? Because currently, adventure mode doesn't show whether or not you're over encumbered. Is watching Twitch better than watching YouTube for me? Financially? To be blunt with you, on average, and this is including like good months, on average, YouTube pays me about 1/5 of what Twitch pays me. If not slightly less than that. So at the end of the day, watch the platform you prefer the most. However, if you want me to respond, watch Twitch. And that's just a matter of, like, practicality. Responding to multiple chats consistently is very difficult. So if you want to get responses, watch on Twitch. I know some people who talk in the Twitch chat but watch the YouTube stream. Use what works for you. It doesn't matter so much for me. You have a ton of bolts? Try dropping a bunch of stuff and see if you move faster. Because, like, a dwarf can reasonably carry, like, maybe 20 bolts, a water skin, a suit of armor, maybe an extra weapon, and then, like, a day and a half worth of food. Maybe 2 days worth of food. Maybe, like, 10 pieces of food tops. Plus a few other small things. So there's weirdness about becoming a so I'm responding to YouTube chat right now. There's weirdness about becoming vampires in adventure mode in the way that you become vampires by trying to do it the way you become vampires in fortress mode. In fortress mode, the way you can become a vampire is if a dwarf gets really pissed off and they punch a statue, knock a statue over, they have a chance to become a vampire if that statue happens to be in a temple. In adventure mode, in fortress mode, you can also then stab that vampire repeatedly, force the dwarves to drink the blood of the vampire, and then they become a vampire. However, in adventure mode previously, in older versions, you couldn't become a vampire by drinking the blood of a vampire. However, there's some like disagreements that it is possible in some ways, but it requires pre-mixing of the water, which I don't know how to do. And I've never seen anybody do it. You can absolutely become a vampire in adventure mode by knocking over a statue, which the button doesn't work yet, or by rolling dice in temples if you can find them. Does strength help with carry weight? Yes, so does size. Blood does go in water skins? Certainly, but drinking blood, I don't think... I mean, if you can prove me wrong... please do, and I will pin a comment. I like that how dude bro you are effects messes you up if you try to breathe water. Come on bro, my lungs are going to wait, what? All right, so we are going to I think walk around this. Yeah, this is a big ass river that goes this way. So this is that town that I know exists. There is another town right here, which I don't know anything about. This is where a troll supposedly is, and then there's a monastery. I'm going to try and go around this little lake here, and we're going to follow down this way. We can also check what areas are untamed wilds and what are calm. You don't really want to sleep in untamed wilds. Just an FYI. Because sleeping in untamed wilds will usually net you an ambush at night. Unless you want to get attacked by giant grizzlies or something. What are the flashing thingies? Probably clouds. I mean, if I look at this, yeah, the thing that's flashing on top of me is a cloud, because I'm in a cloud. I know that doesn't quite look like a giant anime dude, a weird anime dude with a big sword who whines a lot, but trust me, it's a cloud. You could be wrong though. Okay, well anyway, like I'm not going to argue semantics with a video that I made on a whim because I was very worried about people's over expectations based on questions I was getting at the time. If you prove me wrong, that's fine. I'll pin comments. Or if I'm wrong, rather, you don't need to prove me. If I'm wrong, that's fine. I'll pin comments. Or unlist the video. It doesn't matter so much to me. You slept in Untamed Wilds an hour ago and that dwarf is no longer with us? I mean, you might be fine if you sleep in Untamed Wilds. A tavern here. What's the name of this one? The Emancipated Disappearance. Seems fine. Let's visit it. See, they're already partying. It must be a good place to visit. I walk in and the fat lord immediately says, "It is terrifying." I agree. The name of this place is terrifying. It is terrifying. It is terrifying. You're funny. The responsible councils wants the nail of waiting the steel spear. Ooh. Last I heard, it was held by the goblin Asrar. Okay, hold. See this? ASMRAR. Chop blots. Chop blots. I can remember that. Who said that? It was these. The short human monk said that. Where's the short human monk? Excuse me, great listener. Hi, I'm Urist. Asimrar Blot Glot, or whatever. I already forgot their name. I would like to know about this steel spear. Cannot give in to sadness. Chop blots. I'm going to inquire about somebody. Chop blots. The stream is hitching? I'm not dropping any frames. I mean, why would you care that the sign set doesn't say anything about no shirt, no shoes, no service. It just says no service. So, like, what's wrong with me walking in there with a thingy? By a thingy, I mean a horse. Okay, so what was the name of that spear then? I'll ask you about the spear then. Steel spear, the nail of waiting. I would like to know about this artifact steel spear, basically. Let's go to the bottom, into the subject. Am I typing in this name backwards? That'd be a very me thing to do. You were literally just talking about it, though. Oh, hey, I can ask for directions to my old pack mill. It is chop wise. Part of the screen, or is there something wrong with your chat app? You should be, if you're watching on Twitch, you should be, or on the app, you should be able to disable them if they're causing problems. But they're overlaid above the screen is what the subtitles are. It's literally, it's an OBS plugin that I use that Twitch supports. It's weird that, I'm wondering if that goblin's using a fake nail of waiting. Yeah, we could try that. Nope. Do I want to know? They don't know about the whereabouts of that. Let's, They could also just be bullshitting and spreading a rumor. Which is very possible. Yeah, I'm just going to assume that he doesn't know them. I think that there's more room for Dwarf Fortress content creators. What kind of question is that? Why wouldn't there be? What? I wish there was more. Good Christ. Dude is a con man? It's definitely possible. Never trust a monk, chat. I'm gonna state my values. Talk about valuing peace. Quest for or knowledge rather. Quest for knowledge never ends. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Not really getting anywhere with this. I think calling this game 2D Minecraft is a bit... sets expectations higher than what the game's actually like possible of doing. I'll just talk about a raven that got attacked by an alligator, something that I did previously. I'll bullshit a little bit. Change the subject. Tolas, thanks for the 31st month. Do you like cookies? Really? What kind of cookies? Best cookie, chat. Go. Does he worship death? Yep. Inquire about the listener's profession. So you look like a mighty warrior indeed, and they say I was once a blacksmith. You were once a blacksmith? Really? You're impatient with me. Try to calm the listener. They do say I need to relax, so because I told them they need to relax, they're still impatient with me, though. Oh, I see. Okay, you would like to mod it to make it like 2D Minecraft? You know, isn't that the way by default? Okay, fair. No, I mean... So what you're talking about is like basically digging and then building blocks. So there is a DF hack mod that I have no idea if it works yet, called ADV Fort. Adv Fort? You might be in an ad now. Are you in an ad? If you're not in an ad, Mora, just type 1, and then I'll keep answering. And then I'll answer Fish's question after. But Ad Fort basically enables Fortress mode features in Adventure mode. Embarked on an old save in an old world large size and it freezes every few seconds, every minute. The world size might be the issue. Fish, are you in an ad? If you type in the number 1, then I will answer that question right now. Otherwise, I will wait for a minute. 1, okay. So I had a little bit of that too in older worlds. I don't know if world size is the issue. This is a large world I'm playing in right now, but my computer is pretty good. Unless you're in a very, okay, so if you are in a very, very densely populated city, the game will run slower, right? If it is, like, that will just happen. It should run noticeably slower. However, keep in mind, regardless of how slow it's running, it's probably running like 100 times, maybe not 100, significantly better than it would have if you were playing an older version. So keep that in mind. Basically, Bruise the Fat indeed, Santa Paca. If you are playing in a very densely populated zone and it's lagging, then it's the fault of the zone. If you are playing in a very old world, I don't know. What I would recommend is try generating a new world of the same size and see if you get the same lag. It's public, but you have to opt into it. It is in the beta branch on Steam. Not the experimental branch, which should be deleted, in the beta branch on Steam. So if you own Steam, if you own the game on Steam, you can play it in the beta branch on Steam. Your PC is bad, you have to limit your fortress to only 80 people with a mod. You don't need to do that in a mod. Sheesh. Why are you doing that with a mod? You literally go to your game settings and you can just change the population cap. You can change all of that stuff in the game settings. You do not need to install a mod for that. But yeah, I mean, but that's kind of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, right? It's so customizable within the game options that you can make the game run well on whatever PC. You might have a smaller population and a smaller map size, but gameplay-wise, you'll have roughly the same experience. You'll just be playing a fortress of, let's say, 36 dwarves that get attacked by armies of 10 to 20, instead of playing a fortress of 200 dwarves getting attacked by armies of like 50 to 200 or whatever. You think you did it to scale the nobility? You can also adjust that in your game settings. Like none of that requires a mod. You can just do that manually. But I mean, if you want to use a mod to not have to adjust the game settings, okay. But like all of the scaling, all of those, like I can't show you because well, actually, can I show you those settings surface here? Some of them might be in the difficulty stuff. Yeah, a lot of them are under the difficulty settings, which don't show here. Yeah, if you are currently loaded into a fortress, you can go to your difficulty settings and completely customize all of that stuff for nobility as well, and like nobility requirements, right down to I think the number of items you need to make. Population cap is right here. Obviously, this is different in adventure mode than it would be in fortress mode, but population cap is just in your game settings. Currently, it's apparently set to 400. That's interesting. I actually haven't looked at any of this. All right, actually, no, this is my fortress mode settings because I had it set to 400 and 420 for the last fort. Anyway, whatever. This is your population cap settings. So you can just adjust this. And then as far as... yeah, everything else would be under difficulty settings. Was I still talking to that person? No, let's finish that conversation. Say goodbye. I'm not really getting any information out of you. I'm gonna go over here. Anything in these boxes? Bunch of large iron gloves. Gloves I can't use. There's an iron shield. Huh. Apparently I took off my leggings at some point and have been walking around. Oh, I see the problem. Okay, so I've got leggings and trousers. I need to remove my trousers. Where? So let's see. Am I now wearing the leggings? Yes, okay. Let's drop those trousers. Don't worry, I'm just changing while riding a horse in a public tavern. I'm not gonna hate you for that, 16-bit, but what I'll say is like, that is like asking, is Baldur's Gate better than Rust? One is a big open world roleplay sandbox. One is a story-based RPG. They're such different things that it's like, yeah, I mean, you could ask that question, but it's a matter of opinion at that point. As somebody who plays both games, I really like both, but they are very different, mate. Like, you know, Club Penguin or Bubs. I mean, that's easy. They're both bad. Have I played Tales of Majel? Yep. It's a bit much for me. I wish I liked Tales of Majel more than I do. There's a human crosswoman back here who I'm going to greet. Let me say, hello, Dwarf. I'm Gutchi. Rampart Charms. Hello, Gutchi. How are you? Ask how the listener's feeling, and they say, what's the rush? I mean, I am sitting on a horse, so I guess that's why you'd ask that. I'm going to ask about the local ruler. The responsible council's rules bowl spiraled. Rackfill Drumdie is lord. We are right in all matters. What's your profession, friendo? I am a hearth person. Ah, okay. So I won't be able to get you to join me, likely. My convincing skills ain't that good. I'm gonna state my values of the truth. And they say, I'm having trouble taking you seriously. Oh, you don't value the truth, do you? And then I say, everything is so much easier when you just tell the truth. And they say, I'm having so much trouble taking you easy. And then I'm going to press it. And I'm going to say, there is nothing so important that it is worth telling a lie. And they say, even if I don't change my mind, no one can deny your genius. Well, at the very least, you're going to compliment me here. I'll agree to drop the argument. And they say, speaking as a representative of the responsible councils, it is important that the nail of waiting, the steel spear is returned. It is a valuable treasure to us. It should be brought to the emancipated disappearance in Bowel Spiraled. That's this tavern. And also, interesting, I just noticed something. More older adventure mode players can, like, tell me this. Stone Shard is garbage. Don't play it. Don't buy it. It's awful. If you want to play a decent game that's kind of like Stone Shard, play Doors of Trithius. Much more interesting game that's developing faster and a developer that's worth supporting. This is interesting. Previously, I seem to recall them stating that you had to deliver it to an individual, but they're telling you just to bring it back to the tavern. Also, Cogmine's fantastic. I need to play Cogmind again because they added better UI and text scaling to it, which I messed around with the beta a little bit, and it seems a lot more playable for me now. It's hard on my eyes after a while, to put it simply. The UI for that game was always made for ants. Tome's very intimidating, yeah. Tome gets less intimidating if you think about it just like Diablo roguelike, but... yeah, which is why I'm asking. Like, I don't recall... Didn't have the compass yesterday. Is there a skill you missed? If you play as a outsider, you do not get a compass, which I think is goofy. Which I also didn't know, by the way, until about 2/3 of the way through yesterday. So if you play as a hero, you get a compass. If you don't play as a hero, you never get a compass. So I would just play as a hero because it doesn't change that much. Excuse me. My bad. You've been enjoying my videos? Well, thank you, YouTube friend, Nick. So let's ask this person a little bit more about the nail of waiting. The human crossbowman says we are in Bull Spiraled. Popo's Gorge faction is responsible council persecuted the Coven of Play in Bull Spiraled. Yusan, okay, so I asked for the directions to the wrong thing. Yusan garnished sense, Manba rungdubbed and Mamba Rungdubbed were expelled. So people, this place has like gone about with persecuting specific religions previously. Let's ask for directions to. Last I heard, it was held by the Goblin Aasimar. Okay, well, because you don't want to give me that, I will ask about an individual. Ask about somebody. Chop blots. Okay, so she is the ringleader. Okay, well, here, let's do this. Ask about troubles. We've got trouble with our neighbors. Wait, what? God darn it. Ask about brewing trouble. Sure. The curse of channeling is not at war with us, but there are ill will between our peoples. The trouble started because of a dispute over torture. Well, That sucks. Anyone played Brogue? Brogue is fantastic. I generally recommend Brogue to people who want to try and get into ASCII games, because it is a really good starting point for a lot of people. Actually, hold on. Let's try this. Listening to wait here. Into the subject. Guide me to a location. Guide me to the Goblin Aasimar chop blocks. Ah, dang it. Hate it when they do that. You don't want to join a group, basically. Instead of 1,000 clicks. I play almost all games that are that use like this kind of turn-based controls with keyboard almost exclusively. So I have to like, I use the mouse for some of the UI and like dialogue. I kind of swap back and forth. They really, Putnam, you guys really need to be able to hold down the mouse to be able to walk. But I'm sure you know that. Really can't go wrong with the old ones, Rogue, Angband, and Adom. You know, I kind of disagree with that. Pretty flat these days, Hungvi. I think, like, if you played them back in the day and you have nostalgia for them, absolutely. I think NetHack holds up pretty well if you want something that's really deep, but I wouldn't recommend NetHack as a first game either. What's the keybind for up, downstairs? Shift greater than, less than symbols. Is what it is. But anyway, when it comes to like traditional roguelikes, I don't actually think that OG Rogue is very good these days. There are many variants and remakes of Rogue that are a lot better. Brogue is a much better starting roguelike, in my opinion, than the original Rogue, because it explains its information better, and it's just about as simple, and it has puzzles. I don't recommend NetHack. Hey, Laughing Llama. I need to give you a VIP, don't I? I don't recommend NetHack to newbies because that game is extraordinarily deep. I also wouldn't recommend CDDA, but that's because I don't like it. You can. Live your life, I suppose. That game's a bit much for me. But I recommend, like, honestly, when people are like, I want to get into an ASCII roguelike, like a proper roguelike, I recommend Brogue. I wouldn't recommend Adom because Adom's like a fucking 80-hour game, and a lot of the reasons I like Adom is it was one of my first games like that, but I don't think it's a very good starting point. Tome is also way too long. I think Tome's an okay starting point purely because of its accessibility. And the reason I say Tome is accessible is it has a lot of difficulty options. I agree it's way too long, but yeah, Brogue also has an amazing tileset add-on. I don't think it needs it though. Brogue is beautiful without its... Brogue is maybe one of the most beautiful ASCII games ever made. But yeah, no, and regardless, Brogue with or without tiles is the roguelike I recommend to people who want to get into proper roguelikes. Just because, like, NetHack is fantastic. Like, start with Brogue and then maybe move up to NetHack, or look at Angband variants, or if you want something a little bit more Diablo-esque with, like, a nice UI for that type of thing, go play Tome then. Like, that's kind of the direction I say. And then if you're a masochist crazy person who likes games for bad people, you could go play Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. A kid, but like seriously, like that's where I'm at this point. If you want to get into free traditional roguelike, start with Brogue or X-Line. I wouldn't recommend X-Line. I mean, you could do that. I wouldn't. What's up, Leo? Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you greatly. Hope you're doing well, dude. Or classic DF. I mean, I would always recommend DF. Look at me. Nope. I have no idea who that is. Quino. I've been told that I look like Benedict Cumberbatch. I've been told I sound like Linus Tech Tips. I've been told I look like Linus Tech Tips. I've been told that I look... There was one that I heard of recently, which I'm blanking on right now. It was like, you look like skinny, emaciated Benedict Cumberbatch was one I got on YouTube relatively recently, which is like, I don't know if I should be offended by that or not. And then I also get the, where's your neck? A lot, because I sit in a dark room and often wear black shirts. Or where's your body? Like, why is your neck so long? Because, like, if I have, like, a lower cut shirt, it looks like I have an extraordinarily long neck. Kind of get it at the right. Anyway. All I know, true story, I bought a graphics card from the computer shop that Linus Tech Tips worked at while he still worked there. Linus looks like Todd Howard. I've never been told I look like Todd Howard. So, really? That's crazy. Sue I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Come on, I'm definitely an old, evil human wizard. One of your mods for CDDA got incorporated into the main game. Good for you. Well done. What should I say to this person? I would like them to join me and come with me and help me, but I doubt they'll do that. Okay, let's talk to one other person maybe. Greet listener. The servant of Sut greets you. Okay. Hello, listener. Human. Thora. The sacred sport. Thora. What a name. What a role, the sacred sport. Because isn't that like the some god of like deformity or something? Okay, so okay, so it's basically just like the one troll. I mean, Alley-Brush is in the Hill of Town. I mean, Alley-Brush is the name of a town. I know where that is already. Well, whatever. Sacred sport, curling. I thought the sacred sport was hooky. How else am I gonna play hooky? Oh wow, all these towns are abandoned. This whole corner is all abandoned. That's one of my favorite things, is like, oh, yeah, no, there's just whole chunks that are abandoned. But they're not actually that abandoned, because there's definitely people in them. Bopped Man. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Greatly appreciate those Prime subs. They do add up. And because they are getting regional pricing in June, ironically on my birthday, if you have Prime subs, use them now. Because depending on where you live, they might be worth quite a bit less. Claim the town. I don't really want to do that. I don't want to become a lord. It's not really the goal for this adventure. It's also not completely abandoned, and it is under control by somebody else, so I'd have to do an insurrection successfully, and All amuse matches, the competition of diversions is the statue of this. This is of. And on the item is an image of all amuse matches, the deity of games. Oh, okay, that explains the sacred sport. So, do you think that this is the Yu-Gi-Oh town? Chat room, can I get a couple beers for the brand new Prime sub? I remember one YouTuber would accuse people of being a night creature as a joke. Okay, if he didn't like the NPC, and one time, much to his surprise, all hell broke loose. I think I know the video that you're talking about. But yeah, no, I mean, it's really funny when you walk into a room, accuse somebody of being a night creature, they're actually a night creature, and they turn into the night creature, and then everybody beats them to death. It's really funny if you can do that. I kind of wish keywords were removed in NPC menus to make them more compact. I don't know how I'd use that menu without the keywords, but it'd be neat if it was an option. Let's grab this dice and roll it. It's a cubic die. Oh yeah, no, Jeff Major. Yeah, no, I have seen that video then, because I watched Jeff Major a bajillion D1 years ago. I hope he's doing okay. I know that he had some health problems and stopped making content, but like, the last time I stumbled into one of his streams, he was actually streaming FIFA. It was like a couple years ago, and he's doing okay. As a kid now. Because Jeff Major then eventually made Jeff's stream. Does the vision of the previous tiles out of your FOV, and can you hear people behind walls? So that is not in the beta yet, and that is something... Okay, so there's a thing... Actually, I don't want to just like link to bay12.com all the time, but if you go to the Dwarf Fortress website right here, everything that isn't in is right here in this list. Right there. Right there. That list of things. So if you're being like, if it's being removed, it's not... If it's in this list, it means it's being worked on. You know, that's the reality of UI design, right? There's probably always a better way to do it, and probably always a worse way to do it. And as long as the way that they're doing it isn't like uncomfortable or objectively bad or terrible, then it can just be tweaked and improved with time. But yeah, if you just go to that website right there. Oh, great. YouTube is being a dumb. I have to re-verify who I am. There we go. Now I can post this in the YouTube chat. It's just the official Bay12 website. I really need to dive into Unreal World at some point, because that is a game that has fascinated me for years, and I've always been too intimidated to actually play it. Or rather, not too intimidated, but like I played it for a couple of hours and was like, man, this is awesome. I need to like buy this, support the developer, and then like try playing it again later down the line, because I discovered it actually when it came out on Steam, and played it for like 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours off Steam on the free version, and then bought it on Steam. And I literally haven't launched it. I don't even think I've installed it. Why it's called Bay12? That's the name of their company. Isn't it like something to do with where they're from? I'm pretty sure it's something like that. I'm sure the history is behind, or history is there somewhere. The dice comes up to 4. And you roll, testing the will of the competition of diverse scions. And they say it is time to leave it behind. It's a piece of advice. Is used as a teaching tool. It's kind of fascinating. I'll say my favorite part of Unreal World is actually just subscribing to the developer of its YouTube channel. Because, like, every now and again, they'll post devlogs and stuff and, like, you know, normal video game things. And then every now and again, they will post, like, a puppet show that they make. Same here. You tried it when it was... I mean, it still is free. You can just go download it. Gave you trouble sending the link in your own chat? YouTube confuses you sometimes? So because I am a YouTube partner, and because I have two-factor and authenticator set up, periodically, and by that I mean like maybe once every 72 hours, YouTube will ask me to re-authenticate to confirm that I'm still me. Which may also be because I use like VPNs and other internet security things. Is it an Aliens reference? I don't actually know. I'm an Alien fan, not much of the other films. So that's why. And then every now and again, it'll just be like, oh, in order to keep using YouTube dashboard. It doesn't ever do that on YouTube proper. Like if I just had YouTube open, that's fine. But because I have YouTube up here on this screen, every now and again, it asks me to re-authenticate and reconfirm who I am. Which, yeah, makes sense. Twitch sometimes asks me to do that as well. My name is Gashin the Stable Ace. People are just introducing themselves to me. You started talking with me. Hello. I will greet and reply. I'm Urist Landwalk. Let's ask about troubles. Got a missing treasure. Hey, maybe you can help. Ask about the treasure. It's held by the goblin. Okay. He's in the Hill of Tome. Search first in the Rosy Bellies, a tavern there. Okay. Can I ask you for directions to the Rosy Bellies? We're getting there. So they say that this... Tell me where I can find Asmer clot blots, and they say stick standards is in the Hill of Tone. What does that have to do with clot blots? A feature-complete adventure mode. So there's nothing like adventure mode, really. Yeah, older versions of Dwarf Fortress, really, actually. Stick Standard. Oh, true. Maybe Stick Standards is the group. I'll ask them that in a second. But first, I'll finish this question. Hobo Robo. So nothing is really like adventure mode. If you want a feature-complete adventure mode, or a current feature complete adventure mode, download version 47 of Dwarf Fortress and play that with a tile set or without a tile set, and it's keyboard only. If you want a game that is trying very hard to mimic adventure mode in a lot of ways, but is still nothing really like adventure mode because the world simulation is nowhere near as deep and it doesn't have as much variety, and it's a much more gamey experience, you could check out the game on Steam, Soulash 2, which is directly trying to make a game that is adventure mode-esque, if that makes any sense. If you want a game that has a similar style of experience but is a very different game, try Kenshi. You know, it's really funny to me how many people say that there isn't a lot of content in adventure mode, because I literally played this game for 11 hours yesterday and I'm still quite enthralled in this. And it's not just because I'm sitting here talking to chat. I played adventure mode nonstop from about 11 in the morning, actually about noon on Monday, until about 9:30 at night, recording footage for videos. Just playing. In fact, I stopped recording at a point and just continued playing. Taking notes to prepare for tutorials that I'd made the next day. So it's kind of funny that people say it's not dense with features, because it's like, maybe what your take on what is like feature rich is very different from mine. People don't know how to find the content is the issue. That's possible. I mean, here's the thing, right, Quino? In older versions, you can. But there's not really much you can do there, right? Like, right now you can claim, if you find an abandoned town, you can claim that town as yours and be the lord of that town, and then ask people to then work in that town. Here, I'll give you, hold on. I don't know if you're in an ad, Mouse Soldier, so I'll just give you a link. A sec. I realize chat already did it, but. Actually, here, I'll just show it on screen. This is the game that I was talking about. This is the game that is trying very heavily to be like adventure mode. Again, it's nothing like adventure mode. The combat is completely different. It doesn't have any of the physics-based stuff. It's very simplistic in a lot of ways. It's very gamey in the way its skills work. It's very gamey in its crafting system. It's a much more simple mechanically game, but it is trying to emulate the adventure mode experience. And the developer is patching it really quick. It is in early access, but like it literally puts out a patch like a week. So, and they add things like once a week. So it also has a demo, which you could try, which is pretty decent too. What's the sad thing you're talking about? Some people get ads, not everybody does. So I just assume everybody does, because that would be mean for people who are not getting ads. This isn't an ad that Twitch is giving some people, but this this is an ad for my shit. I have merch, which you can buy if you want over on this here website right here. Eh? Let's go buy my mugs. Exclamation point merch. Exclamation point Merc. There you go. It's Mark! I was still streaming at 2 a.m. yesterday here in Europe. I streamed for 13 hours yesterday. Yeah. No, I mean, nothing should try to emulate Dwarf Fortress, really. Like, if you're trying to one-to-one Dwarf Fortress features, you will probably never do that. At least not the same way Dwarf Fortress does. But trying to emulate the feel and gameplay style of something is absolutely doable. So we're going to ask for directions to quick standards now. It's nearly a day's travel to the southeast. You receive a detailed description. There is a temple to the faith of Barbs there named the Cremated Sanctuary. Okay, so it is a town. So the goblin is in a town called Stick Standards. Asamrar. You guys want to go try and find Asamrar? Let's go and try and find Asamrar. Side quest time. But before I do that, I'm going to save. And Laughing Llama, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Greatly appreciate you. Take that spear from him. Beat him to death and then take the spear. Or beat him to death, take the spear, deliver the spear, and then steal the spear. We better find Asimar. Yeah, I'm on a mission from God. Actually, okay, so here's the reality. When demigods, like, get led around by a parent who is a god mode is added, you do realize, chat, that literally all I'm going to do the entire time is run around going, with a band of bards, by the way, screaming, we're putting the band back together. We're on a mission from God. Anyway, I'm not the only one. Excellent. Okay, so let's see if I can find Stick Standards. Is that it? It's a human town. There it is. That's not too far. It's goddamn the Blues Brothers. Will I have coconuts, though? I mean, I'm not a British comedy. It's an American comedy. Come on. I would need to wear black suits. Can someone please give me a, Can someone please give me a nun and a tux, or like a nice suit, a well-stitched suit that's very dirty, and a police car mod. Imagine Blind wearing black. Imagine Blind not wearing black. It's a big castle. There is a road. Is there a way across this river here? Okay, I'll have to go up and around, I think. I mean, I have to be able to drive the car through them all. I mean, I'll just ask, I'll just ask Radu Constantine for his mall save that he's building. Time to ford a river? You mean drown in a river? I don't have much swimming skill. I'd have to train that separately. Although I don't actually know if I need to cross this river. Where does the background end and where do you begin? And are you one with the background? Are you talking about the black void that I live in? Here, let me ruin it. Welcome to my office. You know what's funny? It's actually not very dark in here. That's the reality. There's quite a lot of natural light coming in right now. There's a window over there, which even if I turn the camera around, you wouldn't be able to see it. It's sort of slightly around a corner. But the reality is there's quite a lot of natural light in here, and this is entirely a trick of the way the camera works. Hey. The illusion, it's shattered. It isn't a void. I mean, he has electricity. Did you know that everything in your Dwarf Fortress world is powered by electricity? That's why dwarves don't need flashlights. All right, I don't think I need to ford the river, actually. Yeah, it looks like we can just head down there. The void is the friends we made along the way. I mean, CoffeeZilla is over here just stealing my void aesthetic, and you know what? He can have it. It's fine. Does that road really cross that river? That's kind of awesome, actually. In your fantasy setting? That is my favorite video game bullshit. It's like, did you know that that every single lantern in your favorite fantasy video game is powered by electricity? Okay, so that's sculpt bed. That's a tomb. There's stick standards. Okay, so stick standards is the one this way, right here. That is the town that I'm heading to. So yeah, I do need to ford the river, but they do have a bridge. Okay, I need to see what this bridge looks like, because I haven't seen one of these yet. Let's follow the road. Oh, I need to eat. That's fine. Let's eat a fisherberry and drink some water. Is almost as long as mine. Well, congratulations on your hire. Is that a personal decision that you've decided not to get a haircut, or is that just a situation of necessity? I've discovered a river. Well. All right, let's maybe not shout to everybody. Fish cleaner, cheese maker, butcher, or soap maker. Let's speak with the fish cleaner. It's patient and inactive. Their name is Imeg. I'll call you Meg. Tired focused. That was me last night. As I was finishing up the stream. Tired and focused. Let's ask about somebody. Chop Blots. She is ringleader, so it's a lady goblin ringleader. Hold on a second. I need to see that translation of their name again. First, search in the Rosy Bellies. A tavern here? Okay. So she's directing me to the tavern once again. I'm trying to find a goblin named Asimrar Chopblots. Although, actually, I need to ask this person again a thing. It's good to see you. Well, I'm glad you're happy to see me. The human fish person. This goblin's last name, or this goblin's title, is Asimar Ego's Lust Chopblots. Ego's Lust. Why are you lusting for egos? Lego indeed. Eggos slust. I don't want to let go of this goblin's Eggos. Okay, anyway, there's jokes in there somewhere. I saw that as I was clicking it. I was like, excuse me? Well, your name is what now? Okay, so hold on. What direction is the tavern? Chat, do you guys see 2 capital E's in the middle of the map, or is that just me? E! Right down here, see? Just 2 E's. I'm looking for their tavern. I don't see it, actually. Who doesn't lust for Eggos? I mean, every now and again I crave Eggos, but I don't think that's the same as lusting for Eggos. Look at this big old bridge. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go across this bridge properly. There we go. Uh-oh. There's no ramp on the other side? Who designed this awful bridge? The fuck? What's an E? I'm not sure, actually. You neither? Platinum? I did send you this world, though, so. Paradise nut leaves. Oh, look at that. I'm, like, weirdly looking forward to walking around in the world. Oops, actually, what is that right next to me? It's a bone carver's shop. Interesting. Can I tell my horse to jump? Horse, jump yourself. Uh-oh. Maybe I jumped off the horse. That wasn't really what I wanted to do, but it's okay. The horse figured it out. Ah! I'm not... Hold the wall. I may be about to die, actually. I'm definitely going to reload a save, though. Damn it. Training swimming eyes. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't actually know what button I pushed that made me fall. So close. Yeah, we almost made it. I'm going to quit without saving and reload. That's very funny, though. If I'd pulled it off, that would have been a very good adventure mode moment, but falling off of a bridge and drowning is also a very good adventure mode moment. Okay, so I'm pretty sure... Yeah, it was. I literally just started walking. I know exactly where I'm heading to now. Walk in the center of the bridge. Why would I do such a logical thing? The hell? What do you take me for? A smart person? Solid feature showcase? Slipping. Also, chat room, Laughing Llama is the person who sent me those portraits earlier. That look rad. Absolutely awesome pixel art. Alright, let's go this way. Yep. Also, artist on this video game. Now I'm going, where was I? I gotta say that Myth Drinks is also pretty good. I wonder what the Myth drinks. He may slip and drown at any moment, yeah. I was moving. I was trying to swim out, basically. Anyway, this is just shortly after where I drowned. I discovered a river. I'm going to walk over to the edge of the river, and if I could, I would spit in it, because in a vision, I drowned. So I drink some of the water that's in the river. Now it's only 1 E? I wonder if that's a mission indicator that's unfinished. Let's try fast traveling, actually. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet. You can take 1 unit of water out of your water holder and throw it. Yes, I bet. I guarantee, because here's the thing, and it's highlighted. The thing up there is highlighted. Splattered cinnamon. I'm pretty sure that is a location that I talked about with something else at some point. Like that's a tavern. What, are you offering to gift set 10 subs, GeoBeetle? Is that what this bet is? Not you, lol, you're broke. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Holy. Oh, wait. I wonder. Amphibian Boy! Great listener! And they say, I don't know what they sound like. Greetings! I'm going to continue conversation with them. Why are you traveling? We're just out for a stroll. Oh, this is how you get mugged, right? I'm going to ask the listener to join you. Let's say, guide me to... Chop plots. Ah, I wish they had more responses to, hey, join me or lead me. Like, I wish they could just say no. All right. So many animal people here, man. So there is a ringleader. Serpent Woman says greetings to me. There is a ringleader around here, and I'd be willing to bet. There it is. It's a very long tavern. Blood Amaranth beer? Mm. So, I mean, it's a Snakeman tavern, or I would say. Splattered cinnamon. Hmm. Let's start a new conversation with Random Monk. Great listener. They say life isn't a word, truth. They value the truth. They must worship the God of truth. We're going to press K and then A to continue the conversation. They didn't move all the tables. Yeah, it's got a very large hall for square dancing. But it's more of a rectangle dancing hall than a square dancing hall, honestly. Chop plots. He is ringleader. I wish you would tell me ringleader of who. We are in Stick Standard. Search first in the Rosy Bellies, a tavern. Okay, so where the other tavern be then? Okay, so this must be like a tavern symbol that isn't working. There's the Silvery Lances, which is another tavern. There's lots of meat markets here. The Ankles of Jade. Another tavern I'm missing? There's a temple. Lots of shrines. Rosy Bellies, there it is. Okay, so yeah, that must just be a tavern icon that isn't working. Actually, that's a good question. Is the E still an E in ASCII? ASCII me anything. No, it isn't. Also, this menu doesn't currently work properly. This menu doesn't work right now. So, results inconclusive. I pun all the time. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna save right here, by the way. I'm just gonna place a save now that I found the thing. Also, hi, Rose, over in the YouTube chat. I guess I could have done that, yeah. Could have asked for directions. Hello, Dat Pon Pon. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Greatly appreciate that. It means a lot, dude. That spear, I can taste it. I want this spear, yes. I may have to murder somebody in a tavern in cold blood for no reason. But I will try my damnedest to get that spear, yes. ASCII mode seems incomplete. I think I just loaded the wrong save. Yes, ASCII mode is very incomplete. It's probably going to work very similarly to the way Fortress mode UI worked. Yes, that is the wrong save. It's probably going to work very similarly to the way the Fortress mode UI worked, where once it's done, then like a week later, it'll be updated for ASCII. Get ready to start running once you do. Oh yeah, no, trust me. That's why I have a horse with a gallop option. Let's see if I can quit this without it crashing. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Infinity Fabric. Just don't run off a bridge. Noted. The game is like refusing to close now, so I'm just gonna crash it. Make my life easier. It's probably faster to just restart the game anyway. Speaking of video games, Soul Ash 2 just patched. That is a game I need to play more of. I've been meaning to do that, but he patches it so quickly, it's like, there we go. That's the one that we were playing. Getaway driver? Getaway rider, more like. Or I'm going to first try to convince them to join me on an adventure. And if I do, then I will take them on an adventure. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's dive in. And thanks for paying that sub forward, Infinity. As a new player in adventure mode, tutorials were life-saving. Happy to help, dude. E now at 8. Wait, what? It is a Dwarf face now. What the fuck? It's like a bat signal, man. I don't know. A representative. A large representative. Ew. More representatives. I need to case my exits first. Sacred Apogee. A human criminal. Well, we're definitely in the gang district. There's an upper floor, too. Okay, so there's an exit. Let's just examine this. The rosy bellies, okay. So for reference, shift greater than move up. It'd be very convenient. Storyteller is okay. This storyteller is middling. They're all judging the storyteller in the basement. It's probably not up here. It's probably one of the representatives. Or just not in the building right now. Yeah, there's also the stairs icon in the bottom right. I was gonna point that out on the way back down. This button. I don't know what Control plus 5 does, because it doesn't do anything on my keyboard at the very least. They've got fancy dresses. Ah. Chat, can somebody translate the name of this item? So there is no specific music playing. I'm literally just listening to a playlist right now because for some reason, Adventure Mode plays one song for me and then doesn't play another song again. So this is actually, this is called Sisters of War. And this is, it's from the new soundtrack. I bought it on Bandcamp already. But I don't know if the music is bugged or if I'm just very impatient, but wrote in, yes. Because I think this might be the spear we're looking for. It is encircled with rectangular emerald cabochons and encrusted with rectangular emerald cabochons and encircled with bands of goat hoof. This object is adorned with hanging rings of mine cloaks and on the item is an image of Rakust mine cloaks, the dwarf and dwarves in yak horn. The dwarves are refusing Rakust. Mine cloaks is weeping, and the artwork relates to the removal of the dwarf mine cloaks from the position of dungeon master of the ignited banner in the mid-spring of 91. Is 2-8? Okay, so then that is it then. The nails of weight, the weight of nails or whatever it's called. This is the artifact. Because it doesn't work on my keyboard. Grow up here. I mean, I've tried it. Like, it doesn't work on my keyboard, so it's odd. This might mean that I've just rebound it to greater than and less than. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's the spear we need. So I'm just gonna go listen to the story. Because they're not armed, actually. Actually, maybe they are not armed. Hold on. Okay, you're armed. This guy here's armed. Doesn't have a weapon, though. You're not armed. You have a knife. Highmaster Blowgunner. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to win a fight, I don't think. Well, maybe if I snuck up on them. Storyteller could be better. Let's wait until the story's done. Apparently, I'm performing now. On my horse. I will... I do wonder why this happens. It's like, it thinks that you're performing even though you're not. Ask them to guide me. I mean, there's a number of options I have here. What's this? Also, this is just lag in this zone. Okay, I need to refine the rosy bellies. Sheet. So time passes every single time you hit a button and move. So every single time you move, time passes. But it passes way slower in fort mode than adventure mode. Okay, yeah, I'm back in here, I think. What are you holding? Naked goblin with blow darts. Oh, that's kind of scary. This one. There you are. Goblin ringleader. Oh, hey, we because they introduced me. We introduced each other. Okay, so let's talk with you. Bypass greeting. I'm gonna ask about somebody. I'm gonna ask about them. I am ringleader. I was a craftsman for 184 years of the life. Of the 84 years, 84 of the years of my life. Wow. That's a long time. Do goblins sleep? No. Actually, do goblins sleep? I'm gonna wait here. Do they actually follow you if you ask them for a guide to yourself? They do sleep? We could wait. And you got EP? Got it. I get EP after I don't eat for a while. This guy stole a spear. I mean, I could accuse them of being a night creature, but that would kind of ruin. I think my first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to ask them to join me or guide me somewhere. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I've done that before. Drama noise, actually, in older versions of the game. But I'm sticking with dwarves right now for a variety of reasons. But yes, we will absolutely do sillier adventures like that in the future. I think Spider Person is my artist Cooler's personal choice for adventure. Yep, we were talking about that literally not 25 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Maybe an hour ago, actually, at this point. Time has no meaning while I'm streaming. All right, ads are done. Let's ringleader. Ask to become a soldier. Guide me to... Actually, hold on a second. What was the name of... Oh, man. I want to know what these taverns were called. The Splattered something, I think. Can't remember what the... Splattered Cinnamon, is that what the name of it was? Ah. See if I just type in Splattered Cinnamon. Nope. Say, guide me to Bold Lancers. Ah. It's well trained and would probably have that information. Let's try this thing the chat mentioned. I'm gonna ask for the whereabouts of stick standards. There's a tavern there called the Radiant Onions. I'm pretty sure that's where we started here. I'm gonna ask for a guide to stick standards. You know, I've generated multiple 2,000-year-old worlds with no crashes. World gen seems to be really stable right now, which is kind of crazy. Claim this site for yourself. Okay, so this person doesn't want to... Okay, well, I'll try this. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can ask for a guide to me, at least not from this screen. Let's try directions. Nope, not working. I can't demand the item, because that's not an option. I don't think. Demand an item. Yeah, doesn't work. I missed it? Oh, it's probably in the join menu, right? Oh, to yourself. It's not gonna do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do then instead is I'm going to wait for 2 hours. Which I don't think I can do right now. Tavern Keeper, there you are. Must go speak. I must agree to stay in the Tavern Keeper. I do not want to attack him. I would like to speak with the Tavern Keeper, greet them. I am Teshiel, who's hand honey. Ooh. This is the Rosy Bellies. What can I do for you? Ask for permission to rest for a day. Permission is not yours to get. Then whose is it? What? Excuse me. Grr. Fine then. I'll do this the hard way. See the sun up at the top? It moves as time passes. Yeah, no, I've definitely had that happen a couple times. I'm just gonna walk around the block repeatedly. You could go to the market for a bit even. Asimura is a ringleader? He doesn't work there, I guarantee you. Look at all of this meat sitting in dirt. Ooh, cheese! Man. So people were asking how to find food. Human cities. I'm gonna take this horse cheese and this horse cheese and this other cheese, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna just put them on my horse. You know, it's fine. I'm gonna get another piece of horse cheese. Or, yeah, horse cheese. And then I'm gonna take this as my road cheese. Can you milk a horse? In fort mode, yes, not in adventure mode. I think. Can you milk horses? Carrying too much. Carrying someone else's goods. Somebody else's goods. Wait, oh shit, that's a castle. Can somebody please cheese for our friend here? There is no actual repercussions for stealing stuff. I think they like you slightly less, but like, shrug. Random snake people everywhere. I mean, don't you just sometimes just stroll around the meat garden and enjoy the scenery?
Cheese for everyone!
Let's just walk out, let time pass. I mean, actually, I could walk outside of town and then sleep, but... Literally just waiting for sundown. What's my wrestling skill ain't great. So I'm a little bit sketched about the idea of trying to just... Yeah, I'm a dabbling wrestler. I'm a little bit stressed about the idea of trying to... Why not wait? I mean, because I wanted to run in a circle. There is no reason to not wait outside of town. I'm pretty sure I stated that out loud. Sorry if I didn't communicate that clearly. See, wait. But I can't wait inside of town because there's limits to that. Can wait inside of town. Well, previously it would be like, you can't sleep here, but maybe you can wait. Yeah, you can. Interesting. Although I've got this UI stuck here now, so let me just make it cease being there. God damn it. I don't want to perform. I'm not doing a performance. God damn it. Game. Why must you be this way? Fuck. What am I waiting for? These goblins to go to bed. So I can murder somebody in his sleep. Or steal his stuff. One of the two. That is what I'm waiting for. I'm gonna eat my cheese first. No? Question mark? In regards to will attacking a sleeping creature wake them up? And these guys don't like sleeping, do they? Yeah, see, I can't wait in the tavern. Can I wait out here? Yeah, I can wait outside. I'm starting to think that they ain't going to bed, guys. I'm pretty sure the sun just came up, too. Yeah, no, this ain't working. Got a small update on Steam. I will restart. Although, I'm not seeing it, which means maybe I do need to restart. What am I trying to do? I'm going to explain this a 14,000th time. I'm waiting for these goblins to go to bed so I can stab them in the head. If they go to bed. Because one of them has an artifact spear that I'm trying to steal. Chat room, going forward, it is your job to inform people who are asking me what the fuck I'm trying to do. It's your job to answer them now. I'm done answering that question. I did not get an update. You lied to me. It's fine. I needed to save anyway. Make it a gold command? No. I'm not going to update that 245 times a stream because what am I trying to do? Changes every 25 minutes. And it's like 14 clicks and a typo thingy to update that command. So no, I am not going to do that. I refuse to do this. I'm officially going to stop answering that question. Chad, it's up to you. Also, I no longer agree. I don't think goblins sleep, guys. Did they fix lockpicking? No. These barrels were full earlier. The game hasn't, like, or at least not to my knowledge in regards to lockpicking. Eat the cheese, eat that, eat the berry, drink that. I'm gonna try to grab, using wrestling, this. Snatch and grab, go. I don't think any patches are gonna be on any branch but the beta branch until it releases out of the beta branch, which, like, the one estimate that Kid Fox put out was a couple of weeks. Maybe save before? I literally just did, so thank you for the response. Save scumming? If you tell me I'm save scumming, Zwari, I like you a lot. I realize you have the word hardcore in your name, and that's okay. But I will time you out because I reserve the right to save scum when I see fit. I miss, so I don't actually manage to grab it. I'll try and grab it a second time. You grabbed the ringleader by the rotem, so I managed to grab it. I also got hit in the upper arm which actually went straight through my robe by a bolt. So that sucks. Do I gain possession of it? Loses hold of their knife and loses hold of the Umar Rodim. Okay, let's check. Is it in my inventory? Do I have it? Or did you drop it? You dropped it. Okay, so I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna get it. And I put it in my backpack. Okay. So Kumail just kicked the ringleader in the upper leg from behind with the right foot, and the injured part is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. That's my horse. The force twists the left hip, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and ligament has been torn. Okay, so horse just fucking kicked her. Are you the one with the blow dart? Yes, this is the one with the blow dart. Also, he's holding a blow dart thing. I was wondering what that was. There's a sprite there for that. Now, I wonder if that works in adventure mode. I'm not going to worry about this ringleader. I mean, if this kills them, it kills them. That's fine. I'm here for the spear, and I got the spear. It's in my backpack now, I think. Let's double check. Yes, I do in fact have the spear in my backpack. Heavy bleeding and can't breathe? Yes. So currently I'm thirsty. That's it. So this guy and this one here are also mad at me now. You're a competent spearman with a spear. So as long as we stay out of melee range with him, he's also telling a story, so he's a bit distracted. You over here just have a knife. So the only real threat to me at this exact second is this thing. I'm going to set my movement speed options to gallop when possible. Our time in the momentous domain is so brief, begone fear. I'm going to fire a bolt at this lad, and I missed. Uh-oh. Fires a thing at me and also misses. The muscular storyteller says, the muscular sacred apogee says, this storyteller is fine. Meanwhile, the flattened ears representative screams about withdrawing. Same with the large representative. Did he just, like, leave? Okay, hold on. Let's zoom out a tad. Bird is not mad. Okay. So they're all just, like, vacating, basically. I'm going to start a conversation with this ringleader, and I'm going to demand that they yield. You first, coward. They say. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I've never actually played a Mystery Dungeon game, period. My first roguelike was, I can't quite remember, I don't know quite what I would claim would be my first roguelike, because they were literally in the same day, but it was Doom the Roguelike and Adom. And I think it was like 2004 or something, because I didn't have access to the internet yet. But I did have a computer. Like 2004, 2005. Because a friend of mine gave me I had an MP3 player at the time, and I brought it over to my friend's house, and he put a copy of Ancient Domains of Mystery and a copy of Doom the Roguelike. So I'm not gonna jump, but I'm gonna start running this way. I'm then going to shout, no, not at you. I'm gonna not actually shout. I'm gonna try and start a conversation with you again, with this person. I'm going to, I'm gonna express my satisfaction about my archery, and they say the flattened ears representative, which is probably you, says, I am uneasy. I say, I improved my archery. I'm very satisfied. And the large representative says, I must withdraw. And the ring-nosed leader, the broad-nosed ringleader says, the enemy. I like how I no longer have access to their name when I hover over them. I'm really happy this one doesn't have the, Can you breathe still? Okay, you're just winded now. That's interesting. Kumail's kicking him. Chad, should I try and kill this guy? What do you think? Yes or no? Should I try and kill this ringleader, this goblin ringleader? If somebody could do me a huge favor, download the save for this world and look up this goblin in Legends mode, which once again is ASMRAR Chop Blots. Chat saying, it's a lot of smack him, 359 years old, they had a good run. You do have a point, yes. How many coins do you have? Stack of 6. We are talking. They're not talking with me. Kumil kicks the broad-nosed ringleader in the upper body from behind with the left rear hoof, bruising the muscle. I'm going to strike him. Do I have any points of opportunity? I do in the lower body. Is there any others? So exclamation points, by the way, if you see a little exclamation point here, that's an attack of opportunity, meaning you can get a particular hit that is very, very likely to do damage. Yet, somehow that one still missed. It's like, very likely to do damage, proceeds to miss completely. Let's go for your neck. Let's continue attacking by clicking this button down here. Strike. Neck. Hack him with the sword. In the neck from behind with your iron short sword, bruising the muscle and fracturing the upper spine through the ropery dress. I move up by 1. They're moving northwest. See if there's any opportune attacks. Nope. I go for their right arm. They moved away. Continue attacking. If there's any attacks of opportunity. Oh, I could hit you in the eye. I could bash them in the eye with my crossbow. Yeah, it's in announcements on Discord is where the save is. It's literally called Adventure Save 1. Where did you find that leftover, Pat? Is it listed somewhere? I'd like the link if possible. Over in the YouTube chat. Apparently the beta patch includes the map crash fix, which is good. You bash the broad-nosed ringleader in the right eye from behind with your bronze crossbow, and the injured part is crushed. Ow! As somebody with eye problems, that hurts me dearly. Then the horse proceeds to, do horse things and kick him again. I gotta say, these goblins really are criminals. Like, I started attacking their ringleader, and they fucking split. Like, just gone. Maybe, I reached around their head and, pulled backwards to, smack them? Sort of? Also, actually, Putnam, do you know if the update log and the game folders are going to get updated as part of these? Or is it just we have to guess what the fixes are kind of deal? Just walk past you one. Horse kicks him again. Ooh, they actually hit back. It's Kumil in the right front hoof from the side of the attack glanced away. So tried to punch, is regaining balance, recovering from attacking the horse. I can get a hit on the leg. Attack of opportunity. I can kick them in the leg. I missed. Well, that's not good. I can get a good scratch hit on their lower arm. You scratch the broad-nosed ringleader in the lower arm, tearing the muscle through the ropery dress. How do you spell their name? Here, I'll pop it back up. ASMRARCHOPBLOTS. If you wanna be awesome, you could just screenshot their history and stick it in the adventure talk room on my Discord, and I'll just go read it there and look at it myself. Or you can plop it into chat. It's up to you. Steam store page library. What? Oh, I see. Oh, actually, wow, they actually put up a official patch notes. Oh, that's interesting. So I guess this was the one from 7 then. Alexander here with a post-adventure mode beta update. We hope that you're enjoying the mischief and mayhem that the beta has to offer. Here's some stories that you've been sharing that were hilarious and thought-provoking, and this story about stealing a shield gone wrong made me laugh a lot. Thanks to everyone who's been submitting bug reports to the team. Has already vetted this morning's fixes. Best log information. Okay, so planned improvements that are not in yet. Okay, so they basically stated all this stuff. I'm glad that they're doing this. This is good. Put her biography in Discord. Thank you. Speaking of stories, this quest that I'm currently on, I'm planning on hacking it all together as a highlight for YouTube tomorrow. Because this has been a fun little event so far. Yesterday there was a bunch of goblins attacking themselves. That is weird known bugs. Goblins like to hurt themselves, which is strange. So that's from yesterday. But crash fixed related to multi-threading. Interesting. The map scrolling crash. I think I reported that one. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, let's take a look at this character. So these are screenshots posted by Raven Void about this character that I'm fighting, who I'm about to murder. Let me just zoom out. So Asimrar Chopblots was a goblin. She was one of the first of her kind. In the late autumn of 179, she became the representative of the Goose of Roosters. That's a funny name. Became a member of the Faith of Bards and the ringleader of the Rounded Secret. Purchased a house in Stick Standards. Oh, so this is like a local gang leader. Well, that's kind of fun. Was claimed by Asimrar from afar. Okay, so wanted this artifact in 216. For reference, it's currently the year 300. Goes on plotting to steal it for quite some time. And then apparently subordinated the reptile man Pack Hail Dumber as a member of the Rounded Secret towards the fulfillment of plots and schemes and Stick Standards. And got okay, yeah, that's the first one. And then various other people are trying to steal it under the influence of this person. And then the chain of broiling apparently began operating at the direction of the Rounded Sect. So there's another group under the leadership of Asimrar. The Nail of Waiting was offered to Asimrar by this elf after successfully stealing it, I gather. And then a human began embezzling funds as chief doctor under the basic band under the influence of Asimrar. The Fated Spires began operating at the direction of the Rounded Secret under the leadership of them. Okay, so another group. Basically, this is like a town-wide gang leader then. Also, they are a criminal as part of the National Nightmare. What the? Huh. I really hate that the word AI means nothing now, YouTube chat. I just have to say that. And then it was offered by and then wait, hold on. Did they claim it? Because people keep offering it to them, but they haven't taken it yet. Like this human offered it, this human offered it. I guess they must have come into possession of it. I'll look in Legends a little later, but that's cool. We are destroying this goblin's life goal. So he claimed it from afar, basically said, I want this item, and then started sending all of his dudes out to go steal it. And then it was a quite large period of time before somebody actually stole it. Sacred Carnage, this person isn't actually fighting with us, but they are nearby it. Yeah, her gang gave it to her, basically. Yeah, she spent, like, years demanding, after I kill this person, I'm going to make a hard save, and then upload that version of the hard save, I think. I'll update the save file so you guys can go look at it. Goblins don't die of old age. Stabs her with a sword. Called old age. Yeah, also, I've already stolen the spear. It's in my possession. Rode him. This one. I've already stolen it. I'm just killing her now. Stab her with it. Let's put away the iron short sword. I'm gonna put it onto Kumil. I'm going to, whoops, remove Umrodim. Now in my hand. So the reason I started going after this spear for clarity, it's made of steel. It is a steel spear. Your get backers. I am repoing this spear. So since I've spent the last little bit beating up this goblin, I'm going to strike it with any attack of opportunity that I have. I do not have any. Okay, so instead, I will go for an upper body strike. Easy strike, fairly solid. Scroll to the top. I'm going to stab them with rodent. You stab the broad-nosed ringleader in the upper body with Umrodim, tearing the muscle and tearing the right lung through the rope reed dress, and it has been lodged firmly in the wound. It is kind of fascinating to know that we're also sort of taking down a criminal empire alongside of this. I can kick them. It's a slow kick. I don't want to do a slow kick. I think I will... Oh, wait, what? I need to remount my horse. Okay. I almost lost the spear. Kumil kicks the broad-nosed ringleader in the lower body with her left foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Kicks them again, and I maintain possession of Rodim and then mount Kumil. Okay. This horse, just... I had a horse called, I had a human adventurer named Garment Pants Quest, and a horse named, I can't remember what, Horse Legend was their last name, who literally got like a dozen some odd kills on bandits. Boo Horse Legend, that was it. Who got about a dozen kills on their own, all stolen from me. So I was like stabbing people and making them start bleeding, trying to be a psychotic legendary adventurer, and then the horse would just kick them and they'd one-shot them. Literally kill stole every single one of my kills. I didn't get a single kill. It was quite funny. There is... Ooh. I'm gonna hit them in the upper lip. I'm gonna punch him in the lip. I punch them in the lip and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. The force twists the head, tearing the skin. Oh, also, if you're on keyboard, it's like colon and comma. Scroll up and down in this. Throat. Ooh. I could bash them in the throat. Let's do that with my crossbow. Bash them in the neck with the crossbow, bruising the muscle and shattering the spine's bone. Oh, you are paralyzed now, aren't you? I kind of just want to walk away. There's a video on my YouTube channel also of Garment Pants Quest and Boo Horse Legend. Can I hit them in the leg? I don't want to hit them with the crossbow. I'll walk around them. Are you still bleeding?
Hey there, blind. Longish question. Accidentally claimed someone else's town. After and unretiring due to a message spam bug. The
You shouldn't
local
need to do
lady
that,
of the
but-
previous government killed a couple naked religious figures in my hall, and I was said to be overthrown, but I'm still called a lord in my character sheet. Which one is correct? Here's a cheap beer from Ya Boy C1I. Cheer 100, cheer 100.
That actually is enough for a tall can of a lager I like. I'm not sure. which one is right. Chat might be able to help me with that, though. Hold on a second. Broad-nosed ringleader. Oh, that's discussions, right? They miss me. I miss them. So somebody's telling a story right now. I like this. The representative stumbles over the details. Somebody is telling a story in the background of all this nonsense. The ringleader missed twice. Kumil kicks them. Are you telling a story? No. Somebody's telling a story in the middle of all of this. That's actually a good call, yeah. Checking Legends mode is probably a good way to go about it. Easy strike, square in the lower body. Stab him with Robim. Uh-oh, I got knocked off the horse again. You stab the broad-nosed ringleader in the body with Rodim, tearing the muscle and tearing the rope reed dress. Kumil misses the broad-nosed ringleader, and they attacking me, and I jumped off the horse. Let's see if I can strike you again. You're already down, so I'm not too worried about dying to you. We're gonna go upper body, easy strike, stab. Their dress is ripped to shreds. And she's now, like, on the ground, screaming, probably. I'm gonna give them one final chance. Yield. They say you first, coward. I gave you 2 opportunities, Goblin. I can hit them in the hand, bashing them with an opportunity strike. They attack my horse dodges. You bash the broad-nosed ringleader in the left hand with the shaft of your Rodim. And for clarity, the reason none of these other goblins are fighting me is because they're not aligned with this character. This character's 2, like, assistants went into combat with me and then ran away. Like, immediately, which is very funny to me. This person is a known gang leader in this town. I can get a simple strike direct hit. Stab them in the upper body with Rodim, tearing the muscle and tearing the right lung. They're having trouble breathing. Really? You're also getting kicked by a horse. I can opportunity strike them in the lower body with something random. Oh, I can bite them. Awesome. Let's bite them in the lower body. That's not terrifying at all. I bite them in the lower body, tearing the muscle through the cotton skirt. I don't want to know anything about what I'm doing right now. I'm going to wrestle with my teeth. I'm going to shake them around by the lower body, and they break the grip of my teeth on the lower body. I did latch on firmly. Yes. Oddly enough. Do I have any other opportunity strikes? I don't. Are you attacking me? Are you attacking me? Regaining balance. Okay, I can strike you. Let's go for the left arm. I'm going to stab him. You stab the broad-nosed ringleader in the lower arm. I could probably just bump attack them, but I don't really want to do that. I'm going to stab them. Miss. Could hit them in the third finger. Gonna stab the broad-nosed ringleader in the left lower arm with Rodim, tearing apart the muscle. Motor nerve has been severed. How are you not dead? So, for reference, just as a little bit of information, in Fortress mode, 1 tick, so like, if you tap period, I think they can do 10 attacks, or up to 10 movements like this. So, continue fighting, strike, attack, talk, all that, per turn. So, it's worth noting that, I suppose. She will die of blood loss soon. I don't want my horse to get the kill, though. That's the thing. I can get a difficult attack of opportunity on their head. Can scratch them in the head. Horse bends the neck, tearing the skin. They attack me and miss. Stab him with the spear. Another artery has been opened. Ah, there we go. Let's hit them in the head. Heavy strike. Stab. Which fractured the skull, bent the neck. The horse kicks them again. The horse is just sitting there kicking them. I'm going to stab them again in the head, and there they go. You stab the broad-nosed ringleader in the head with Rodim, and the injured part is cloven asunder. I consider that a successful mission. I want to take some of their coins or something. Their gloves are still good. Shoes are still good. And maybe we need some spare socks. Skirt's pretty much destroyed. Grab the spare socks. And I will take a coin as a memento. Just one. I will put the 2 socks on the horse. Such carnage. Death. This is truly so horrifying. You shouldn't hang out in a gang bar then, man. Then I will click this button and we will mount the horse. And I will then walk over here and shout to everybody. Bypassing the greeting. I don't want to introduce myself. I brag about my violent acts. I am the crusher of Asimrar Chopblots, whose insignificant name I struggled to recall because my memory isn't the best. Currently, not really. Harry Rosette. The one estimate Kit Fox gave a while ago was a few weeks. So a month, maybe? Maybe 2? Maybe 2? Although if they release it while I'm in Montreal for Formula 1, I swear to God, I'm going to cry. I don't even know his name. Her name, actually. I'm leaving a trail of blood everywhere. And I'm moving as fast as I friggin' well can. Can I even fast travel? Yeah, I can. Did I get injured at all? I did take a hit. Let's check now that we're out on the pathway. Okay, so I have some tiny straight scars. I got hit by a blow dart. That's about it. You believe my horse got hit once? No health problems. Also has a scar, yeah. The only, like, real threat to our safety was that blow dart guy who ran away really quickly. I'm gonna put my weapons away. Oopsies. Got a conversation with this random person. Hello? Greetings, my name is Urist Landwalk. They say greetings. Ask them why they're traveling. We're just out for a stroll. Ask about the local ruler. Communion of Sneaking Rules Stick Standards. Fell Robust Lip is Abbot. I don't know anything else about them. Tell a joke. Don't waste my time, they say. We'll say goodbye. I just killed a man. So I'm now going to ask you guys a question, chat. Do I give the spear back? to the people who, you know, want it returned. Heck no, 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 no. You know, you know how, like, there's two kinds of RPG characters. It is a nice spear, this is true. There's two kinds of RPG characters. The ones that grab a quest and then, like, go return it to try and get a reward for it. And then there's the ones that grab a quest and then run away with the reward item because it's better than the reward. You murdered them for it and it's made of steel. You do have a point. Oh. I thought it was closer to the water. Let's just fast travel. I do kind of want to go tell them that the person is dead and then just grab it and leave again. Drink the water. Interact. Oh, I might need to remove my water skin. There it is. Actually, I need to check the quality of my gear. I took some clothing damage in that fight, I think. We're going to interact with the water skin and fill it full of water. I'm going to put the water skin back in my backpack. Family heirloom? Nah, family heir loot! Yeah, there you go. Is it made of cosmic steel? No. See, here's the thing. One of the reasons I went for it is minerals are scarce in this world. And when minerals are scarce, steel's valuable, man. Steel's valuable. Well, that was fun. We just completed a quest. I do kind of want to go back to that previous town and tell them that I completed it, though. And then, you know, just not give it to them. Because this is where... Nope, that's Moisten Inks. Where is it? That's where that troll lives. Patch Confused, this one. Pretty sure that's where we got the quest from originally. Whoa, all the way down here. Oh, apparently we heard a rumor about a Hydra that's way the heck away down there. Ice the Black Cat, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? How was your stream? Jack, can I get a round of beers to the raider? Please don't drown them. Why shouldn't I keep it precious? Is that where we're going with this chat room? Is it? No, that's not it. We need to go a little further up. What are you gonna do? Fight for it? No, I want to see if, like, there's actually any resolution to quests. I know that sounds strange, but there's never been real quest resolution in my experience. The Dell of Targeting. What's this one, wasn't it? Is this where I got the quest, or did I leave this spot and then go to a different place? This thing. Blood just came off of me? Oh, that's a little awkward. Yeah, no, not this one. This was where I initially heard about it, but that wasn't it. Or no, here's the thing. I'm super turned around right now. Fat Lord checks out. I didn't take many notes as to where this person was. I'm gonna speak with this person, greet listener, plays games. Let's say a rumor about that they still have it. Let's just ask about, spread a rumor, or rather ask about the nail of waiting. It's because you're in a storm. That would be why. If you're getting a low vision cone, it's probably because you're in a storm. So that's the only time I've seen the vision cone get low. Ah. Maybe I am in the wrong tavern. I'm not entirely sure. All right, well, anyway, let's just drink some water. Dismount my horsey. Grab some meat, press E on the keyboard, and click Eat Worm Meat. Whoops. Mount the horse after playing handlebars on the branches. And then head out. Yeah, depending on the character type, you get day-night cycle. Am I in an untamed wild zone? No, it's calm. We'll just sleep here. Yeah, no, I mean, it depends on what type of creature you're playing. Some creatures can see in the dark very well, and some can't. I'm gonna dismount. And just for entertainment's sake, I'm gonna make a campfire. You can't currently, Stiletto said. At least I don't think. And we are going to sleep until dawn. And Streamer is going to go take a toilet break. Also, an ad break, I think, is about to pop. Let me double check. If it is, then I will just pop it a minute early. In 2 minutes, yeah, I'll just run the ad break. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere too quick unless you really want to. Chat room. I'm gonna take this as kind of a natural break point. I just checked my patio. The sun has moved off my patio, so I'm gonna move the tomatoes from my apartment patio to my neighbor's because it has sun, which I did yesterday as well. This is gonna become a daily thing. When I get back, we'll continue. We're just gonna grab a glass of water or something. Now's a good time to do what you gotta do if you gotta do something. Could I get a big round of beers? And I will be right back after I finish running 3 tomato plants from my patio to my neighbors. BRB. I have returned. Apologies for the break, but break successful. I am just going to send my neighbor a text and tell him that I have moved the tomatoes. Successful. If you need to acquire food, Frank, in adventure mode, the easiest / best way to do that right now is literally just steal it. I know that kind of sucks, but believe it or not, that is your best option right now, is to just quite literally steal the stuff that you need. It's okay. We can now commit the close sliding glass door protocol and reset timers to about 7 p.m., which is when I need to bring those in. No river flow animation in graphics mode? You know, there kind of is, but it's so slight, it's really easy to miss. Let's just drink some water while lying down, because that actually makes sense. I am going to move over. Whoops. I think I'm over encumbered because of how slowly I'm moving. And put that onto you. And press P to put more items away. I'm just going to show you guys something kind of funny. We're going to throw water. What? What did I just throw? I'm throwing non-existent assets. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm throwing Minecraft cubes. Is that training throwing? Because this worked yesterday. I mean, I'm an adequate thrower. I don't really need more throwing skills. Huh. I cast water cube. Try throwing water, Putnam. See if it does water damage people. No, not really. Fortunately, I would say. Let's just take one piece of meat off of Horsey. Eat the meat. You found the bug already? Wow, that was quick. Let's just open up the inventory. I'm just going to pour this water out because I just want to have 3 units of water in here. I'm going to drop, not the water skin. I'm going to drop the water. Oh. Well, it's no longer in there, so I see it. It worked. Interesting. I'm going to fill the water skin. There we go. Well, it's in my backpack already, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's mount the horse, and as I mount the horse and walk over here, I'm going to sing a song. Can you ask people to spar with you? I don't think so. I mean, lethally, you can. Oh, she found the clip button. Got it. What qualifies as art? I mean, if you mean admire art, you just have to look at it. If you mean create art or make a great work of art, I don't think that's possible right now. You sing sloppily. Sing well. Include my performance. Well, haven't quite started improving just yet. So remember, when I started off today, my goal, quite literally, was to go south. We made it Halfway through the town, I heard a rumor about a steel spear, and then I went and discovered a gang empire in a neighboring city, stabbed the ringleader to death with said spear, and now I have the spear. Teach you how climbing works. I actually have a tutorial about that on YouTube, Alyssa. If you want to just watch that, because there's nothing really for me to climb. But basically, like, you click this button and you hold onto a tree, and then it makes these stairs appear down here so you can move up and down. You can shift click on the tree to move up and down. You can scroll up or down a layer with the mouse wheel and then click on a thing to climb up or down, or you can use shift greater than less than to move up and down. There's tiny little stairs button down in the bottom right. All right, what direction do I want to head? Let's head over to the beach, maybe. Actually, never mind. We're actually gonna backtrack a little bit. We're gonna kind of go this way. You were just clicking all over the place. Look for new buttons that appear and disappear. If you just click all over the place, it's not gonna help too much. Anyway, you can watch, if you would like, there is a tutorial on my YouTube channel about climbing. It's called Climbing and Acrobatics. So there is no trading in adventure mode right now at all whatsoever. All of those features are like not currently active. So if you would like to get food, you can go steal it. Acrobats are way better than anarchobats, let's be honest here, because they don't set you on fire as often. Trade, yes. By trade, I mean take thing. And then walk away with thing. Let's, Yeah, there's no bridge here. I've already been through this. I know where the bridges are, sort of. But my advice for, like, learning adventure mode, if you're going in completely green and you've never played it before, or you're just a goblin and also happen to be green, my advice is this. Don't just randomly hit buttons, because that's not really going to get you anywhere super fast. If you would like to be successful in learning bits of adventure mode, what I would recommend, and you don't have to listen to me in the slightest ever, is play slowly and read the UI. I'm going to walk back over to this river. Well, actually, I'll just backtrack here. Hold left. Because if you play slowly and read the UI, you'll have a much easier time figuring out how buttons work instead of just clicking randomly. That's not a bug. If you have absolutely no swimming skill and you fall into the water, you get exhausted really quickly and flounder in the water and then drown very fast. That's not a bug. That is intended drowning mechanics. I'm also gonna grab one flesh ball meat and eat that. I'm going to speak with my horse briefly, start a conversation with the horse. I'm going to express my emotions. My satisfaction upon improving archery. I don't know why the first thing was like... I do not know why the first thing was like, cease hostilities. Hold on. Speak to my horse again. Cease hostilities. Let's stop this pointless fighting. When all other bonds wither, friendship shall remain. Chat room, thank you very much for all the follows here on Twitch, by the way. I've gotten more follows in the last 48 hours than I have in months. Am I still going to argue with you if I start a conversation with you? Yeah, we are. Why is that? Interesting. Necromancers need to breathe. Yes, because necromancers are alive. Air quotes. Please stop kicking me, pony! You couldn't move your character at all, though. So, here's a question, then. Did you have tactical mode on? Because if you're playing with two characters, and you have tactical mode on, and one of them is unconscious, stunned, or unable to move, it'll jump to them and then immediately jump to the next character. So falling and taking damage is counted towards combat. So if you had tactical mode turned on, which you probably did, if I had to bet, the game probably was assuming that you were trying to stop fighting. How am I liking adventure mode? It's adventure mode minus some features with extra bugs, but it's adventure mode with the new UI and it's adventure mode with the new graphics. So aside from the state of the beta, which is just what it is, I've been enjoying it, yes. Hi, Reaper Link, by the way. Do you have any fort saves you think would be good for adventure mode or any settings you recommend? If you're asking about like... Oh, you really did just make an account 2 minutes ago. So Nav, just a heads up. When you make a brand new account on Twitch and you start following somebody and asking questions, it tags you as suspicious because your account is brand new. Basically, Twitch thinks you're a bot. Anyway, not really. I mean, if you have a world that you've been playing in or a world that you have saves in, play that, really. As for me, I would just say generate a new world and mess around. And settings that I recommend? No, Nav, not. I don't think anybody else can see what Nav said because they're tagged as suspicious. When I talk again, it'll pop up, or it might be their username actually. You can see Nav's post. There you go. Anyway, you were confused about. No, it's fine. But yeah, no technical mode on? I'm not sure then. I mean, maybe it was just a camera mode bug. Anyway, as far as settings, I recommend. If you are brand new to adventure mode and you've absolutely no experience with it and you've never played it before, make a solo adventurer as a goblin or a necromancer experiment and start in a small town or hillocks. And the reason I say goblin or necromancer experiment is they don't need to eat or drink. So it's two mechanics you don't need to worry about, okay? First two things. But they can eat and drink, okay? So that lets you freely traverse the world and to come to grips with the basic mechanics before you worry too much about, you know, getting beyond that, like just the bare basics. So if you just want to grok the basics and figure out how to traverse the world and learn to play adventure mode, if you've never played it before, that is my advice. Tinker and see what happens. Asking questions and watching videos is also helpful. Yeah, what Norcia said as well. What advice you didn't hear? Play as a goblin because you don't need to eat or drink. Don't play as multiple characters. Also, question: when you guys are walking around in adventure mode, does the music play automatically? Because I'm literally just running a playlist right now because it wasn't working for me yesterday and I haven't turned it back on yet. The necromancer experiment is kind of annoying because you can't tell what kind of appendages you have. Yeah, I mean, I that's why I said goblin primarily. But yeah, just play as a goblin, basically. I realize a lot of people are partial to like elves or dwarves and stuff, but don't play as an animal person because finding clothing is almost impossible. Thirsty and hungry. Just right-click on the horse. Grab a piece of meat. We're going to eat the piece of meat. Walk to the right near this creek. And play as a Goblin Slayer. I mean, I've never... You know, I have no actual knowledge of Goblin Slayer outside of what people have said about it on the internet. Oh shit, I'm in slight pain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's concerning. It's like an initial Fortress mode update, but with the same, but with graphics, new UI, new quality of life. Yeah. Also, you can't embark super duper duper deep in dwarven fortresses that don't have surface access. Yeah, I have an infection. There's nothing I can do. This might kill me. I mean, sure, you could cheat if you want. I don't know, but there was a bug with DF hack yesterday, so I actually don't have it running where I couldn't save. So I've not uninstalled, but like deactivated DF hack right now. I'm just stating that because I did, not stating that you need to. But at what cost? What's happening right now? So I have an infection in my arm, which there's no way to heal in adventure mode outside of getting really lucky at a temple. Yeah, it's like I was unable to save and I had to like hard crash the game from a save that I'd made earlier. And no way to heal for now. Yes, they are working on that, but there's currently no way to heal in this version. Means I might die if this infection gets too bad. Oh, it healed. It's fine. We're good. Time passed. Infection seems to have healed. I just have a scar now. Well, that's good. So, let's just put it this way. Dwarf Fortress is a very medieval game, right? Currently, in adventure mode specifically, sure, I'll save. Currently in adventure mode specifically, there is very, very, very little way to heal outside of luck and hoping and praying to goddamn Armok to not smite you on this day. That's it. Which sucks, but is brutally realistic in a way that I kind of appreciate. You know, like this is a game that's kind of themed around an era of time where, you know, we're just going to let some blood out of you to get the sickness out of you so that you don't have a cold. And, oh, you have a cavity? Well, I'm going to put this honey on it, you know? Yeah, they are working on some cleaning options or healing options that are more logical. But for right now, at this exact moment in time, there is no way to heal. Open wound, yeah, fill it up with cow poo. Exactly. Glue it shut. We'll be fine. Oh, God. No, because... hospitals in fort mode don't treat random visitors, do they? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they don't. You can set it to? Do they actually, though? I've, like, literally... I'm being honest here. I've never seen them actually do it. They can if you enable it. Huh. I mean, like, I know that you can make hospitals public. I've literally never seen a visitor go into a hospital and, like, cure their wounds. I've seen them die many times, though. Oh, true, yes. Well, you know, burning a wound is, in some situations, can be positive. As example, if it's gushing blood. Healthcare in DF is tough. Yeah, I mean, healthcare is tough, shall we say. Totally forgot I hadn't loaded the game back up. If you roll the dice in temples, to answer a question in YouTube chat, sort of. If you roll the dice in temples, there is a chance that they just heal you. Heal old wounds, basically. But apparently it's just super buggy. I don't know. I've never had it happen. I just know it's a chance. God, that would be rad if you could. Heat the axe and put it on, like, an open bleeding wound. You'll do way more damage than good. Yes. Also, hey, PS4 Killjoy. What's up, dude? That can give you regeneration powers. Yeah, there's God dice can do a lot of very strange things. It's sundown. Need the adamantine sword and make it a lightsaber. Actually, hold on. Instead of camping here, let's check. Okay, we are in wilderness, which a bit sketch to sleep in the wilderness, but I'm gonna sleep on my horse. Oh, water's frozen. Kind of bothers me that brooks just turn into rocks when they're frozen. So in my mind, it's just dried up. It's not actually frozen. Yeah, water's ice right now. Let's head a few tiles north. It's up here. Yeah, okay. So we're just in that situation. So I need to head north, actually, and get a bigger water supply. I'm going to, real quick... Actually, I wonder. Oh, I can't set a campfire on a brook? Oh, that sucks. Kind of fair. I was like, this ain't going to work the way I want it to. But, oh well. Let's heat that. Let's get the llama meat. Eat the llama meat. No longer hungry. Drink the water. Oops, nope, don't do that in the river. Don't sleep on frozen water. Bad idea. Campfire doesn't melt ice. It's very well melted ice, okay? Oh, hey. Okay, so literally that's kind of neat. The campfire, or the ice is only there at night. That's kind of neat. Press E, I drink it. Just that time of year, I gather. Sleeping on frozen rotted water sounds like a great idea. I mean, it was a cool experience. Ah. Did you get a cooling sensation from where you were lying on it? So to answer a question from YouTube chat, I am planning on making a beginner's guide for adventure mode. However, I am not going to do it until it's feature complete. Because right now, a beginner's guide would tell you to go steal things from a workshop, steal things from the market, and break into people's houses and ravage food. I don't actually recommend that, especially because, well, I mean, I do right now because that's the only way to not die. But the reason I'm not going to do a beginner's guide is because if I were to do that right now, it's very possible that as they tweak things, like looking at this list of things that you can't do, it is possible that they change how enemies or people react when you steal stuff. So because trading isn't in and butchery isn't in, I'm not going to just make a tutorial that might be made obsolete in 3 weeks. If you want to learn to play adventure mode right now, I will be doing the quick tutorials on subjects that are relevant and possible. I have a tutorial on YouTube game about that. You have to roll a dice at temples. Aside from that, and save scum a lot, or you might end up, what's the word I'm looking for here? You might end up becoming a were creature or a sheep instead. So that's when I'm going to do a tutorial, like a getting started guide as well as a let's play. I might do a bard let's play. Like a thieving bard let's play or something. We'll see. I'm going to think about it for a little bit as I continue to play and explore and see how things are. Because for me, you can, yes, here's the thing, Angry Snail. You can, so I did some research last night. You can absolutely harvest and eat food in the wild, like from trees and plants and stuff. But only if they're in season. Yes, there's a day-night cycle, just the graphics aren't fully implemented for it. The sun is right here, so at the very beginning of the day, when it hits the west and this turns red, it means the sun's gone down. When it's black, it's nighttime. But it's not implemented like in this screen down here. Time moves forward as you travel, and that pushes the calendar forward. I think I've spent a total of 3 months in this world in the last 2 days. Levin Bun, thank you very much for that Prime sub, by the way. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime subscription? Greatly appreciate you. You wish you could play a Caves of Cud Esper in DF. Mods! You know. And thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers, friend. Remember, check your Primes if they happen to be up. Doesn't cost you anything, it just costs Amazon something, and that's a good thing. Alright, well, I'm not seeing any towns. I am starting to see... That looks like an elven civilization up here, actually. So this was all very, 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 very cloudy when I was walking through it, so I didn't actually explore as much of it. But now we have this huge area here because it's all clear now. Yes, you can pet literally anything, as I've mentioned a number of times. Once the abilities screen is in and petting is re-enabled, you can eat... My favorite thing to do is while I'm gouging the eyes out of my enemy and staring at them and spitting in their face and cursing their name, I give them a pat on the head before I strangle them to death. What version is this? What is it? Version 51.01 beta 12, I think? Beta 12 indeed? Okay, there you go. Or BAYTA 12. How do you sub with Prime? You Google Prime Gaming, you link your Amazon account with your Twitch account, and then you go to my stream and you click the subscribe button, or anybody's stream rather, and then you go to the little thingy that has a box that says check mark. You click the check box to subscribe with Prime, and then I get money. Very simple. Or do what Brickoff does. Brickdoff. Brickboff? Brickboff. Hi, Brickboff. Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. So, people keep asking this leftover pet, and the answer will always be the same. Yes. But Tarn is the bottleneck for all the graphical stuff that hasn't been updated. Tarn is working on adventure mode. Once adventure mode is done, we can get all of the annoying missing assets and stuff replaced. Because the artists can draw faster than Tarn can program, from what I can tell. Bits go burr. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks for the $5, man. Thanks, Giraffe. Well, it's not the way what works anymore. What now? You have to elevate my sub. It's still a checkbox that you click, isn't it? I literally prime subbed to somebody like 2 weeks ago. Did they just change it? Maybe this is one of these situations where they've changed it in some regions and not mine. Basically, leftover pad. Every single feature that was in older versions of Dwarf Fortress is in the process of being ported to this version. It's just not gonna happen as quickly as you want it to. So it's pointless if you ask, you know, is this thing confirmed? As in, like, is this graphical thing gonna get added? Yes. It's just a matter of time until they do. That would be frightening, yes. Thanks for the $1, Red Tree. It's a pretty recent change. Well, then, yeah, it must not have updated for me yet because I literally just prime subbed to somebody. Let's go visit some elves. Making sure my weapons are put away. Sip some water. I'm seeing this as an opportunity to get more food variety again. I'm going to eat one of the berries. Put the other berry in my backpack. Time is subjective. You know, fun fact, Steam changed the rules about having custom release dates because of Dwarf Fortress. Why is your dwarf crying? Is my dwarf crying? Yeah, I'm crying. I'm not sure. Good question. Yeah, the issue with it is it doesn't if having custom release dates doesn't actually doesn't translate into different languages. So because it doesn't translate into different languages, oh, actually, I need to spot these three houses. Let's scroll up. So because they don't translate into different languages automatically, it's confusing for a lot of people. So that's why they had to fix it. Oh, it's over here. Not seeing any elves. Maybe here where the stuff's trampled. And these very grid-like uniform trees are where elves live. Question, chat room. Is there a way to see needs currently? Unless I'm just living up to my name and missing something. Like, do they pop up in here? Because I haven't actually gained any needs at any point. It's like those the replanted forest in China. Gosh, those are horrifying. Because I don't think it's that easy, and the way that Steam works, Mirror Hall, is Steam makes a feature that they feel like making and then demand everybody abide by it. And if people don't abide by it, then they tell them that they have to use the feature differently unless somebody feels like changing it. So if somebody feels like changing it at Valve, then they'd absolutely let the developers have the option for translated versions. But I guess nobody at Valve felt like doing it. It's in personality. Oh, right, duh. There's other tabs in here, isn't there? Yeah, I'll be honest. There's a portion of the old UI I miss. Because the old UI, instead of having this, like, I completely forgot this menu was here. Disco Dwarf, hey, there you go. Thank you very much for the Prime sub for a third month. You found it. Sounds like Valve, yes. The old UI had a screen that was very similar to the character creation screen. In this version, where it says all of your needs there. I miss that screen. Do you really feel like the old UI should be a toggle? Do you want me to explain to you why it would never happen, or can you just accept that that will never happen? If you want to play with the old UI, go download an old version. Well, not finding any elves. That's okay. I'm kind of okay for food, so we'll just move on. As an older fan, I understand where you're coming from, Cosmic King. But if you are that sad or upset or in a space where you are convinced that you do not really... Oh, shaping trees. I need to see what those look like in these. Monkeys! If you're in a situation where you really... Ooh, stray gibbons. I could bring a monkey with me. If you're in a situation where you really miss the old UI like that, play older versions. Because it's just the reality. No, they got tame monkeys everywhere. Also stray horses. And this is the shaping tree over here, I think. Can't click on it. The High Storm is the name of this tree. On the elves' trees. The very large trees. I'm sad I can't look at it. How big this thing is. Yeah, because I've been covered in water for a while. They're cool. What kind of monkeys are those? It's a pleated gibbon? I think there's a reality, right, Cosmic King? Which is, you are a very passionate fan of a video game that you really like, right? And the people who've been playing the game the longest, as in people like you, people like me, and probably a lot of members of the chat, if you go and look for places where people are actively talking and discussing very detailed things about the game, you're probably going to run into a lot of people like you. And and the internet currently, especially like on older forums or discords that are very focused with dedicated fans, you're going to find people who've been playing the game for a really long time. Amongst the old community, the people who've been playing this game for, let's just say, longer than 5 years, that portion of the community was very used to a very specific way of doing things and the game behaving a very specific way, right? But let's make up numbers for a second here and say there was 50,000 of those people. I think there's probably more, actually, people who tried to play old DF. But I don't know the exact number of people who are dedicated playing old DF. Based on just forum activity, it's not that many, so I'm just going to say 50,000, right? A lot of people talked about the game and admired the game safely from a distance, but not a lot of people actually played it. There is now, like, probably close to 1 million people who own this game, and a giant portion of them play the game regularly enough that those numbers are significantly higher. Those people might post on the Steam forum or leave a review, but they're never going to jump into a Discord or a forum. The pool of people that you are talking to on a Discord or in a forum are enthusiasts, the 1%, the most active, dedicated fans. So there you're going to see a lot of dissonance between people disagreeing as to whether or not the old way of doing things or the new way of doing things is better. To this day, having played and watched the Steam community talk and the Bay 12 forums community talk and the Steam reviews, I've seen a good number of people who've been playing. I'll answer that in a second question, Lycos. I've seen a good number of people who played this version, specifically around launch even more so, for less than an hour and say, bring the old UI back. Or bring the old hotkeys back. Bring the new UI back, or the old UI back, or the old hotkeys back. You've ruined the video game. And I know people, in fact, people who've watched this stream and people who hang out in my chat, who still haven't come back because they don't like the new UI, right? Yes, those people certainly exist. But they are a fraction of 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 the audience that plays the game now. And the vast majority of the people who are actively playing the game now have never played with the old UI for one of many reasons. They never knew about the game at the time. They never took the time to find it. They never took the time to learn it. Or they didn't like the old UI. It was too much, right? So yes, if you go looking for people with those opinions, you'll 1,000% find people who agree with you, right? 1,000%. You will find people who agree with you, and that's okay. But it isn't a mixed take. The far and away vast majority of people who are playing this game feel that the new UI is better because they play the game now, whereas they didn't before. An example here, just briefly, is when I first started playing Fortress mode in version 50, when it launched on Steam, I fucking hated it. I was extremely mad for the first day. I had it 4 days early, right? I was extremely mad that first day. I thought it was awful. I was like, what the fuck have they done? I was in such a bad place because I was trying to relearn a whole game, make tutorials, take as much advantage of the situation that I'd been put in as possible. And I wasn't the only one. There were other creators who got it 4 days early. And I was sitting there just bashing my head against it. Like, why would they? But literally by the end of the week, I'd kind of come to terms with the fact that okay, some things about this UI are definitely worse, usability-wise. And a lot of that stuff's been improved with Putnam's searchability features and quality of life stuff and just the performance of the game increasing. A lot of that stuff, I would say at this point, most of that stuff has been resolved. And if you're bothered by the remainders, DF Hack resolves that. So non-issue as far as I'm concerned at this point. Unless you're somebody who's like adamantly against using a mouse for anything, which, okay, if you're playing on a laptop, but at the same time, I guess I will never be that person. I'm totally fine using a combo of both. That will never fully bother me. You need to remember that it's very easy to find an echo chamber that agrees with you on the internet, but that's almost never the resounding opinion. And this goes for every subject. So that's my rant. Lycos, you have an issue with fighting. Do you prepare some video about fighting? You're still dying. So I would like to do a video about fighting, and I kind of need to ask chat for some opinions here. I don't really want to make a video about fighting until directions are in. I'm also not very good at the combat either. But what about controller support? I mean, I'm tired of being single, but we can't all have nice things. I mean, the best way to think about it at this point, Cosmic King, is if you want to play with the old UI, the old game still exists, right? Older versions of the game still exist. You can still go play those versions. And there are still people playing those versions. But in order for this game to continue existing and being the best it can be, these changes, even if some of them are gnarly right now, are for the best. Genuinely. Because, like, if version 50 never came out, and we never went to Steam, and the game was still crowdfunded, 3 things would be different. Tarn would have gotten evicted from his apartment that was too expensive, anyway, which he did get evicted from, because the building got condemned, and he would have had to move to a more expensive apartment. So they would be under a lot more stress, because Tarn's rent doubled, or it went up by a lot. I don't actually know how much it went up by. So that would have happened. The other thing that would have happened is they probably would never have hired Putnam, because they would have never had the money for it. So we would never have had these performance increases. Is the game exactly the same as it used to be? No. But I do genuinely believe that these are for the better. Anyway, in regards to combat and tutorials about combat, I would like to make some tutorials about combat, but the reason I haven't, I'm just looking at what other animals they have. If they have any good combat animals, I might grab some. The thing that I need to say about combat is I don't know if I should make a combat tutorial until the directional indicators are in. That's actually probably the thing I'm the least knowledgeable about when it comes to combat is wrestling. My videos help you a lot setting up your first fortress. Yeah, I will very much make something similar, like the getting started guides and everything, and the Let's Plays, but well, they make a monster hunting tutorial. I am not a Capcom fan at all. Monster hunting? So you mean like bigger creature hunting? Like... I should. Wait, when you say monster hunting, do you mean like successfully killing them or just finding them? Because I could make one on finding them. Tame an army of monkeys? I mean, that would be extremely laggy and annoying to play, but I could. Finding them? Let me show you something. Ah, man, it's no longer on the map. Basically, if you're in an area that's largely unexplored, this doesn't look like a penis, chat, you look like a penis. If you're in an area that's largely unexplored and you talk to somebody and they give you specific directions, it'll pop up on the map up here. So like, oh, here's one. So I was in this, one of these, I think actually this town right here. Yeah, and I asked somebody about local troubles and they talked about a hag that was a short distance to the northeast. And this icon popped up here. I haven't gone there to try and kill it or anything, but it's right there, right? You look like a pair... a pair of penises? How a tutorial on finding layers and monsters would work. Yeah, the problem with that is like... I could make a tutorial on finding layers, which is just like ask people or look for rumors, get directions, and then scan the minimap. But the quest log used to just literally give you a dotted line from where you are standing to where the layer is immediately. Looks like a kidney. Kind of does, actually. Or like... evil parent. See, this is their face, and this is their arm. Stuffing their fist into somebody's mouth. Or an evil person stuffing their fist into somebody's mouth. Maybe it's a dwarf wrestling with a dwarf grabbing a dwarf's tongue. It doesn't have the dotted line. The reason it doesn't have the dotted line right now is because the quest log isn't active, which is this. Quest log. It used to be called the journal. This thing, which is like this thing. Right here. This quest log. One by one slope is a bit silly. One by one, oh, you mean like once you're in the map with it? Yeah, no, I agree. That needs to be changed. I don't even know how I would tutorialize that because it's literally just a matter of walk back and forth across the map until I spot it. That's literally how I find them. In prior adventure versions, there was a lot of training to get good enough for it to be combat in prior adventure versions was a lot of training enough for it to be worthwhile. I think that's actually a problem that a lot of people are bound. So I just took something out of the YouTube chat. It's probably a problem that a lot of people are running into with combat in adventure mode right now. Is in order to not just fucking die immediately, you need to train kind of a lot. Am I in clouds? Oh, we're in a storm. Look at that. You need to train kind of a lot. I think it's actually snowing. Curious. So because of this, I was watching, I raided somebody last night, right? And literally what he was doing was trying to repeatedly fight somebody. So he would make a hero on easy, level up combat as much as possible, run in and die. And it's like, maybe. Yours is perma drowsy. Oh no! No, it's not actually snowing. Yeah, I mean, if you're legendary throwing, you can throw a coin. You can throw a dead, well, actually, I don't know if you can throw dead animals so effectively anymore. You used to be able to throw dead bodies so hard that you would, split somebody in half by throwing a body at their body. You can throw a coin so hard that it's effectively a bullet. But, I mean, it is one way to play the game, right? But I have a feeling that's probably what a lot of people are trying right now and having a bad time. Ooh, is this a good ocean? I don't actually have it in my vision yet. Let's move closer. It's a mirthful ocean. Ooh. Cool. My only railgun. What was that? Was there a raven above me? Okay, it must have just been a raven. I saw something right next to my dwarf for a single turn and freaked out for a second. So many crows? That's just normal crow behavior. Or screw serrated discs. Literally throw iron bolt. I don't think throwing has stopped being OP ever. But the thing about thing being OP in adventure mode that you need to remember, literally everything is OP in adventure mode if you train it up to maximum, right? If you are a legendary spearmaster, that's OP. If you are a legendary dodger, you can literally kill anything. If you are a legendary sword dwarf, you could kill anything. If you are a legendary, just about any sneaker, you can sneak into anything. Let's just dismount my horsey and walk up to this crab and wrestle this crab. I'm gonna grab this crab by the body with my hand. I grab it. I'm gonna keep wrestling. I'm going to wrestle with my hand. I'm going to throw it. So he's now in the air. And I can't actually get him, but I can wait a turn until he's still flying. He skids into the ground and slams into an obstacle. Skids along the ground and smashes into the wall. I just threw a crab at a wall. I'm going to save the game. Jesus! Literally everything is OP in adventure mode, if you trained it enough. What did the crab ever do to me? Good question, actually. Tom Fool in the YouTube chat says that they lost a massive field of... I got lost in a massive field of white yams. Thank the people who planted them. You think the people who planted them were drunk because you got a few other crops. They got a few other crops mixed in and smacked an obese Kia with a fistful of lettuce by mistake. Fistful of Lettuce is my new stoner punk band, by the way. People often confuse archery and marksman. People... I was going to say also confuse, like, Marks, Dwarf, and archers. But I don't think the game does them any favors there. I'm going to grab some water and eat a berry and jump up to the... Actually, let's just... I've got, like, this weird need to just, like, ride my horse everywhere. I'm going to just move up here and refill my water. Archer and Marks Dwarf, one uses a bow, one uses a crossbow, completely different skills. Dwarves can't make bows and have to import them. They also can't make arrows and have to import them. Dwarves can make crossbows and crossbow bolts without the need to import them. So, one is easily accessible. Shift I, capital I, to interact. Grab water skin. Fill. That's the difference between a bow dwarf versus a Marks Dwarf. It's two different skills. And up until the Steam version, dwarves couldn't even wield bows, let alone pick them up and, like, fight with them, outside of adventure mode anyway. That was a requested feature, so they've, I guess, caved and added it. So, in my experience, bows and arrows are sort of like... I might be wrong here. I think bows and arrows are like low boots and high boots and vests, where some factions can make them, but most can't. I'm gonna go up to here and dismount. There's no limiting on weapons in that way? I thought there was. Okay, then is it a mod thing? Because I've never been able to do it. For some reason. Like, I've tried before. I've even, like, looked into queuing them up, and I've literally never had that as an option. But they can learn how to pick them up. Okay. Something weird you noticed, you started with a buckler and a sword. And also, aren't the place where you train crossbows referred to as archery ranges? That doesn't help. They have no access ever. Okay, so if you can craft bows, congratulations. You've installed a mod that lets you do that. I like this headset, but man, I need to replace this strap because there's literally no cushion left in it, and it's making my head, like, bothers my head, so I have to, like, I don't know, to put a sock around it or something. Well, that's to sleep for 8 hours. Here's hoping to stay in Untamed Wilds. Okay. Wait. Also, I swear yesterday, my campfires were not burning out overnight. I guess that's been fixed. How do you train bowmen if not at an archery range? No, I was saying that archery ranges probably don't help with people's confusion about what is a crossbow dwarf and what dwarves are used to doing. Because they're called archery ranges, right? But dwarves should not use bows and arrows. They should use crossbows and bolts because that's what they can make. But... yeah, the art has been drawn, but it hasn't been added in yet in regards to dwarves. What's the changes from yesterday? Ask Putnam. As far as I know, mostly crash fixes. But there was a patch notes posted by Kit Fox, which also included like the list of things that Tarn talked about that weren't included. So that's a really, really good thing that they did. Glad they did that. I would have to look at the wiki, Pat. Wait, ad breaks kill your in-process typing? Robert, what the heck? YouTube is silly. Terrible platform for streaming, I tell you. Thank you, everybody who's watching on YouTube, but jeebers. Instead of rolling a die at a shrine, you threw a die at a bard nearby and knocked it out. Nice. Excellent. Sounds like you are playing Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode correctly then, if you were able to knock a bard out by throwing a dice at him. That's very funny. You lost the ability to chat for a whole day on YouTube last Sunday? What? That... Huh. YouTube, fix your shit, please. Jeepers. That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry. Let's see, where are we at? Oh man, this is a big ocean I need to walk around. I wonder if this is a land bridge. I doubt it. Doesn't look like it. God dang it. Okay. Time to walk around the edge of an ocean. Actually, is this, Okay, this is Untamed Wilds. Is this all Untamed Wilds? Ooh. It's Joyous Wilds down there. Actually, I wonder. I'll bet you I could go... Oh, no, it's all ocean. Gotta get back up to that wilderness, basically. We need to clear that in a day. I do not want to sleep here. Fortunately, we have the day. The Wish of streaming services? No, the Wish.com of streaming services is, I was gonna say live.me, but I don't even know if that site still exists. DLive, probably. You mean Google YouTube is rebranding to circlevideocan'tloadvideo.com? That might actually improve the experience of somebody. Dwarf 13 is dead? Wait, really? That was the mod for SS13, right? You mean Kick? The one that's owned by the gambling service Stake that offered me $60,000 a month at one point to stream gambling? That was back in December 22, before Twitch banned gambling on Kick, right when or not gambling on Kick, gambling on crypto gambling on Twitch, for all services that are banned in the U.S. Twitch banned that. You can still stream gambling on Twitch, you just can't stream crypto gambling on Twitch if the service is banned in the U.S., which Stake is, to my knowledge anyway. When I was pulling, it was like something like 1,100 concurrent viewers when Dwarf Fortress launched in December 2022. They'd sent me an email. It was like 800. It was a couple $100 a month that they offered me before. And then in December 2022, when I had it was 1,100 concurrent average for that week. I got an email saying, first off, congratulating on my stream's recent growth, which means they must just be looking at analytics of like whose channels are growing rapidly. And then offered me It was the highest offer they offered me was $65,000 per month. I blew a cashy deal. No, I saved my future career prospects, and also, I don't gamble. The actual like disgusting thing about the deal though is like they offer you that money plus they pay for your gambling plus they let you keep your winnings. That's the actual disgusting thing about it. And there are people who in like the tens of millions of dollars per month deals that do that shit. Yeah. Except they all stream on Kick now because it's not allowed on Twitch anymore. Get fucked. Speaking of progress, there's an ad break that just popped. It's gambling, but it's gambling for a niche market, and it's gambling for a niche market that has a fuckload of money. Lazy man. I'm hoping you're not in an ad while I'm saying this. Because people who buy and trade and make a lot of their money and keep a lot of their money in crypto are like the 0.1%, right? Or even just the 1%, really, I would say, of the world's population. So it's basically just online gambling directed at wealthy degenerates. So basically streaming zero stakes gambling. Yep. And I opted to, instead of, potentially killing my career doing what I do and enjoy, I could have, just dumped all of that, jumped into a thing that probably would have, believe it or not, made me larger in streaming. Because those kind of dudes who exist in that space really like to circle jerk each other. So, likely... my numbers probably would have either stayed the same / gone up, except I would have had to have sold my soul completely. And then eventually I would have had to drop streaming on Twitch entirely probably and go to Kick, which who knows if that would have succeeded. Because 2 months after I would have signed that deal, I would have not been able to stream it on Twitch anymore. So, I mean, plenty of people took the deal. I'm just going to do a real quick save. But I'll be honest with you. You could have had a redemption arc where you stage your recovery. Yeah. I never got into this industry to make all of the money. Money is great. I like money. Everybody needs money to not die. I never started streaming to make all of the money. Let me tell you this. If it requires me to sell crypto gambling to my audience, there is no amount of money that would be worth it to me. They could have offered me $5 million a month, and I would have cried it myself to sleep that night, but I wouldn't have taken it. You can call bullshit if you want, but I wouldn't have. Beer ads, really? Oh, that's funny. I don't have any option over what ads are playing, and I have no idea what ads you're seeing, so. Kids is called morals. On behalf of your audience, you should absolutely take it for $5 million. Yeah, like what Stingray said. At the end of the day, the one humongous advantage I have on Twitch over a lot of people is I have a weirdly large amount of integrity. I can be an asshole sometimes, right? I'm aware of this. It's I can be a dick sometimes. I've pissed people off. I've upset people. I've had bad days. I think we all have. Some people just hate me for some reason. That makes me kind of sad, but you don't know me at all if you say that I don't stick to my morals. Let's see if I can actually eat spinach leaves. I haven't seen spinach in a while. Let's try this. Okay. Pick spinach leaf. Eat spinach leaf. You eat the spinach leaf. Damn, you can. That's cool. Pick some spinach leaves. So, is there a limit to the number of spinach leaves I can pick? Well, found an unlimited food source. Blind and spinach leaves. I'm growing my own, thanks. But I do recommend you grow your own as well. You could pay me in spinach seeds, though. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, I would rather make less money and be able to do this. I think I just put one in my water skin. No, I didn't. Okay. I do need to go to a river, though, and... grab this. And then Discord watch the Blues Brothers. Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing, right, Metalhead? You've been around the stream long enough that you knew me pre-medication, right? But at the end, the one thing I truly have is I'm consistent, and I have, like, my morals and my integrity. And I'm going to stick to that for literally ever. You know? I wouldn't have done this for 10 years making fuck all for money, you know? Probably penny else. if I didn't enjoy it. And I do this job at the end of the day because I like it. I'm very happy to have this job. And I think that, like, you know, another example. I don't know the exact numbers because I don't think I ever said them. But some of you might know a streamer named Cringer. Anybody here know a guy named Cringer on Twitch? Cringer used to be called Cringer63. The running joke is that it takes 63 minutes for him to get in game regardless of what game he's playing because he talks so much. Good dude. Has a beard. I like the guy. Chainbrain's also a dope dude. I like Chainbrain a lot. He's a good guy. I high-fived him in Vegas at TwitchCon. I was literally just like walking down the hallway, saw Chainbrain, like, Chainbrain! Held up my hand and I got a high five and kept walking because I had somewhere to be. Cringer, he got offered a deal. He said this publicly, so I'm not like outing him or anything. He got offered a deal to stream on Facebook. Remember when Facebook had a streaming service? Got offered quite a considerable amount of money and a pretty considerable contract to stream on Facebook. This is just mirthful, so I could camp here. There's also a shrine where a bronze colossus is known to live. All right, fuck that. We're gonna go slightly north and sleep up by this river because I don't want to get eaten by a bronze colossus. I clearly, like, you know, heard that in a rumor at some point. I don't feel like getting punted to death in my sleep, so I'm gonna go sit here. Anyway, Facebook had a streaming service, right? You used to be able to stream video games on Facebook, and there was actually a period of time where they were going around poaching streamers, people like me. I believe I got offered, it was like $2,000 a month or something to stream on Facebook when they were doing that. And the reason I said, like, just ignored it was because at the time I was making enough money to get by, and that wasn't that much more than I was making. It was like, I don't know, like 1,400 US a month or something streaming. Struggling, but streaming. Plus, I had a job at the time, so I was making like an extra $600 a month or something because I was working super part-time. So I was getting by, and was just like, yeah, nah. And then Cringer got the offer. He didn't say what it was, but he said it was 6 figures, like annually. And he said that he turned it down, and his wife's probably never gonna forgive him. And he didn't make the switch. He didn't jump. Yeah, no, it was an exclusive contract. It was basically stop streaming on Twitch, go to Facebook, stream on Facebook, and we'll pay you a contract. I know a guy who made the switch to Facebook, actually. His name is Fireborn these days. He streams Call of Duty. When Facebook shut their service down, he swapped to YouTube and actually made the jump quite effectively. Pulls good numbers on YouTube, and now he streams on all, like, everything. So, like, some people made the jump and made it back. But these deals go around every now and again. And there's 2 types of people. There's... Some of you might know about a guy named Disgusted Toast, who's made a couple of these deals over the years. The way behind the scenes I've heard a lot of other people like me, streamers, refer to these people, we call them, like, retiree hopefuls. Basically, people who are like, I like this job. I want to do this job. This job is fun. But don't care enough about it and don't enjoy doing it enough that they would do it through thick and thin, if that makes any sense. Basically, if stuff seems like it could be better, they'll just take a pile of money, and worst case scenario, they just retire, right? There's a number of people that I've encountered over the years like that, where it's like, yeah, for them, it's like, okay, I will throw my audience away, and if it doesn't work out and I lose everybody, then I retire. Fucking whatever. And I think a lot of people kind of exist in this industry with that kind of take. Like, oh, this industry isn't going to stick around for much longer anyway. Or who knows, maybe suddenly it's not going to be practical to even do this anymore. I think a lot of people kind of feel that way who do what I do. How do you get off of your horse? Click this button. Or hit H on the keyboard. Climb or hold terrain. There you go. So basically, at the end of the day, how do you get the compass up? Are you playing as an outsider? Because there is no compass if you're an outsider. You are not able to butcher animals in this version currently. The feature is currently disabled as it is not finished yet. I need to be very careful about this Untamed Wilds. We're gonna make a beeline for that river down there. We've been starting in a hamlet.
Document or vid I can watch to jumpstart learning adventure mode?
Because this is the
I
compass.
want to discover some things myself, but is there anywhere I can check the basics out?
Yes, the Dwarf Fortress Wiki. Most of this stuff is still relevant, aside from even the hotkeys, actually. Like, this is probably your best spoiler-free getting started guide if you just want to document. Dwarf Fortress Wiki is wonderful. Like, all of this is still relevant, more or less, with the exception of the stuff that currently isn't functional in adventure mode. So, like, all of these and stuff is still relevant. All of this is still relevant. All of this is still relevant. This is still relevant. Still relevant. Butchery is not relevant. All of this is relevant, or relevant except for butchery, basically. Resting is still relevant. This isn't, because it requires a thing that's disabled, basically. Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Like, once this version's been shipped, it's really curious. It's exciting to find out what the next thing is, because it'll probably be new stuff. Yeah, no, the hotkeys work in there as well. To run into a new job? Just saying, as retirement goes, that ain't that bad way to go security-wise if you're on your way out. Totally. I guess the difference between me and those people that I'm kind of referring to, the retiree hopefuls or whatever, is I don't want to retire. Quite literally, like, I have no interest in retiring right now. I already feel retired. And I guess that's the difference between me and somebody who has a much bigger audience, who maybe doesn't want to do this anymore, or the difference between me and somebody who maybe never enjoyed it as much, or somebody who's burnt out on it and wants to do something else. It doesn't matter how much money you offer me right now, and I probably won't ever matter. I would still do this. So, for me, if it requires me selling out my entire audience and ruining what I've built, that is a thing that would make me dislike my audience and my work. And if I start to dislike my audience and my work, that is what would make me want to quit and stop doing this. It's really funny when people say that they think that I hate my audience or accuse me of hating my audience, because it's one of the most goofy things I've ever heard, because it's very much not true. I am... There you go, Banjo got it sorted. Perfect. What was the... fix, actually? Are we going to get full keybinds in Fortress mode now, too? It's been planned for a while and being worked on, like many things. You're retired. Ha 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 ha. Doing all right, Yogurt from Mars, yourself? Enough to stream and not being watched makes you nervous as hell. I'll tell you this, Norcia. And this sucks about streaming. When I started, there was no pressure. You couldn't make money. There was no real business incentive to stream. There was no Twitch affiliate program. There was barely a partner program. Okay, so we've got Untamed Wilds and Joyous Wilds. I need to be really cautious. Kind of want to beeline up this way, actually. What time of day is it? And I genuinely think that this was an advantage of when I started, right? When I started streaming, there was almost no ways to make money streaming. You could start a Patreon, and that was basically it. Or make a sub button or something, and people would make fun of you if you did. So when I started, it was literally just like a social outlet slash hobby with 1 to 2 people watching, right? Idox Arbosa, thank you very much for the Prime sub. So for me, it was purely a social outlet and way of keeping myself entertained while I was in a permanent state of exhaustion due to night shift. Like, I didn't make money for the first 2 years, really. I think, like, the second year I made $300 total. I think now there's so much pressure because it's a job that people actively want to do. It's a terrifying... Oh, boy. All just untamed. Okay. Not going around it because it would take me multiple days to go around it, whereas I could just cross it in a day. And I have pretty limited supplies. And I find that that's like a... Yeah, exactly, Yogurt from Mars. Chat, can I get a couple beers for that brand new Prime sub? Appreciate you greatly. Like, that's a thing that I think has put a lot of barriers to entry to possibly what is one of the greatest hobbies a person could have, is there's all of these expectations now for streaming. Like, when I started streaming, I remember the day that all of Twitch basically melted. Because JP had notifications when he got donations. It was crazy. Suddenly, like, pop-ups would appear on his stream when someone would tip him money. And he made so much fucking money. And you know what was wild about it? Is he was making so much money that he actually put a limiter on his PayPal so people couldn't tip him more than $300 in a month because he thought it was ridiculous how much money people were giving him. What is the goal? I'm trying to get down to the far southeast of the world because there was a dwarven faction there that was completely closed off from the rest of the world on the other side of a mountain range that got killed by a necromancer tower. And I want to go explore that area and try and figure out as much about it as possible. And we got sidetracked for a bit trying to get a legendary spear, which I now have on my horse, or on my back rather. Right? So like that's how long ago it was when I first started streaming. And that just, like, is so... Like, kids tell their teachers now that they want to stream. Which is, like... This is such a different space now that there's all this pressure and expectations. And I think that sucks. Because realistically, if you go turn your stream on for the first time tomorrow, nobody is going to watch you. Nobody will give a shit. That's the reality. You could turn your stream on every day for the next 6 months and not average above 1 viewer. So if you're scared about, like, expectations, fucking stop. Like, there's literally no negative. Literally no negative. And if you don't want me to raid you and you're streaming Dwarf Fortress, just tell me. I won't. Like, if you don't want people piling in on you, don't worry. That won't happen unless you actively pursue it. Is my backpack full? What item in container? Oh, no, I can't. Okay, weird. Okay. You're hoping it passes, but she has a couple hundred followers so far on YouTube. Be careful with that, Began. Be very careful with that. I'm not a parent, so I don't have kids. I also don't know how old your kid is. But what I would say is if you're letting your kids upload to YouTube, don't give them a YouTube channel. make a YouTube channel and underneath their name, right? Like make it under their email and give them a second account with editor permissions for it. That's what I would say let them do. Because like you need to know what's going on in that because that shit can get weird, especially for kids. It literally is. At the end of the day, like streaming is one of two things. If you go into it with unrealistic expectations, it's a job. But you hate when kids say they want to be a YouTuber or streamer? I used to say I wanted to be an astronaut and Kurt Cobain. So, like, kids have unrealistic expectations on what the coolest looking job at the time. I wanted to be a punk rocker. Like, I remember literally telling somebody I wanted to be an inventor and a rock star when I was a kid, right? Like, you know, like, kids saying they want to be a Twitch streamer is just the, like, 2024 version of saying I want to be Beyonce. Right? Cobain ain't a job. Fuck you, it is. I want to be a motor. Yeah, I want to race cars. It's like I want to have $1 million too, but we can't all be friends. What the heck? Why does it? Putnam, I found something weird. When I moved down a tile, and now it's stopping. It zooms in and zooms out. Why is it doing that? The fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save. And see if there's a hidden location there. I think that your bug fix for finding caves may have just made it do that, if I had to bid. Yeah, exactly. It does that for towns and stuff, right? I know why it's doing it. The question is, why is it doing it? I mean, maybe it's a missing sprite. Oh, why do I keep clicking on the top one? Oh, true. It could be a camp that's missing. It could be a camp. Yeah, you're right. YouTube is suggesting it might be a camp. You want to be a dragon when you go up? Samesies. Oh, shit. It's a labyrinth. Wow. That's weird. I think you should discover it when it zooms in. Go in the labyrinth. Where's Pan when I need him? I do have 3 water. East, southeast. Let's move southeast. At the very least, go look at the door. Poke my nose in. You know, I'm going to be completely honest with you, chat. I really want to go into the labyrinth. But, found the Minotaur. I was going to say, I really want to go into the labyrinth, but if I don't find anything immediately, I'm going to run. And the reason I say that I'll grind you into porridge, says the Minotaur. And the reason is because we don't have memories right now. There's no way in hell I'm not just going to get horribly lost in here and starve to death. Ah, there we go. I'm going to... No, not do that. I'm going to swap my movement options and swap to a gallop. Wait, what? Minotaur is a coward. He says I must withdraw. I must withdraw, buddy. Scared of my horse, I guess. I'm going to throw a bolt at it. Ah. Well, it's a good thing I saved. Huh. Game guy. Platinum, do you want this one? I just got a crash log. I don't know if this one's known. Throw a die at him? That would be funny if he died to a die. Okay, hold on. Let me grab the crash log real quick, and then we'll try that again. I was throwing a bolt, yes. I know I've seen people mention that, so I'm sure it's known, but... Minotaurs talk? Oh, absolutely, yeah. The glitchy throwing earlier is related? Ah, probably, yeah. It's like probably a missing asset thing, actually. Or rather, I wonder if it's a missing asset thing. You will never find armor for your elephant man, I don't think. If you are playing as an elephant man, late night Draco in YouTube chat, literally, man, really mean Steam review just popped up on Dwarf. There it is. If you, what's the word? If you want to play elephant people or like animal people, and I keep telling chat this and nobody listens to me. If you want to play an animal person, you have to kind of build a fort around planning to play as that animal person. Yes, what Scrap King Kita said, yes. Shit. Come out, we're out, wherever you, Minotaur. Not so brave are you now? Ah, I'll eat you whole. No, wait. He'll grind me into porridge. Well, make your mind up already. Literally just waiting turns. Ah, there you are. I'll fire bolts this time. At the thin Minotaur. I must withdraw, you friggin' coward. Now fire it again. Jumps away from the bolt. You're trying to lead me deeper in. Still running away from me, though. It's very funny to me. Following my way back in. Okay. Yeah, you tap period. Or comma. Comma's 10 turns, period's 1. Music fits, yeah, no kidding. Can runs away again. It's not bad crossbow training. Been a good adventure so far. No, that's not blood. That's water that's coming off of me. Although actually no, it's sorry. I apologize. It's Minotaur sweat. Lovely indeed, yes. Greasy man, I suppose. Very cowardly Minotaur, yeah. It's probably the horse that they're running away from. I'm trying very carefully to not lose my way. Oh, there you are. Fired a bolt. I don't even know if that hit. I'm gonna eat a berry real quick because I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so I can see. Where the heck did you go? So memories would give me an outline of where I've been, basically making it harder to get lost. And then you slowly forget the outlines over time. Twitch censored the word coward for you? That's a personal censorship thingy that you have on. I'm gonna stand on the stairs until the ad is done, because there's an ad for some. He's sneaky, yeah, he's stealthing. You feel like it would be hard to find a buyer for a Minotaur sweat? Probably, you know, a witch. You gotta go. We'll see you later. 8-dimensionally. Since we're in an ad break right now, and I have a minute before I can move, basically, at the end of the day, when it comes to me turning down deals that are extraordinarily lucrative, I do that quite frequently. From everything from sponsorships, not so much from the sponsorships because I've told enough of them now to stop emailing me that they don't, to like big platform deals like that. I'm never gonna take a deal like that, because I prefer to just be crowdfunded for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, it's actually less work for me. Just period. Save the game in ads, not a bad idea. It's just less work for me because, believe it or not, taking ad deals and taking sponsorships and pursuing stuff like that costs you enough time if you're a solo actor that it's almost another job unto itself. The other thing, like I know people who spend like 10 plus hours a week trying to pursue deals. The other thing is that on top of that, if you dedicate a lot of time and money to making a living off of sponsorships, then in a world where suddenly, let's just say the economy starts to suck and nobody pays for advertising for a while, your paycheck takes a hit. And that's something that I don't want to take or deal with. And the last reason I don't really do it ever, period, is it's genuinely less stressful for me because the only other option is to go with an agency. And then if the agency gives you deals, depending on your contract, you are often obliged to take them, or you get dropped by the agency. Camille kicks the Minotaur. Oh, so the Minotaur's like right on top of me somewhere. My observation skill must need to be better. Can it all end so quickly? Begone fear. The horse kicked them, but I can't see them. First time here so far learning the game, 10 hours in. Hell yeah. These videos and streams have been amazing. Happy to help. The really effective energy drink, perfect for making as much money as possible. Could be upstairs. Oh, true, actually. You make a valid point. Oh, there's Minotaur blood, so actually maybe, yeah. Didn't even think about that. Minotaur sweat on the ground anywhere? I've been wounded, that's very annoying. Yours are companions. Wait, Minotaur sweat, there we go. Okay, so he's heading south. Let's set to gallop. Broken vegetation. I know that there's an overlay for tracks, but I'm not certain that that's in right now. If it is, somebody please tell me how to turn it on.
Madness.
What's up, hobo? Yeet. I'm chasing a Minotaur. How are you? Welcome back. Found more Minotaur sweat. More broken vegetation. Find adventure modes, hidden fun stuff? You're gonna have to elaborate a little bit more on that. Do you mean like vaults? I'm sure you just have to go to a vault. Vaults? I mean, I haven't, but I haven't been trying to. I did get directions to a vault in an off-stream save on Monday, but I didn't bother because I knew I wasn't strong enough. Go back. Let's just stand right here. Stealth. Zoom in. Can't just wait. He's shouting at me about who he's defeated. It's the minute. It's his favorite food, maize. In what foot race? Clearly. I mean, in hide and go seek, more like. I move until. Oh. Let's just wait for an hour. I'm stunned. Okay, let's try this. Let's dismount the horse. And wait. Few turns. Walk. Maybe follow the horse. The reason I'm just standing here is I'm kind of hoping that if he comes back... If he comes back, I'm kind of hoping... Oops. Want your bones in my mill. Comes back, I'm hoping that the horse will just attack him. That's my hope. Maybe he went back down. Certainly possible. Yep. Well, we found the Minotaur. Also, sup, Ghost Wizards? How you doing, by the way, man? Can you pet the horse? The horse, the pet, yeah, the petting button is deactivated, which chat already told you. Which is very annoying, because if you have companions, they can touch it. Do I do all the movement with the mouse? Have you watched the stream more than 5 seconds? Because, I'm mostly using the mouse when I feel like I need to explain what I'm doing, so chat sees a pointer, but no. I'm playing about 90% with the keyboard and then occasionally clicking things. You can also, with the pet button, once it gets re-implemented, pet literally anything in the world, Ghost Wizards, including stuff that you are currently beating to death. So, you know, you can have your true psychopath fantasy of strangling a goblin to death while punching them in the face and kicking them and biting them and then patting them in the head and telling them a joke as you crush their skull with your bare hands. Also, shoutouts to Anonymous who just gave Ghost Wizards a sub. If you guys don't know Ghost Wizards streams a lot of XCOM. Good dude. Entertaining streams. I think you might like this, but Ghost Wizards, but maybe wait a little bit until it gets updated a bit. By the way, my horse is horribly murdering. Okay, so Let me just read this. This is important. Kumil kicks the Minotaur in the upper leg from behind with his right hoof, bruising the muscle. The force pulls the right hip, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and a ligament has been bruised and a tendon has been bruised. Kumil bites the Minotaur in the tongue. Okay? Get that? Bites the Minotaur in the tongue from behind, and the left cheek is torn apart and then latches on firmly. I think that if Kumil was a rapper, their name would be like Pony with a G somehow. I'm gonna try and jump myself this way. The thin Minotaur struggles in vain against the grip of Kumil's teeth on the Minotaur's tongue. Kumil shakes the thin Minotaur around by the tongue, and the severed part sails off in an arc. And I jump forward, moving Kumil out of the way. And then I try, actually, hold on. Let's just check the status of the Minotaur. Tired, heavy bleeding. Okay. Slight pain, ability to stand lost. All of the kicking that my horse has done. Oh, in Fortress mode to allow you to mount creatures? You know, if you play a bunch of adventure mode, you might see why you can't do that right now. It's because of the way the AIs are separated. If the horse decide to run away, you're just along for the ride. I'm going to see if I have attack of opportunity. No, dang it. I'm going to try and stab with my spear, but he moves out of the way. Try jumping. Uh-oh. Can't actually jump. I swap places with the horse. Kumil kicks the Minotaur in the lower leg from behind with her right rear hoof. The force bends the knee, tearing the muscle. I do have a spear in my offhand that the sprite isn't showing, though. Any opportunity attacks? Nope. Let's go for the head. Normal strike, very square. I'm going to stab with Rudum, which is my steel spear. It goes about like you described. Yeah, I don't know. The reason you can't do it right now is I feel like if there was mounts in Fortress mode, it would probably piss off more players than it would satisfy currently. You stab the Minotaur in the head from behind with Rotom. I mean, it is trying to retreat, and it's having a hard time standing. It keeps falling over. In the head from behind with Rotom, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat. I'm going to strike it again. Let's try to not get any injuries if possible. Oop. I can hit it in the fourth big toe in the right foot if I punch it. Okay, punch him in the toe. Punch him in the toe. Punch the thin Minotaur in the toe. I'm looking for the exclamation points because the exclamation points are a attack of opportunity, which is essentially a guaranteed hit. Sorry, I don't have notifications on Discord on right now. Let me look. I'm not sure what you're asking if you can ask about in chat, Hobo. If you sent me something before the question, I'm not sure. Unless you're asking about the previous thing that was sent on the 15th. Today I learned Minotaurs have toes. They're a human body with the head of a bull. Naturally they have toes. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get kicked in the head by a horse. This is very true. I mean, yeah, you can talk about where you are if you want. That's up to you. It's not my issue if you dox yourself. That's your issue. Mini toe? -1 mini toe, maybe. Okay, so decent hits, decent hits. The pluses, the minuses are very unlikely hits. I have an attack of opportunity down here on the 5th toe on the left foot, which will only go through successfully, likely, if I scratch it. either have feet or hooves. Well, I mean, they definitely have feet in this. You scratch the thin minotaur in the 5th toe with your left foot from behind, tearing the muscle. And then I fire a bolt. You know, I think I should stop doing that unless I'm on horseback, because holy shit, that takes a lot of turns to reload. Flying copper bolt strikes the thin minotaur in the upper body, which actually did quite a bit of damage. And then my horse just fucking raffle stomps it for a bit. God damn it, Kumil. Meant more about the pictures you sent me. Oh, yeah, no, you can talk about that now. No, that's fine. Sorry, I forgot the context. TLDR, I was running, I can bring it up, Hobo, if you want. TLDR, I was running around in an old world pre-release of adventure mode, and I took some screenshots of this and sent them to Hobo, which is essentially in the world that had sunbirths in it, that world that we played a bunch of forts in. Stoned Hobo had a character in the fort. Apparently, Stoned Hobo has become like some sort of criminal within that fort and is demanding items constantly and requesting items. And I keep on getting quests to steal stuff from him or on behalf of him. I kept getting quests to steal stuff from him or on behalf of him. And I also got a quest more or less being like, they must be stopped, which I think is really funny. That's all. Stoned Klepto. I mean, hey, it's probably a Twitch username somewhere. I'm gonna aim for the leg. I'm gonna stab. Stab the thin minotaur in the upper leg with Umrudum, chipping the bone. Okay, so there's several attacks of opportunity. One here on the neck. Specifically if I punch it. So I can punch him in the throat and get an opportunity hit. That's something I could do. I could do a basic combat tutorial. And then, okay, here's something I could do, chat. Because people keep asking me to do a combat tutorial. I could probably do this tonight. I could do a basic combat tutorial and also follow that up with a combat tactics tutorial once we get the directions. I could do that. Just... You are correct! This entire time, Kumil's been walking around with the thing's tongue in its mouth. This reminds me of the time that I bit a goblin's nose off and then spat it out 3 days later when I realized it was still in my mouth. Ew, indeed, yes. Man. Nom! Pretty much, yes. Kumil is just built different? Probably. Because that's what I could do. I could do a tutorial right now talking about, like, this stuff in here. That is something I could do. Oh, I got a... Okay, so let's close that for a second. I have a attack of opportunity on the head if I bite him. I bite the thin minotaur in the head, tearing the muscle. I've seen multiple videos of horses eating baby, like chickens, like chicks, yes. Horses are like monsters, sort of, in a lot of ways. They'd eat us if we were small enough. So I have 2 attacks of opportunities, a toe or a toe, if I scratch it. Let's scratch him. You scratch the minotaur's 3rd toe and the injured part is ripped into loose shreds. Ugh. Oops. Kumil jumped in and started attacking. Hood's right horn. Is that your name? I'm gonna demand he ceases hostilities. He says never. Well, Don't tell me I didn't try. The horse will not give you any mercy. Well, he's down. Oh, I can't jump. Let's go for the neck. Stab him. You stab the thin minotaur in the neck from behind with rudum, tearing the muscle, tearing the upper spine's nervous tissue. An artery has been opened, and it's firmly lodged in the wound. So I can just bump attack to get it back. You bash him from behind with the crossbow, and just bump into it with the keyboard to get Rodum back. He's regaining balance. How are you standing back up? Stab him in the neck again. Heavy attack. Stab. Stab the thin minotaur from behind with your Rodum in the muscle, tearing the spine's nervous tissue. Horses are herbivores. Horses are herbivores who like to break the laws of nature once in a while. So what you're telling me is that horses are herbivores who are just walking around going, breaking the law, breaking the law. Speaking of breaking the law, Draken's soul used to be rich. Can I get a round of beers, chat? I mean, humans defy the laws of nature all the time, so, I mean, honestly. Herbivores with cheat days. Yeah, it's like me being vegetarian. It's like I'm vegetarian until I'm not. Stab it again. Stab the thin minotaur in the neck from behind. His neck is cloven asunder, but he's not dead. You stab the minotaur in the head from behind with your Rodum, tearing the muscle, fracturing the skull, and tearing the brain. A tendon in the skull has been torn. Breaking the lawn. Oh boy. Damn. Son. I'm a dabbling spear dwarf. Did the horse get hurt? I don't even think the horse took a hit. He was thin, so he wasn't super strong. Ability to stand somewhat impaired. Lower body is bruised. Okay, so his front leg is cut open and her rear leg is bruised. So bruising, a cut, and that's about it. You know, what might actually be wise? The next time I see stray horses, I think we should retire Kumail. Kumail and the cowardly cowman clip. What? I don't understand. Fine, if you clip this, Murdoch Burke's name is explained. Maybe, we'll see. Speaking of, where is Kumail? There you are. I'm gonna put the crossbow and spear away. Hopefully. Yes. Well, I mean, as time passes. What part is the horse still holding? 301 silver coins. Nothing. Horse is quite alarmed, though. I greet the listener. I'm talking with my horse. I'm going to ask how the listener's feeling. Gonna try. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. I hope I didn't just claim the site. Am I a lord now? Oops. No. Oh shit, I did claim the site for myself. I wish that it wouldn't do that. I wish there was a confirmation. It's fine. I am a lord of this dungeon, I suppose. I'm gonna tell a joke about that I'm a lord. So the Forgotten Beast and the Forgotten Beast forgot is the joke that I just told. And I'm gonna try to calm the listener. Calm yourself! Goodbye. So ominous. I am Maze Lord now. Yeah. It's quite the reality, eh? What about the tongue trophy? Let me just look at it. Open up my inventory. It's not that heavy. I could bring it with me, but I don't really want to outside of the novelty. You know, now that I've killed the Minotaur, because I'm a dwarf, I can take other dwarves on a mini tour. Throw it at people who doubt us. You deny my trophy? Eat this tongue. And the elf said, are you going to eat that? I'm going to drop the tongue, chat. Sorry. What's the biggest size? I've seen the weight, which is the little icon with the little yellow thing next to it, above 10,000. So, very heavy. Calling it a delicacy that nobody will eat just to get rid of it, yeah. I've discovered a cave. The game didn't crash. Esteemed gutters. Horsey's okay, just scarring. No. Well, no. I've had beef tongue. I've also had moose tongue. Same place. I had a tongue stew. Also, you know, haven't said this enough today, but YouTube, thank you very much for the 300 of you that are watching right now. Twitch chat, thanks for the 400 of you that are watching right now. Well, 465, in fact. It's a lot of people. I know that's a, you know, not a lot for some people, but for me, that's a lot of people. So thank you very much for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, if you could do me a huge favor, click that like button. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button if you want to see me stream more Dwarf Fortress. Because, surprise, surprise, I do a lot of that. Is to avenge your adventurer by killing an Etten that has an artifact bronze mace. Did this Etten also kill your adventurer?
How about a compromise? I'll click the bits button.
I mean, that requires clicking and typing, doesn't it? It's like a multi-step compromise. Since it was freed up, hell yeah. Discovered a cave entrance. Why is there a bunch of badgers around this cave? This could also just be like a passageway down to the caverns. I think I see the entrance. Nope. Maybe that it? Nope, that not it. That it? Nope, that not it. Nope, that not it. Nope, not it. Is that the cave? That might actually be the cave. Which means If it's a surface cave, I'm very scared about what it'll be. Oh, I just did. I just did the savings. You know, I gotta say that this Dwarves adventures have been interesting enough to almost edit it into a Let's Play. And I'm more and more convinced as that goes. Look mode is literally the mouse. I don't think there's a keyboard look mode right now, so if you want to look, you have to use the mouse or right click. An ad break just popped. I'm going to go grab my lunch, chat. I will be back in a moment. We settle on this domain of the labyrinth. There's no reason to settle right now. It just makes you a lord. Doesn't actually do anything. I will be back in a sec, chat. I'm going to go grab my sandwich.
Sandwich!
Why are your dogs going? Oh, do you have pet dogs? Or are these like Dwarf Fortress dogs? And are they attacking a pig? Is that what's happening?
Blind nom, blind nom, blind nom.
Billy the fish, what's up? Thank you very much for the second Prime sub. Appreciate you. Negotiation sort of is in. You can argue with people. A demon? Where'd you find a demon? You usually keep it pixel perfect. It's often pretty necessary to zoom out, yeah. How was the Fallout show? No spoilers. Curious about what you thought. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Billy? Your wagon started on top of it. Oh. What's the name of it? Is it somebody important? Because that's kind of insane. Really? I love it when stuff like that happens. Is it short-lived fortress? That's awesome. Really well done. I'm glad. I'm somebody who, like, doesn't care at all about Fallout, modern Fallout specifically, but I want people who like Fallout to be happy, so. Oh, okay. So that's probably not a demon. I would bet that that is a necromancer experiment. Does DF Premium work on Linux? Yes. Although the beta is apparently really crashy if you try to play adventure mode right now. So many little nods to the games. You love it? That's good. I mean, it's a big enough universe that they could literally just pull a story out of it. Oh no, Mitt Dipin on in YouTube chat says that they corrupted their save. How'd you do that? What did you do that corrupted your save? Let's dismount real quick. 288 years old? Sure, but it could absolutely be a necromancer. It sounds like it's a necromancer experiment with a name like that. Okay, it's not letting me make a campfire. Although it is letting me set stuff on fire. I'm just gonna drink some water. I'm gonna mount the horse. I don't want to be woken up by a night creature or something. So I'm just gonna go slightly south. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You just need to have a necromancer in the world to have necromancer experiments. Okay, let's park here. Wait for 8 hours. Oh boy. Good thing. This is why I sleep on the back of my horse. The horse did heal you. I mean, if you checked while it was still alive, you could have clicked on it and seen what it is. But because it's got somebody's name and then it says demon, I don't think it's actually a demon. But that's just a hunch from me. I could be wrong. Yeah, we're getting attacked by an army of foxmen. But I'm eating a sandwich, so I'm going to prioritize that. Is this the end? I doubt it. One second. I'm just gonna go put stuff in the sink. Horse goes bush. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of don't want to fight them. Because there is a lot of them. Let's see what they're wielding. Okay, they're not wielding anything. How big is a fox person? That's what matters here, is how big is a fox person? Much smaller than a dwarf. They're sorry, but dingo people, not fox people. You are correct. I can read, I swear. How big is a dingo man? Not a fox man. Although, admittedly, they look almost identical. Slightly larger, but still very small. Tell them to dingo away. That's all I have to say. It means I'm stunned. So I was just sleeping on the back of my horse. When you wake up, it takes a little while for you to like grok your surroundings and wake up, right? That is currently what my dwarf is going through. He's waking up still. Was almost a laugh. Kinda, yeah, it had that vibe. So because they are naked and have no gear, how much ammo do I have? Yeah, I'm out of ammo. I'm gonna eat a berry. I'm going to hit, or I'm gonna pull out my weapons, then I'm gonna hit P. I'm going to put away my crossbow. I'm going to put it into my backpack. Then I'm gonna put that away and pull it back out. So I've got my spear equipped. I need to wake up first. Let's set Kumil to canter. See if we can play some Mountain Blade, shall we? Get a square strike in its upper body. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Get a square strike in its upper body or an attack of opportunity in its right paw with my stab. And then I fly off the horse and dodge off the horse. The dingo woman misses me. You stab the dingo woman in the right paw, not the wrong paw, with Umrodim, tearing apart the muscle. Many nerves have been severed. Kumil kicks the dingo woman in the lower arm with her right hoof, bruising the fat. The muscular dingo man attacks Kumil, but she jumps away, and at some point I jumped off of the horse. We're going to keep a close eye on how Kumil is doing. No, horse dodged a bunch of hits. Horse didn't take hits. Yeah, no health problems, it's fine. This one is attacking me. Okay. We're going to attack it. I do have an attack of opportunity on its arm. But I don't have a shield, right? Only if I scratch it. Kind of would like to go for something a bit more optimal for me, damage-wise. Stab it. The frail dingo man jumps away, so I didn't actually get the hit off. Okay, so one's attacking the horse, Kumil. One is attacking me. Good dodge. I have an opportunist attack on its right hand with my stab, so I'm going to do that. Funky Spider, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Scratches using fingernails, yeah. Or sometimes a weapon. I think it's just fingernails. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Spider? Thank you very much. Sweet, that went well. Then I dodged out of the way of something. Stabbed the dingo woman in the right hand with Rodim, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The dingo woman attacks you, but you jump away. The dingo man attacks Kumil, and okay, so Kumil got bruised. That's concerning. Frail dingo man scratches you in the head, but the attack was deflected. Okay, so I'm a little bit worried. I need a martial trance like bad. This one's attacking me, but moving. Everybody else is recovering. I could have just run away from this, by the way. I decided to do it because I thought it would be fun. Go for a neck strike. To bash it. Okay. Dingo Man scratches Kumil in the left front leg, tearing the skin and tearing the muscle. Oh boy. Yeah, I could multi-attack, but it leaves you pretty vulnerable, right? This one is attacking me. Let's dodge east. That was not east game, but okay. Kumail kicks the muscular dingo man in the head, bruising the muscle. Let's dodge south. Then Dingo Man punches Kumail in the side, bruising the fat. Oh boy. Kumail, if you die. Should I take a vacation to the glue factory after this fight? Yeah. Let's actually take a peek at them. You're healthy. Healthy. Heavy bleeding. Healthy. 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 But can't stand. Okay, so... let's go for the one who's regaining balance, which is the top one. We're gonna strike it. I could get an opportunist attack in its tooth. Could get a direct hit in the tooth. That's a pretty good one, because that might cause the head to snap and break stuff, so. Kumail's a horse, not a goat, man. Come on. Dingo punches the horse, bruising him. Kumail kicks one of them in the right lower leg from behind with her right hoof, and the injured part explodes. Booyah! The force pulls the right upper leg, tearing apart the skin, bruising the fat, and bruising the lower spine's nervous tissue. You stab the frail dingo man in the right eye with your... Wait, in the right eye tooth. Okay. With your erdem, and the severed part sails off an arc. I was hoping that would, like, bend its neck or something. Does cause the dingo man to fall over. Another dingo man punches Kumail from behind, bruising the muscle. Ugh. How are you doing, Kumail? Healthy, just slight pain, bruising. Some cuts. Your Dwarf, Dingo Man ate your baby? That seems like slander. Okay. What about the other one? Charging east and attacking me. I kind of want to dodge. Although if you're charging... Okay, so this one's charging east to hit me. This one's just going to attack me. So that's what I've discerned. Basically, there would be an icon going this way, indicating charging, and an icon from this guy indicating attacking me. And then this is the one that I just knocked the tooth out of, right? Yeah, that's the one that just lost a tooth. So what I want to do is go for the one that's charging at me. I want to dodge, and I want to dodge southeast. Dingo bites Kumail. Ooh, Kumail kicks a Dingo Man. Hang in there. The Dingo Man's having trouble breathing. Kumail's bleeding. And they get in each other's way. Yeah, they can also friendly fire accidentally if they charge into each other, which is phenomenal. And hit you in the right eye. A direct hit stab in the right eye, which I missed. You'd have to stare at the wiki. I know willpower helps combat and a few other things, but the wiki gives you descriptions of that stuff, which would be much more useful than what I could tell you. Try jumping this way, which I do. Trying to get over to Kumail. Kumail, no! Kumail does kick the Dingo Man. Just bleeding. Horse, he ain't lost yet. Recovering from attacking the horse. I can get a strike of opportunity in the head if I kick it. So I just jumped towards this guy and then attempted to roundhouse kick him, but somehow still missed. Oh, fuck. Okay. Kumail kicks the Dingo Man in the left lower leg from behind the rear hoof, and the injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the force twists the upper leg. Okay, gives into the pain. No longer bleeding, though, so let's go, Kumail. Hang in there, dude. Dingo woman right hand. I keep moving up this way. I'm trying to get next to my horse again. Moving northwest, so moving that way to try and hit you. And you, I don't know which direction you're moving. I'd tell him to stop. Try and strike you. I could hit you in the left paw. With what? Kick it in the left paw. I'm not gonna kick it. It's too slow. And go for the head. Let's go for a quick strike to the head. I might just miss. I missed. Okay. Kumail kicks the frail dingo man in the lower body with the rear hoof, bruising the fat. I'm not going to be able to mount the horse, likely. They're all recovering. Yes, they are all recovering. Any attacks of opportunity? Several in the hands. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have any attacks of opportunity? That's what I'm looking for. Nope. I do have one, but it's a bad hit. It's a difficult hit, but I could punch it. I don't care. How's the beta? It's very much a beta. As in, there's features missing. But for what's here, it's still adventure mode. And I've played a lot of it in the last few days, and I'm having a great time, genuinely. Okay, so I can punch this one. We'll do that. I was gonna say, where the hell's my horse? You punch the frail dingo woman in the right hand from the side with your right hand, bruising the bone. The force twists the right lower arm, tearing apart the skin. Regaining balance, attacking Kumail. No attacks of opportunity, but I'll do what I got. I'm gonna go for a quick stab. The Kumail kicks the frail dingo man in the right lower arm with the front hoof, and the injured part explodes into gore. You stab the dingo man in the upper body from the side with your rodim, tearing the muscle, and an artery has been opened by the attack. The dingo man is having trouble breathing, and my weapon is firmly lodged in the wound. Shit, which one's that? Who's got my spear in their chest? I must find you so that I can get my spear back. So I really do need my spear, not in your chest, but in my hand. Might be this one. Shit. Nope, it's not. How about... Wait, never mind. It is still in there. Okay, so it's firmly lodged in the wind. I was going to bump attack. I grabbed the frail dingo woman by the lower arm. Attacking me with grab. No, I want to hit the one that's attacking me with grab. Horses are very large, yeah. Like, think about how big a dwarf is, like 3 feet tall, and then think about a horse. I'll scratch you. Okay, so Kumail is climbing over. I scratched the frail dingo woman in the muscle. Frail dingo is saying, help save me. Where the hell? Apparently it's in my hand, but I refuse to believe this. I took a bunch of punches. I get kicked, but it was deflected. I get punched, but it was also deflected. How's Kumail doing? Still bleeding. You don't have my spear stuck in you, do you? Nope. Do you have my spear stuck in you? Nope. Do you have my spear stuck in you? Nope. Do you have my spear stuck in you? No. Do you have my spear stuck in you? No. Oh boy. Because I need to bump attack the person who has my spear in them. to get my spear back. Pressing I. Pressing I and clicking the spear from that menu. Oh, I see. Gain possession. Interesting. Thank you. I struggle for and gain possession of it. The Dingo Man punches me. Okay, I take some hits. The Dingo Woman punches you in the head with her hand, but the attack is deflected. I do get a cut, I think, out of that. Let's see. Yes, I am bleeding. My neck is torn open and oozing blood. Ugh. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. Still not enough. I just need a martial trance, my guy. Game, please. So you're charging north to attack me, attacking me, attacking me. Charging northwest. Can I dodge any of these? I cannot. I can get an attack of opportunity in the lower body if I scratch them. We'll do that. It's that person. I get punched, which gives me a bruise and damages my robe. Dingo Man punches me, bruising the fat through my leather clothing. How's my horse doing? Not dying currently, so that's good. I am no longer bleeding. No health problems. My neck has a cut on it, but... recovering. Attacking me with left-hand punch. At least they're not biting me. Any opportune attacks? Nope. Any good attacks? I could hit you in the lower arm. Let's go for a stab. Should've gone for a quick stab. You stab the frail dingo woman. They miss me a bunch. One of them tries to charge me and collides with me and actually knocks... wait. Hold on. Okay, so... Frail dingo woman misses me. Frail dingo woman charges at me. Frail dingo woman collides with me. Frail dingo woman is knocked over and tumbles backwards. I'm a brick, I suppose. Yeah, the combat animations are great, aren't they, Starlock? The funny thing was the first time they showed them off, because they're all white, they showed them off using a naked dwarf, a naked human model. And everybody's like, so why is there white spray all over these naked men? Like, it's kind of funny. Long pause, awkward questions. The dingo woman punches you in the left in the left foot with her left hand, bruising the skin through the wombat leather high boot. The easiest start, Funky Spoder, or Funky Spider, is start off as a goblin because they don't need to eat or drink. Humans are fine, but dwarves are tougher, basically, because dwarves have access to martial trance, which makes them one of the strongest default races to play as, at least in a combat sense. Reminds you of the old super hidden fun stuff where there was indiscernible fluid everywhere. Indiscernible fluid everywhere. Yep. We are talking about Dwarf Fortress. Video games. Accurate. For anybody who's curious, when Adventure Mode released on the day before Adventure Mode released, I had 51,508 YouTube subscribers. I now have 51,826. Cool. I don't know why I'm looking at YouTube stats. I should close that shit. But thank you, everybody, for all the subs. All right, let's... they're all moving, regaining balance. Because you're regaining balance, any opportune attacks? Ooh, there is one. I can hit him in the left tooth. No, I'm good. Maxon, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Indiscernible fluid? I'm sure that indiscernible fluid would definitely open for municipal waste at some point, so... Save the game in the middle of the fight? Okay. Actually, I should have done a hard save there and continued playing. Because this would be a good time, actually, a good thing to do a combat tutorial. Hope it's been a good stream. No complaints. Been good. It's been an interesting start to the beta, I'll put it that way. Also, there's while I'm waiting for this to reload, ad for my stuff. We got a bunch of new adventure mode themed merch up on the merch store, including a new mug, which is available in really big mug size, which is the best size for mug. There's normal mug size, bigger mug size, and uber mug size. So if you would like a 590 milliliter mug, I have that for sale right now. It's a big mug for big worlds and big adventures. I also need to figure out how to do that retroactively for the rest of my mugs, as well as, like, you know, a bunch of stickers. A Dwarf, a Roguelike, an elf, a human, and a goblin. When beer mug size. So I'm never gonna sell beer mugs, and I'm gonna tell you why in one sentence. The company that makes the merchandise that I sell through does make beer mugs, but they make them in the US, and so it would cost like $50 to ship one to Europe. I have absolutely no ETAs for anything. PPS Survivor. Just joined for the guides you saw? Gotcha. What's funny is, like, I'm never going to do any more Quasimorph because that game went from being a game I was super interested in to being a game I was super duper not interested in when they were like, yeah, it's not a roguelike anymore, it's an extraction shooter. I was like, ah, fuck. Don't want to play a game like that to go around and grind. Nah, not my bag. Never going to do that. But glad you're liking the guides, though.
At Blindy RL, would you say the adventure mode beta has met expectations or exceeded them?
Initial expectations? For playability expectations. Playability, I think it's great. My expectations for it were weird, though, because I had no idea... Oh, am I in a martial trance yet? Wish that it would say what that means. I'm actually quite disappointed in a lot of ways. And the reason I say that... Oh, shit! My zone is called the Absolute Tomb. That's a really good name. The reason I was quite disappointed was the only piece that I knew wasn't going to be in the beta was building. So I didn't realize how feature incomplete it was going to be until 2 days before launch. But playability-wise, I think it's great. But I'm mostly over it at this point. It's not really a disappointment. It's more just a, oh, God, kind of deal. Thought it would be so much more in-depth story-wise. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like their publisher at all. Basically, around the time Quasimorph was picked up by Hype Train, I was like, well, this game's almost dead to me. I do not like Hype Train. Hype Train is one of those publishers that takes a lot of money, has a lot of demands, a lot of requests, a lot of expectations, and then their way of marketing games I find very deceptive. I don't like it. Hovering from attacking me or moving north. Something playable is what we got. Definitely. The only real thing that I'm disappointed by or wish that they'd done slightly differently is I wish that the pre-communication in advance of it going live was clearer as to what was going to be in and what was going to be a work in progress. I wish there was just, like, the blog post that we got this morning that has the list of things that Tarn put together. In my opinion, that should have come out last week. No, it'll absolutely get there. I think that's totally fine. It just made yesterday extraordinarily stressful for me. That's all. Because I spent I don't want to get into it again, but I basically spent all of yesterday just telling people what wasn't in the beta, and that really sucked. That's all. But it's mostly just me being a semantics annoyance. It'll get there, though. I'm not worried about that. Okay, so let's take a peek. Lower body strike, very square. Stab the dingo woman in the lower body with or dim. Tearing the muscle. It's firmly lodged in the wound, so let's try this again. Something I'm going to do real quick is regain possession of it. And then I'm going to pause. Punches you in the body with her hand, but it's deflected. Punches you in the leg. It's deflected. Camille charges the... and it was... Okay, so I'm going to do a hard save here. Oh, geez. Renkatsu's gifting a Bigu edition of the new mug to chat. If you would like in Twitch chat, if you would like a chance to win a mug, type in ! Enter. It's not limited to subs or anything. But it is limited to just Twitch chat. The quest log is 50% of the missing features for you. I found enough workarounds for the missing features in the quest log that I'm kind of okay without it currently. I'm kind of okay without it currently. The thing for me is just butchery, basically. That's the one that really like hurts me, but. Okay. I just had to read a list of things that was just sent to me regarding the building. Will there be badges for sale? You mean like pins? Kind of deal? Okay, so save and continue playing. We're going to call this Combat with Dingo Men. Devil Done just won the mug. Congratulations, Devil Dawn. Just click on the redeem link and you'll grab it. I'm sure you know the drill. You're around here all the time. Congrats, dude. Enjoy the mug. And thanks again, Ryan Katsu, for gifting that. It's very kind. Yep. If you know the name of your adventurer, Blip Bandit, which I like your username, by the way, you can absolutely go find it in Legends. You can also find them or have them show up as visitors in Fortress mode. Or, like, walk one to one of your fortresses and park them there and they'll stay there. If you retire them there after asking to stay. So there is a reason I haven't done pins. The reason is pretty simple. I have to do a minimum order and pay for them up front. And the minimum order is 300 if I want to be able to ship them internationally. And that means shipping for some regions would be very expensive. And that also means there's a lot of risk on my end, and I will be completely honest with you, every time I've done polls to see how many people would buy pins from me, it's a much lower number than 300. Same thing goes for, like, guitar patches and stuff. So, I don't know. If my audience stays around 400 or 500, maybe. But, like 2 weeks ago, basically for the last year, I've been sitting at about 200 concurrent viewers, which is a really good number, and I'm totally fine with that. But, like, it's not quite enough to, like, sell 300 of a thing. Especially when it's like, let's just say, I'll be generous here, $10 for the pin, $5 for a set of $5 for a set of 3 pins would be my cost probably. So let's just say it ends up costing you like $8 for the pins, or pin, depending on how nice the pin is, and then an additional $10 in ship. Like that's a lot of request for a certain type of person. And like it would be cheaper if I went and made them, but then I have to do the shipping, and I ain't gonna do that. This is a question that could sound overambitious. If you enslave 2 demon lords, they attack each other. Your adventurer's goal is based off of the response. I am not the person to ask because I know that you can enslave demon lords, but I've never done it myself. For a lapel pin, it's fucking expensive cost for me. But let me tell you this, I would never buy a pin, right? And the Way I've pulled it before is basically just, hey, would you buy a pin from me if I put a pin up for sale? And then the response either was like, no, because I'm broke, or no, I wouldn't buy a pin, or maybe, or sure. And then like I get half a dozen sures or a dozen sures, and it's like, okay, I mean, I'm not gonna do that. It's just not worth it. But would a custom order ever be an option? Right click on my emotes, download it and print it off and make your own. And then send me a photo and call it fan art. I won't sue you. Just don't sell them, please. All right. That's probably the best option if you want a pin. Okay, so we've got 2 that are recovering from attacking me, 1 that's moving southeast. Get vomit. I don't need to get vomit, game. It's just a normal... Let's go for one of the ones that's recovering. Ooh, I can get a good hit in on their hand. If I go for their finger, I can get an opportune attack. Actually, let's go for their leg. I'm gonna bash them with the butt of my spear. But I'm gonna go for... Ooh, I don't want to go for the slow. Let's go for... I don't want to go for the very slow. I want to go for the slow. We're gonna go for a bash attack on their leg. Oop, I see blood. Well, it's not mine. Dingo attacks Kumo, but she jumps away. The dingo woman punches you in the right thing. Okay. You bash the frail dingo woman in the upper leg with the shaft of Rodim. You get it? Throw it at him. Maybe once some more of them are dead. There's enough like creatures running around right now that I'm like, eh. All right, Stone. We'll see you when we see ya. Found a bug in Fortress mode. Where should you post it? Either the Dwarf Fortress bug tracker, which you can Google, or DMing it to Putnam if she's in the chat right now, or the Kit Fox Discord has a room in it for submitting bugs. Removing. We'll go for the one that's recovering. Get you in the lower arm. Also get you in the body. Fairly square. No attacks of opportunity. Let's check the other one. Wait, what? The one that I clicked on. Nope, this isn't the one that I clicked on the first time. I can get you in the leg with an... Ooh, I could get a simple direct hit stab attack on their leg. Let's do that. I stabbed a frail dingo woman in the right upper leg with Rodim, fracturing it. Perfect. That's what we need. We need them injured. How many of them are just bleeding out on the ground? They're stacked up. So this one's experiencing mortal feel, unconscious and bleeding. This one is bleeding and nauseous. This one is pale, bleeding and nauseous. This one is fine. This one is unconscious and bleeding. This one is bleeding. Okay, yeah, we're definitely winning. That one's fine. You're fine. You're bleeding. Shield user better than dodge. I think both can be perfectly effective, but I don't have numbers in front of me to tell you a direct answer to that. And I hit the one who's recovering from attacking my horse. I can get a attack of opportunity on its ear. I think I'll just go for its arm. And we're going to bash it. So it's this one. Also need to check how the horse is doing, who's fine. Not if you keep dodging. Okay, I can just get free hits on this one. We're going to stab you in the neck. Which lodges my spear firmly in the wound, which also tears the muscle and tears apart the spine, which is the one directly in front of me. Winded, unconscious, and bleeding, can't move. I'm going to open up my inventory, scroll down, and regain my spear. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay. Oh, I see. I have to click gain possession. Clearly I didn't. I thought I did, but... View. Gain possession. There we go. Struggle to get it back. Kumail kicks the frail dingo man from behind with a hoof, and the injured part collapses. Regaining balance. You're standing. Strike. Can I hit you? Lower arm. Neck. Square. We're going to quick attack it in the next stab. We struck one down, I think, or did the horse? The horse just got one. You stab the fat dingo man in the neck, which tears the muscle. Kunil kicks one in the head with their rear hoof, and the injured part collapses. Matt, that makes you think that the shield user would be better. I'm going to tell you this. I don't know enough about the minutia of Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode combat to be able to give you a direct answer. If I knew, I would tell you. I mean, like, yes, there are dodge preferences, right? There's attack preferences, default attack. Strike without charging or wrestling, you know. These are more for bump attacks, though, in a lot of cases, from what I can tell. Like, if you're just... Somebody can correct me here if I'm wrong, and this would actually be very useful information for me. These are settings for just auto-attacking. So if you're just clicking on them, attack. Whereas... this is manual attack, right? Pretty sure. Although the dodge/block, it's like freely move between tiles if dodging. Do not move current tile when dodging, even if it means being struck. It's like, okay, so that would adjust this, but I'm default attack is wrestling. Yeah, so this stuff would be. This stuff would be for auto-attacking. This one would affect this, and then this one is what? It's just dodge away from... Yeah, this is also would be auto-attacks, right? It's going all right, Bob. How you doing? It's good to see you. Is there any way to play other races other than Goblin and not have to worry about food if you can't butcher and gather? So if you're playing in the fall... or correct seasons, you can gather fruit from trees, and you can pick things like spinach leaves and various berries if they're in season. But unlike in Fortress mode, they're not available year-round, just when they're in season. Also, holy shit, DS, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 2 for 6 months in advance. Jesus Christ, dude. Appreciate you, mate. Wow. There you go. You should have the sound commands now. Means a lot. That is huge. And also just gave out 5 gifts. God damn, man. Thank you so much. As I'm just sitting here murdering dingo folks. Okay, Bastet. News good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put this into. I'm gonna add this to my notes. I'm just going to call this Combat Basics. I do still have some others, like one for music and dancing, one for stealing food, finding locations on the map. Which kind of also fits in finding layers, but I've got that as well. Finding boogeymen, music and dancing. I've got a bunch of different things that I haven't done that are on my list of things that people have been asking me to do tutorials of. So I will try and get to that stuff. Did I make that hard save? Yes. Yes, I did. But chat room, can I get a round of beers for DS? Thank you very much. You know what? Here, you guys have been kind to me. Here, this penultimate I have a gift. This one's from me. I wonder if spatial awareness is tied into dodging and has any effect on death dodges. I'd assume it would. Talking, moving southeast. Let's go for the one that's regaining balance. Strike. All simple hits. And bash it in the head. Probably just auto attack at this point. Let's just keep bashing you in the head. Devildon, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Greatly. Seriously, dude. I don't want to read you screaming for help. That's sad. Kumo kicks one. Most of these are unconscious, so we're just going to keep hitting the ones that are on the ground. Stab you in the head. That's one down. Kind of strange to me that I can't right-click to... Whoa! Also, Deep Space, thank you very much for chucking up 5. Cheers, man. I hope that your time with adventure mode has been good too. Cheers, mate. Thanks for starting that hype train. I love how eating it is an option. I can't wait for the day that I actually have to throw a spear to kill somebody. I'm just going to start bashing in the head. You know, I'm going to auto-attack these for a little bit. Let's get 2 of them. Stab the frail dingo woman in the head with Rodum. The injured part is cloven asunder. My horse kills another one of them. Another one has been struck down by the horse. They're splitting now. I'm going to stab you in the leg. Or try to. Which actually kicks me in the left... Wait. No, sorry. Kumil. One of them kicks Kumil in the left eye with her left part, and the injured part explodes. Kumil, the one-eyed horse. Holy fuck. An auto go to surface button. You're so lost in this fortress. Yeah, I've learned my lesson after many times of getting stupidly stuck in fortresses that I just do not go into dwarven fortresses for any reason unless I know what I'm looking for or where I'm going. And if I do, I stay close to the central stair. It's been fun. You've played Adventure. You haven't played. First time you played Adventure mode in years. You've been loving the combat so much. Absolutely fantastic duels. Yeah, no, it's been fun. I don't know how entertaining this is to watch, to be honest, but I really hope that this game, or this portion of the game, develops an audience similar to Battle Brothers, because that's kind of the same. It's kind of a similar vibe, even though it's a very different game. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. You guys are extremely kind. It's very fun to watch. Hey! I mean, my plan, Canid's kind of going forward is going to be like a couple days of adventure mode, a week of fort mode. A couple days of adventure mode, week of fort mode. Can hit you with an opportune strike in the upper chest.
Hype.
What do I have to do, though? To kick you? Okay. I'll kick you in the chest. Kumil's biting somebody again. Biting the dingo woman in the left paw, tearing apart the muscle and bruising an artery, which has been opened by the attack, and many nerves have been severed, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. I will just state this. If you are brand new to adventure mode, do not under any circumstances play an animal creature. Because 1, you'll find no gear that fits you. And 2, a lot of them are very small or weird shapes and sizes and are very fragile. You want to learn adventure mode, play a dwarf or a goblin. Or a human. Stuff that has gear readily available. It is adorable. I mean, you could also play an elf. The problem with elves is because elves, unless it's an elf with that is part of like dwarven or human society, the only gear they can get is made of wood that they can start with. You're stuck underground and have been surviving on troglodyte blood? Holy shit, dude. That's kind of bad. It's kind of rad, actually. You didn't get very far, though. I mean, it's fun for the memes, but just realize that that's kind of what it'll end up being a lot of the time is memes. Okay, I could get a attack of opportunity on their leg if I bash them. which fractures the bone. I'm actually gonna swap to this one. Elfie, thanks for trucking a gift. Any opportune attacks here? Whoop, there is. Whoa! Deep sea fishing. Thanks for the 10-pack. Seriously, man. Holy shit. Levels up the train. Thank you so much. Let's hit you in the left foot paw by punching it. I really want to try throwing my spear, but it did crash the game that one time, so now I'm kind of scared to do it. Stab it in the head from behind with Rodim. Tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull. An artery has been opened by the attack. His tendon has been torn. Good day indeed. Fantastic day, man. You've been playing a goblin. It would be great to be able to eat meat. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, if you starve yourself, you will lose muscle mass and fat. That is true. But you can still eat meat. You just have to go to dwarven fortresses and find stuff, right? Go to human towns and go to the markets and steal stuff, right? That's the way to acquire food. Devildawn, thanks for chucking a sub at Norisa. Stick a fork in him, he's done. I mean, pretty much. You know, I wonder, hold on. Is my stuff lodged in the wound? Do I need to regain possession? Actually, why don't I do this? Let's wrestle with this thing. Grab you with the right hand, which means I probably could grab my... Yeah, I could grab my spear back because it's impaled in him. I'm gonna grab the neck with my hand. I grab it, and it's unable to shake the grip. And I'm going to go back to wrestling. Aw, man. Well, I can pinch its throat, so I'll pinch its throat. You pinch the throat with your right hand, tearing apart the hair. We're going to keep wrestling with this. Release the grip. Wrestle. Grab with hand. Let's grab the dingo man by the lower body with my right hand. He's trying to talk to me. Oh man, I can't really do a takedown. I'm just gonna keep pinching him. Oh shit, I finally entered a martial trance after all of this shit. I pinch the dingo with my right hand. The fat dingo man punches you in the left foot. Gain possession of my spear again. And let's hit it in the finger by kicking it. I kick it in the finger, and it says, "Help, save me!" Start a conversation with it. I'm gonna demand that it yields. And it hits me a bunch of times, and it says, "You must yield," and then it strikes me repeatedly. I guess that's the answer to that question. I will hit it in the upper body and stab it. And then, you know what? I'm just gonna bump it. Bump attack it. Punch it. Stab it. He falls over, turns around. Repeatedly hit this one. Where did my horse go? Where is Kumail? Bled to death. Just repeatedly stabbing and regaining my stuff. Its paw goes flying. All right. Almond murder. Yeah, no kidding. The horse chose death? Oh, no, the dingo man chose death. I was going to say, if I've lost my horse, I'm very sad, but... I'm going to... I don't feel safe enough to rest. Oh, there's one. Stand back up. Let's try and strike it. I was trying to just auto-attack and I kept dodging. Let's hit it in the leg with the attack of opportunity. Kick it. I could hit it in the neck with an opportune strike? Doing what? Raphael, thanks for the $1. Chat room hype train's almost over. Did my horse run? It kind of seems that way. I have to try and find it. Scratch it. Attack of opportunity on the throat. Kicking it in the throat. That's... Charges me. We tangle and fall over. I'm now lying down. Try and wrestle it. Grab it with my hand. Grab the neck with my hand. Jumps away. I can't throw it. I don't actually have enough wrestling skill, believe it or not. Try and just bash it. Scratches me. I'm gonna try standing up. Where'd it go? Oh, it charged me. Let's see. Okay, it was stunned for a second there. I think we're winning. Stab it in the right paw, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Are we? We're currently winning a fight against a bunch of dingo men, but I'm very worried my horse just fucked off forever. All right, it died. Let's wait for an hour. Okay, horse came back, and there's now a bunch of buzzards here who we don't need to fight. Calm yourself. They're just seeking the bodies. You stupid horse. I need to mount you and teach you to not bully the natural wildlife for zero reason. Man, you managed to kill 3 of them. The fuck, dude? Okay, just calm down. Why is there a bone? Did you have that bone in your mouth? The fuck? Hold on, this isn't the appropriate song right now. This is just, where is it? Where's Pony right? Oh, there it is. Can't make this stuff up. I mean... I think it's time to save. Horse, what is the horse feelings? What is the horse feelings? Probably vengeful after existing conflict, I think. That fight was legitimately like 45 minutes. Good lord. Like the splash screen? I think it's great. I wish you could just like go into the settings and like swap out the splash screen too. A new kind of cryptid? I mean, yeah. Actually, chat room, do you guys... Here, I'll update the save. Because I made a hard save, and I called it combat encounter, I think. I'm just going to, real quick, update it on the Discord if anybody wants to download an updated version. Especially because an ad break's about to pop anyway, so... Took me a minute to do. What number Urist is this? I think this is my second Urist. But this particular Urist is called, Urist Landwalk. Also, pro tip, do not rename the name of your world while you're playing. I did that once, and let's just say that it crashed. Combat with Dingo Man. Send to zip file. Then I'll rename the zip file and then upload that. We'll call this Adventure World 01 Save Tool. It's going up into the announcements section for anybody who wants it. Okay. Landwalk, yeah. 3, yes. Orbsman and beer drunken. This is true, yes. You might play as a parakeet man? Well, that would the nice thing about being a parakeet is you're naturally going to be a happy couple. I'm very scared of this area here. Ooh. It's an Untamed Wilds mountain. Huh. I'm gonna walk around this. Actually, we're at the beginning of the day. We should be able to get through it. Although I am going to drop down briefly over here. Just to grab some water. You should be a cardinal and try and attain a rank in society so that you can be a cardinal. Cardinal, the cardinal. Lord Cardinal. There you go. We should be able to get through it. I mean, there's the river. Do. Oh, I need to read the word story. Let's see. Hold up. Dwarven lands with many vile forces leads claimed demigods to the god-faced palm smack. They thankfully twist bop it while hitting stuff. All caught up. If you want to take part in that, there's a room in my Discord called Add a Word Stories where you can add words to the nonsense. As long as it's like a functional sentence, I'll read it. And not just, you know, full of curse words. You wonder how fast a cheetah man could run? I wonder how much wood a woodchuck man could chuck. So I think my current, like, end game goal for this adventurer is to get to the point where I'm satisfied with the stuff that I've acquired. And then we're going to settle in a location. Oh, I'm fucking up. Then we're going to settle in a location, or at like a town or something. Then I'm going to build a fortress nearby that town. And then I'm going to march the adventurer to that location. And after I've done that, we're going to then bring this adventurer to that location and put this adventurer into a new fortress. And then maybe bring 2 or 3 more. And then play that fort for maybe a day. And then head back out. We're going to start building little forts in this world. That's what we're going to do. Because I've been entertained by this world. I hope you guys have been too. And we've done a ton of like uber mega projects recently in fort mode. Oh. That's pretty rad. There's a dragon on this volcano, but we are nearing our location, actually. The Dragon Ooble Flicker Heat in the Golden Silvers. The Golden Silvers is rumored to be in Rage Cavern. All right, so that's officially the best name for a cave. That's fantastic. That's fucking perfect. Awesome. Rage Cavern. I'd love to see a show in Rage Cavern. I can't wait for their first music festival. Oh, that is wonderful. Also, I'm pretty sure, unless this has been changed, now that I've gone around and discovered all these locations, if I embark a fortress in this world, I will see all of these locations. That is rad, dude. That is so good. It's a cave on a volcano named Rage Cavern, yeah. Where's Raging Cave when we need him? We found his home. Have any of you guys adventurers gained cool titles? Your favorite so far has been Lycott Rulerwald, the Indigo Arrow of Amazing. That's pretty good. Okay, how close are we to that? Okay, so I want to say this is the mountain range that I've been looking for. And there is some sort of settlements down here, so we're going to head down in that direction. You started building a new fort today that you will venture in and start working for it, so you're kind of doing the opposite of building yourself a fort I live in. Building yourself a fort I live in, yeah, that's fair. Build a home base, you know? You can't adventure out from a fort that you've built, but you could start close by and then just call that your home base. First mission for adventure could be just move there. Anyone figure out how to get meat without butchering? Human markets. Big human cities have meat markets, and you don't get punished for stealing food. Yeah, this is Rage Cavern right there. That's such a good name, though. My God. There's a dragon that lives there, Shadow, and it's literally called Rage Cavern. I love that chat's figuring out why adventure mode is stupidly cool. Bone doll. Okay, what's this? There's a dwarven fort here named Fordworks. And it's in a tiny little evil biome, from what I can tell. But this is actually like a fort. This is not a... Eat a berry. Eat a fish. Directly south of me. Yes, it's a fort, not a fortress. Uh-oh. Coiled hair, forlorn stalker, says identify yourself. Okay, this is not a friendly fortress. I'm going to leave. Does identify myself. Yeah, no, we're going to leave. Yeah. The coiled hair master forlorn stalker says identify yourself. We must leave. We are not welcome in this place. Do you have to travel on foot for the not fast travel screen to become colorful? You have to be able to see it for the outer world, for the non-fast travel screen to become colorful. It's an undead fort? Well, this is the edge of that dead civilization that I talked about, so... Two of your adventurers died to drowning, and the other wolfman lives on in legend. Sorry, there's this... I really need to respond to this text. There's a discussion I need to weigh in on. I apologize for constantly looking at my phone here. One of the people on my strata really wants to start fining somebody for plugging his electric car into the building instead of, like, getting his own car charger. And I'm like, that is petty and fucking stupid. And I've been making notices for the building using my Photoshop skill, or lack thereof. And he really wants me to make a notice basically warning this guy that we're going to fine him if he keeps doing it. We have no logical grounds to fine him because it's not against our bylaws. I'm refusing, so just making that clear. If he wants to go fucking take a personal gat with this guy, then cool, but I'm not gonna fucking do that. I don't care if he costs the building fucking $10 a month in power. It's not a fight that I'm willing to have with any human being ever. Because I'm pretty sure my computer costs more monthly in power than charging an electric car. All right. Yeah, these are the mountains we need to cross. These are the destroyed fortresses that I'm looking for. Glazed drill. Ruled papers. Are the mountains calm? They're calm, but they're cold. I need to check. Well, actually, is this river frozen? No. Okay. Yeah, if he wants to go make it a personal thing with the guy, I don't care. That's up to him. But I'm not going to take part in that. I'm going to drop the water. Yeah, no, it's literally like I'm pretty sure it's because he doesn't like electric cars thing. I drink water from there. We're no longer thirsty. I'm drowsy. I need to sleep. I need to do this. Oopsies. I do not want to name the item. I'll tell you this. When I upgraded from a 1070 to a 3070, my power bill went up by $4 a month. Or $4 bi-monthly, rather. So $2 a month. I'm actually going to sleep for 8 hours. You have a 4080? Look up the power drop. Whoa! I think my horse has gained schizophrenia. Alarmed when a stranger advanced with a weapon. What? Okay, that seems bad. I'm going to wait 1 hour. I'm going to wait 1 hour. Waiting for the water to melt. It's nighttime. Ah. Normal dingoes. I'm gonna go up to a gallop. You're a stranger somehow? I'm the stranger. Well, I'm gonna strap it to my upper body. I think my horse has been punched in the head too many times. Okay, there we go. Sun's coming up. Let's grab some cheese. Eat the cheese. It's probably because it's not in the beta. Generally, it's like if the wiki says the game does something and it doesn't work, then I would just assume that it's because the game is currently like doesn't have that feature yet. Oh man, come on. It's not cold. Need this. Okay, you know what? Dismount. Make a campfire. I'm gonna heat up my water skin. Drink the water. Drink the water. Remove meat. Eat the meat. Still have 55 fisher berries, so we're okay. We're going to wait for 2 hours. There we go. Going to fill my water skin. I'm also going to fill my quiver, which gives me an extra 20 water. Good lord. Right after experiencing trauma. I think, yeah. Okay, so there's a snapping turtle here who's trying to attack me. I need to jump on my horse. Let's just leave. Yeah, this is what I need to cross down here, I think. This is the edge of where that civilization was. So just as a reminder to anybody who's tuned in the last hour, we're trying to get to the southeastern portion of the map, because in the southeastern portion of the map, there is an area that used to have a dwarven civilization in it that's now abandoned, and from what I can tell, almost entirely dead/destroyed. I'm gonna do a real quick save. And my goal here is to find out as much information about this faction without looking at legends, basically. Like how all the fort mode stuff did? Probably. Also, yeah, sure, but definitely loot. For some reason, now that I saw that snapping turtle, I want to wrestle a snapping turtle, grab it by the foot, and throw it. Some of the boulders remind you of Dungeon Man's artifacts. Man, Dungeon Man's. That game's so fucking stupid. I love it. That game was great. That game was great. That game was great. So this is a abandoned/destroyed hillock. Actually, is the horse still galloping? Yes. Please walk. So all the fields have grown over with grass. Oh, look at all this snow. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Did it all just melt? Get ye flask? What? Okay, we're moving here. Oh, some of the fields are still places still have plants. Can I look down through here? No, I can't. I actually have to go through it. Whoa. Well, there's clearly still dwarves here, even though this faction isn't even settleable anymore. Oh, wait, maybe this is the one... Because there is one hillock down here that is part of a different faction. Round Recluse Cave Spider Silk Shirt. Well, I do need new clothing, so this is definitely a good used clothing pile to find. Great listener, I'm Coldall Spear Town. Baby dwarves are in fact born with beards, yes. Ask about any troubles. I hear that group from the work of Spry left to reclaim the ruins of Cloister Group. Oh, is this somebody, is this a group that's actively trying to reclaim this area, maybe? It's interesting. Let's ask for directions. In the late spring of 162, the Hydra Ozi Strong Taken, the rapidity of adventure, routed Trampled Clasp of the Turquoise of Beards and destroyed Cloister Group. Oh, it was destroyed by a freaking Hydra. I mean, I just wanted to look at the map. Hold on. You just gotta pop up above ground real sec to get a quick look at sky so I can take a peek. This place, maybe? Which one was that? Oh, well, that's where the Hydra lives. Yeah, this is the edge of that civilization. Well, that's cool. I'd have to ask about where it is, though. The rock, okay, so there's a rock who lives there. And that's where the Hydra lives. Huh. This is cave ticked, and that's where the Hydra lives, and a rock lives here. The lair of the hardy skins. It's called Whipped Wheels. Go kill the Hydra. I will 1000% die to that Hydra. So, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but might be misplaced. Cloister group. Let's ask for directions to cloister group. Where is it? Oh, okay. So this is cloister grouped. I got it. In the late autumn of 42, classic cloister grouped was created by in cloister grouped by an unknown creature. So somebody from a different faction that they don't know created this hillock. This place was destroyed by the Hydra, and this group has reclaimed it. The horse, on the other hand, just ask Putnam anything about the one that, like, murdered a dragon. Three very well-trained goblin wrestlers, a very strong elephant man, and 3 elephants were very easily had their asses handed to them by a Hydra, yes. Let's comment on the surroundings. Sure is dark down here. I mean, outside, but okay. Let's ask about the local ruler. The Cunningham's rules cloister grouped. It's for the best. I'm gonna ask for the position of their fortresses. You sound like a troublemaker. I'm not a troublemaker. I'm genuinely curious. Neutral attitude, inactive. Let's go there. I'm a farmer. What do they say? What do they say if they're up for a rebellion? They might get mad at you. I generally don't click it because I don't actually want to do the insurrection. And the thing about like discussions like this is you don't really get a confirmation. It just kind of happens in real time if they say yes. So, chat room, you guys can answer Space Steg's question. And you haven't run into it yet? Well, I don't really want to change the path of this entire adventure by doing that, so I don't really want to do that. Well, I'm going to ask for permission to rest, and they say it would be terrible to let anyone fend for themselves after night. Let's ask about their family. Head of the family is Cold Old Speartown. Wait, isn't that you? Didn't I meet a Cold Old Speartown? Yeah, it's you. Head of the family is me! I'm going to ask about any troubles. Got a missing treasure. What's the missing treasure? Bomric Girder muted of the Lined Coven once the walled door, Rami left glove returned to Slipped Tower. Last I heard, it was in Vulture Crack? They can be used as weapons, yeah. I mean, anything in adventure mode is a weapon if you use the right skill. Or if you have the right skill. Even your own arm after it's been cut off of you. It's in the walled door, so I could ask where bomb wreck is. Could ask for directions to vulture crack. In the early winter of 243, the wet dive was recovered by Muthcat Silvery Mines in Vulture Crack. It's far to the north, right. I am going to say goodbye. And I'm actually going to dismount. I'm going to remove... Actually, I'm just going to go all the way up here into the corner. So Minotaur blood is actively falling off of me. That's pretty funny. I'm just covered in Minotaur blood. I understand now why they say that I look like a troublemaker. I'm going to remove a bunch of clothes that I don't need. I'll remove my robe, because it's getting old and cruddy. Keep the copper mail shirt until I find armor. Got good leggings on. My boots are fine. Going to drop the robe. Let's go see if I can find a new robe. Let's get this robe, open up my inventory, scroll down, and take a look at it. Finally crafted rat leather robe. How many rats do you think they'd need to kill to get a rat leather robe? Ponce, what up? It's good to see you, man. This is adventure mode for Dwarfort. It is encircled with bands of finely crafted goat bone, and this object menaces with spikes of exceptionally worked spore tree. On the item is a finely designed image of 2 monarch butterflies in native gold. Go around for other... oh, there's a pretty swanky coat over there. The dog leather robe? I think I'm going to keep this rat leather robe, though. The cat, too. Cat leather robe. I think I'm also going to gift... I feel like giant earthworm leather would have really weird texture. Wand grabber. Earthworm leather. Naked Bulldog leather hood. Yeah, it's been going well so far. I think chat's been enjoying it too. We're going to wear the new cloak, or the new robe rather. Ambivalent after putting on a finely crafted item. Ungrateful twit. Pigtail shoes. I'm just looking at the shoes right now. Or, rather, I don't really need shoes, but... ooh. I'm going to remove my 2 boots, because I just have leather boots on, right? Yeah, wombat leather high boots. I'm going to drop those. Because these are some real nice elk leather boots. How do you get on your horse? Press H on the keyboard while next to your horse, not underneath, next to, or click this button while next to your horse. Here, I'll show you. This is my horse right here. This is Kumil, who's a mass freaking murderer and a war hero. If I click on this button, then I can mount them right next to it. If I want to dismount the horse, you can click the button again and do that, or tap H to dismount them, or hit J to jump off them if you want to do it with style. Let's open up the inventory, scroll down. So this is an elk leather high boot. This object is adorned with hanging rings of well-crafted quartz and menaces with spikes of limonite. I'm going to wear those. Press W, wear that. Press W, wear that. I wonder if I can wear the cloak over everything else. I think I can. Yeah, I can. That's pretty cool. The cloak that I'm now wearing is a finely crafted large rat leather cloak. So based on my arm... oh, hey, we've leveled up to a novice spear dwarf, by the way. So we look pretty swanky now. I mean, our lord here has a copper mail shirt, copper helm, 2 bronze gauntlets, 2 sheep wool socks, a large rat leather robe, which is very well appointed, an iron breastplate, and of course my quiver, which is empty right now, my steel spear, my bronze crossbow, my quiver just has water in it, a leather backpack, iron chain leggings, 2 boots, and a leather cloak. And I'm gonna check something else. Let's open this back up. Let's go to personality and go to needs. Yes. Over in the YouTube chat, Torio says that my dwarf has like 60 pieces of jewelry and it's so ridiculous and he doesn't even value it. Ambivalent, he feels. Or so somewhat focused but satisfied needs. Wants to acquire something. Mate, you just acquired a bunch of free stuff. And kept from alcohol. Yeah, true. Okay, we need to drink some alcohol. I can't practice a craft because it's not in the game yet and wants to take it easy. You guys have booze around here? Pop out of here real quick. Can you spar with companions? They're generally not willing to spar. Never Googling that again. Oh yeah, do not Google rat leather. I would Google like square centimeters of rat and then Google the size of an average cloak. Is what I would say. Oi. Ah, sorry. I don't know if it's obvious, but I'm fucking extremely tired. Because I was up at like 6 in the morning due to stress on Monday. Was up for way too long on Tuesday. Got to bed at like 1 in the morning. And then yesterday streamed for 13 hours and that's all. I then was up for way too long yesterday, and now I'm just like, it's hitting me a wee bit. But we're good. We'll survive. We'll live. We'll get through it. Okay. Let's see if they have a drinking mound. Also, this is worth noting. If you are new to adventure mode, be very careful about over drinking alcohol. Because even if you are a dwarf, Putnam had fixed, in air quotes, poisons, which means it's very easy to get alcohol poisoning now. So just keep that in mind. This is probably the drinking mound. Some drinking mound this is. Where's the drinks? Okay, well, since I have permission to stay here for a day. You make different alcohols have different strengths. I mean, if this affects Fort Mode 2, maybe think about the repercussions before you do that. That's all I would say. So Roar's rough as the mountain halls. We're about halfway through the day. It does sound cool, but I'm just thinking about balance right now. We're just gonna go down here to this hillock and explore it a little bit. So this is an abandoned hillocks. I mean, that is kind like not worrying about balance and just making stuff is how we end up with like cats dying of alcohol poisoning. But I mean, that is the Dwarf Fortress way, I suppose. I'm just going to real quick make a campfire from on top of my horse, heat up my quiver, drink the water out of my quiver. All right, not much there. Not what again? Oh, like the cats? Yeah. Not expecting to find anything here. I could totally claim this site as mine. Oh, there's a fortress right there. Okay, that's tomorrow's adventure, is that fortress. We're caught in a snowstorm currently. Big mound. Oh, this is a poorly designed civic mound. It's also very small, but asleep in the corner. Giant mantis looks like fun, but will die in a year. Do you genuinely believe that your adventurer will still be alive after a whole year? Like, like that is one of the most ambitious things I've heard in a second. Okay. Done the resting thing. I feel like there was missing assets in that, but drink the water. Oh. I have extra berries in my hand. I'm gonna put these berries in my backpack and put these berries on my pony. Like become a yeah, true. You could also just go start rolling dice and try and become a vampire. And then live forever. Or read a book, you know? Lives 1 week. It's been 1 week since you... I have a question. Since you said you've played an adventure for 6 months, how... Not months. How many hours have you put into adventure mode? I don't really care about playing overhaul mods. Not really my shtick. Fan. But someone in chat, maybe. Why are you playing it and it's destroying your FPS? So this is a abandoned fortress. I don't know how... Okay, chat, I have a question. If you found an abandoned, destroyed fortress, right? Oh, maybe it isn't destroyed. It certainly looks destroyed. Maybe it is not. The icon up on the map looks destroyed. I guess the question is, if you found a destroyed fortress like this, and there was a stockpile with meat in it, would you take the meat? Specifically if it was Gorlak meat. I wouldn't. Take this earring and wear it. Well, there's jet walls. We are delving into an abandoned dwarven fortress, or a supposedly abandoned dwarven fortress. Oh, well, look at that. We found a cavern deep underground. Found a statue of this dwarf, which is Osram Wealth something. who is the deity of wealth, depicted as a female dwarf in Lemonite. Osram wealth tax to the gilded. Jump scare statue? Kind of. Okay, so this is a road, I assume. Yes, I'm not gonna go too far along that. Be very careful about where I explore. Go across this. Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna go one back this way. Ooh. Gonna do a real quick save. Is there a way to deal with traps, ATM? I haven't seen any, so actually I don't know. Where do you find abandoned fortresses? Well, first you need a fortress on the map that's abandoned, and then you walk to it and visit it. I saw it in the overworld before I embarked, or actually while the world was generating, and then I walked to where it is, and now we're exploring it. We can't interact with altars. So because you can't, like... Look, two things. One, I'm pretty sure altars do literally nothing, aside from, like, have the ability to be toppled. Like, they're literally just an aesthetic thing. Because you can't topple anything currently, because there's no push option, which isn't current, because the push option isn't currently in the game, there is no way to interact with them directly. However, that doesn't mean that there's nothing you can do in temples. You can interact in temples that have dice. These are... This fortress must have been full of leather crafters. Okay, that's our exit. We're gonna check this door. That's as far as I'm going. Back up. Statue here of a forgotten beast. Just forgotten beasts. Another statue of forgotten beasts. That's a classic roguelike item. I'm pretty sure altars were added in around the same time as divination dice and all that. Uh-oh, I'm not going the wrong way as my note. Around the same time as divination dice. And they're supposed to have an effect at some point, but just currently do not. So this is just a room. Right now you can interact with divination dice, which is like your way of interacting with temples. Yeah, blessings and curses from them, which is pretty fun. Statue of dwarves. Just statue of dwarves, okay. Statue of a dwarf. Very simple statues. Ooh, maybe some history in here. Forgotten beasts, forgotten beasts. Statue of a dwarf. Oh, nobody named. A fox squirrel. Forgotten beasts. Tiger man. Are they great? Well, these dwarves, for their many powers, whoever lived here was not particularly good at making art. Because their art so far has been very disappointing. Okay, so this is the bottom level. This is probably bedrooms. Oh, nope. Statue of dwarves. A forgotten beast? Yeah, no, there's literally, eventually the newcomers to the Dwarf Fortress community will understand this, but mod support is different in Dwarf Fortress than in many, many, many games. Let's just move back into the central stair, and I'm going to quickly set up a campfire here. Because the mods are based on the world and not the current patch, if the current patch is compatible with the world, which there's 100% world compatibility right now, I don't think we've had a single patch that has actually broken saves since it launched on Steam. With the exception of, like, you won't get some features. Like, there's been some balance fixes to World Gen itself that you'd benefit from if you made new worlds. But it doesn't matter how many mods you have or what mods you have. As long as the mods aren't breaking Fortress mode, it won't change anything. It's actually a little difficult to make a mod that works in one mode but not the other. Like I said earlier, that unless it's like a mod that adds a workshop to Fortress mode, yeah, it's not going to matter. So no, your mods will be just fine. As long as you can generate a world, it'll work, basically. And if it worked in the older versions, it'll work in this version. And it won't fuck with adventure mode. If you're getting crashes, it's just because of adventure mode being buggy right now. Yeah, you can kind of memorize the, like, the world. I'm looking at YouTube chat for a second here. Hey, Raiden. What's up, dude? What's your opinion on reclaiming fortresses? Do you think that it's interesting, or do you think it takes the wind out of your own creative sails? Or I like, if I'm doing a short-term fortress, I don't mind reclaiming forts. Like, I did a reclaim Let's Play, which was kind of interesting, which I got bored of, so I stopped doing it. But the reclaim Let's Play was interesting because, why can't I light a fire? Gross. The reclaim Let's Play was kind of interesting because that fort was completely full of were creatures. So it was a constant battle of, like, basically trying to survive in the fortress and not die. I think that if it's populated with local residents, they can be interesting, but yeah, the layouts get very samey and boring very quickly. See if any of these are of named people. Foul Blend deck. Ooh, a Bronze Colossus. 4 Bronze Colossuses. I wonder if that represents the ones in the area. Image of Stoats. Yeah, because what adventure mode and fortress mode are, essentially, is they take the world that you've generated, they read that world, and then they allow you to play fortress mode in that world, right? It doesn't matter what version of the game it is, really, as long as that world is compatible with that version, which it will be. The mods that are in that world, it's just a world. Because the world gen is modular, essentially. You can add new pieces to world gen, and once the world's generated, as long as the saves are still compatible, the mods will be compatible. A tame elk demon with wings and blue hair. Can you screenshot that? Because, you know, in Legends mode, there's something that happens often. And then actually jump into Legends and read about it. And the reason I say that, Dragonbirds, thank you very much for the 10th month with Prime. Greatly appreciate it. Check and get a round of beers for the resub. I'm doing a tutorial on how to kill certain things. I don't know what you mean by certain things, because I don't necessarily have the ability to tutorialize that. If you want to kill things in adventure mode, train your skills up a fuckload, and don't try to kill things that look strong off the bat, because you'll probably die. Where was I? This area. Yeah, I already looked around this one. Yep. But the reason I say screenshot it is in Legends, demons and demon leaders and archdemons travel around the world and tame people, talk to people, make friends, and also take part in competitions and festivals. I wonder if there's a competition or a festival happening. With an as Elkbird. I was getting... Yeah, no, you definitely misread that, but... Okay, let's just ignite the grass, eat that, drink the water, eat a berry, remount my horse. Hostile competitions. I mean, it would be so cool if we did. They're awesome, aren't they, Dragon Soul? Have you ever had a character that just couldn't stop telling jokes? You had a Kia bird once that was like that during our travels. On Monday, when I was just fucking around with this version, I beat the shit out of a bunch of bandits and then convinced the last one to join me. And when the last one who joined me, after they joined me, they saw all the dead bandits, blamed me for it, and then proceeded to curse and spit on me nonstop for the remainder of our adventures together until I got annoyed with it and killed them. So, that's the opposite of telling jokes, but sure. There a Discord? Yeah, I've had a Discord for a million years. I also was a Discord partner for a while. I still have the hoodie and the mug and a pin and a plushie. There was a plushie? If you want it, I'll bring it to the next PAX, Elfie. It just sits in my drawer. Yeah, I do not see. It's got a Discord look like tramp stamp, practically. Yeah. Well, that's new. I mean, I've had it for years. Just lives in my drawer. Please kill you. I'd rather not. You said please? I'd rather not, though. He'll happily bring it into your home. Well, it'll probably have a better home with you than me, so. Never been good at navigating in adventure mode, but you remember one time you found a necromancer in a cave and demanded they give you their cap and they decided it was worth dying over. I mean, I got into a fight with somebody on a bus because they grabbed my hat and tried to, like, not give it back. A bunch of ruined hillixes, no significant structures. Let's go to the drinking mound. Oh, there it is. There's a bunch of badgers outside. Badger, 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 badger. Okay, well. Very disappointed by these giant empty drinking mounds. No, that was in real life. I was literally on a bus and this guy reached over and grabbed my hat, ripped it off my head and said, "Mine now." And I was like, "Give that back." And he goes, "No." I said, "No, actually, like, seriously, give me that back." And he goes, he said, "Come and get it." And so I ended up grabbing him by the side of his head like this and doing that really hard and smashing his head into the wall. He was also really drunk and holding a mostly empty bottle of Jack Daniels. So like I said, I broke his nose, I think. Then took the hat off of him and put it on my head and got off at the next stop. And I was a regular on that bus. I was on that bus like 5 days a week at the time because I was working. And the next day I got on the bus and the bus driver high-fived me. Has it been all night? I think I've been out all night. All right. You know what? Screw it. I wasn't going to do this just yet, but let's travel across these mountains. Well, apparently, according to the bus driver, he'd been harassing people for the, like, dozen or so stops before I got on the bus. He was just being an asshole in general. Maybe the Elk Demons are a couple. I would say make a hard save, pause, retire the adventurer on the other end, and then read about it in Legends mode, because that is rad, if you ask me. So, I just gotta say, if there happens to be metal around here, This would be an awesome spot to settle. Because all of these walls are jet, guys. They're jet. Look at that. That's awesome. Jet mountains. Can't go wrong. I think this dwarf needs a pick-me-up. I'm going to perform a song as we move towards the space of the apocalypse. Demonic power couple? Hell yeah. That or their number. Maybe they're a couple or they're competitors that follow each other to wrestling competitions. I'm singing very sloppily. Very sloppily. Man. Conclude the performance. It was a very sloppy scene. But at least I enjoyed it. At some point, I'll get better at singing. So I'm heading towards... I'm crossing this mountain range. On the other side of this mountain range, in here somewhere, might actually be a little further up, but it's around here, basically. I saw this happen in World Gen, so I know it's there. Actually, I think it's on the other side of this, basically north of this. In here somewhere, there's a valley, and in the valley is a... what was a dwarven civilization, which got completely obliterated by necromancers and apparently hydras. These two helixes were a part of it. One of the helixes has been reclaimed, this one, by a different faction. But that's the point of this adventure. Is we're trying to cross these mountains and find out as much stuff about this area as possible without looking at legends. That is the entire purpose of this adventure. And so far as this adventurer, let's see, we killed a pack of dingo people that attacked us. We got distracted by a labyrinth that we found and killed a minotaur. And we got stuck with a weird side quest and wandered halfway across several towns. And because we heard rumors about a steel spear artifact that a bandit gang was hanging on to, we found the leader of the bandit gang, discovered that they'd been running a criminal ring within this town for decades, and also the goblin leader of the bandit gang purchased a house there, in fact. And once we discovered all of this, we then found them in the tavern that they used as their hideout, along with a bunch of their cronies, and then proceeded to horribly stab them to death, take a couple hits from the cronies, but the cronies very quickly, when they realized it was going to be a losing fight, turned and fucking ran. I think this is the third or fourth? Fourth, I think. So that's the spear that I'm wielding. My horse French kissed the minotaur. My horse bit the minotaur in the tongue. And that helped kill it. This is Urist number 3. Adventurer number 4. No, Adventurer number 5, because the Toadman was... The Toadman wasn't named Urist. And the adventures that I deem to be interesting are going to get posted on the VOD channel. So if I actually look over there, I think that there's one up there already. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to open YouTube Music. That was the wrong button. Yeah, one of my first adventures is up there right now, which was the shortest adventure because it was the only one that I could get, like, rendered in time. You missed the Toadman? There's a short about how it ended on my YouTube channel if you're curious. Fuck job. There will be more Men of Toads in the futures. Do not worries. Somebody responded on my very unpopular video just now, which was a comment I just responded to, is just literally just like, stop creating drama for no reason. You're a problem. If they think I'm a problem, then that's fine. So, you're also today you're happy your wife is pregnant again? Oh, hell yeah. Congrats. But what's the extremely high maintenance pet count? Drama? What drama? I made a video that I was annoyed with RimWorld because I was annoyed. And apparently I've made the internet still angry at me. I just think it's genuinely funny. I mean, my response to this person just now, who's literally just like, you're a problem. It's like, if just because I make one video once that annoys people, apparently makes me a problem? Okay. The baby kilogram? What? Am confused. Poor Toady. Poor Toad Man, yes. Chatroom, can I get a congratulations for Radbug, by the way? Well, Radbug's wife. Maybe not Radbug specifically. Radbug did the easy bit. There's a lot of assumptions in that statement, but hopefully they're accurate. Congrats, dude. Well, yeah, it's easy. There you go. We'll see you later, Torio. Also, really, thanks for gifting a sub to Radbug. Cheers, dude. Courting is not always easy. I mean, I'm not going to elaborate on this discussion more. Wow, these are some tall-ass mountains, dude. There's plenty of goats up here for a reason, I suppose. I don't trust my horse to not randomly one-shot a goat. But I would laugh pretty hard if they did that. What, my horse randomly one-shotting people? And Farmind, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, dude. Oh, hey, are those naked bulldogs? Or a marmots, never mind. Fun fact, in real life, I got chased by a marmot once. It was kind of adorable, but once it like got close enough to start running up my leg, I made it leave. See if I can make a campfire. Yeah, I can. Gonna drink water in my quiver. Oi, pony! No! No! Dude. God damn it. It's fucking running away. I'm gonna wait for an hour. Get back here, you dumbass. There you are. How many creatures did you kill in the last hour? Hi, New. What's up? Oh, Commander 64. Watch their YouTube channel. You've seen your hardest difficulty Fortress vids. Yep. How's this playthrough? The world you played in a better place. I mean, I'm like an Indiana Jones type explorer. I ventured all the way across the world because supposed rumors of a long dead faction that was destroyed by infighting or monsters or something of the likes. If I'll discover a peak, I'd have to seek it out specifically. Trying to find a valley that I remember being somewhere in here. It's not an ass, it's a horse. Okay, fine. You do make a point. More marmots. This would actually be a pretty good place to train wrestling, just fight with all the goats and marmots. Discovered a river. Oh, it's that little valley. This one. Horses are like tanks, practically. Adventure mode is kind of free roam. I know the game has history generation, but I wonder how that works mechanically through playing. So if you've played Fortress mode, or watched Fortress mode, you might know that visitors come and visit your taverns, right? Bards, mercenaries, monster hunters. Their jobs in the fortress are limited, but they are kind of like weird members of the fort in a way, right? They can, of course, ask to become permanent citizens, but when they first arrive, they can't really do anything until they become a citizen, right? Adventure mode lets you play those adventurers, basically. The bards, the poets, the scholars, the warriors that want to kill monsters and slay things, the mercenaries who want to join your military. That's what you get to play as. And it takes the world that you've generated and lets you roam it as a massive, open, zero direction sandbox, which also doesn't have an autosave function, so I quit to main menu to save pretty frequently. Your cardinal friends decided to convert the goblins to the way of the cardinal, and the North Sentinel Island all of us. They North Sentinel Island all of us. What? Oh, okay. I understand. Maybe it's time to avenge the way of the cardinal by getting more cardinals. Just remember, goblins can't fly, so maybe consider... How do I explain this? Perhaps consider bow and arrow, or crossbow. Can't wait to see what I discover. I kind of expect it to be a lot of statues, if anything. Abandoned fortresses generally don't have too much stuff, depending on what gear they had. But there is also a necromancer tower up here, so... It's going to be a lot of walking in a straight line for a bit, though. Based on their actual height relative to you and stuff in between. Yeah. One of my favorite images from old Dwarf Fortress era is when that person made the software that let you see height maps. I'm actually just going to go kind of northeast this way, so I can get up these mountains and see what the other side looks like. See if I can see over them. I might not actually be going up in the right spot. I'm going based off of memory from World Gen that I did on Wednesday morning, so. Okay, we're not quite at that super big spike just yet. If you travel the entire world in adventure mode, I wonder how big the entire map is compared to other games. There's a quote that I think Zach said a while ago, which is a large island world. So the biggest world gen you can do that is an island is roughly the same size as New Zealand in a 1-to-1 scale. But travel time is weird and warped, but the actual like landmass size is roughly the size of New Zealand. And a fuckload of it is nothing. Like there's a whole lot of nothing in adventure mode and Dwarf Fortress worlds. That's why fast travel exists. 0 flinch. I mean, I would need to dig down to the circus for one thing. Such gems up here. see. How are we doing? Okay, we're into those really high mountains. I mean, in order to travel down to the circus, the first thing I would need to do is I would need to build a fortress that goes to the circus. So that would be like a multi-hour ordeal in and of itself. You know, if it's anything like older versions, a lot of the times when a fortress in Legends digs deeply and greedily, I don't know how much experience you have, so you might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't actually leave it open. They usually seal it up. I mean, I've reclaimed several fortresses that dug deeply and greedily that had been destroyed and never got reclaimed by them digging too deep. And every single time I've done that, and every single time I've adventured to a fort that did that, the result was the actual spot where they dug was sealed off and had engravings on it. So I could be completely wrong. There might be open holes into hell, because I think calling it the circus is fucking stupid. But, if there is, I've never encountered that. I might actually be going in the wrong direction. But we'll see. We'll go a little further. A goblin spire to go down there? Certainly, but not a dwarven fort. I was talking about dwarven forts. But no, I have no interest in going down to hell right now, not with this adventurer. This adventurer isn't a warrior. This adventurer defends in self-defense. We're an explorer. Because if you read the description, Flinch, of a lot of those forts that dig too deeply and greedily, usually what ends up happening at the end of them digging too deeply and greedily is a bunch of factions form up and build up an alliance and fight them back. That's usually why there's alliance. Ah, there we go. I'm starting to see the other side of this stupid thing. By going a little bit north, actually. A little bit up this way and see if I can see that way. I really hope I'm not in the wrong spot. That would be awkward. But then the adventure would just go on. Their randomized dream to bathe the world in chaos. Oh, wow. Must be an evil faction, then. Demonic gods of some sort. It's either down here or it's over here. So I will go a little bit further north, if I'm in the right spot. That poor horse. You should buy that horse a drink first before you fuck it up. You're gonna fuck up its back, man. Horse is gonna need the booze more than you. It depends on the fort and what I want to build, right? Like, people always love to give me if-then questions or this or that questions. It depends on the mood. Like, it doesn't matter. I mean, it would have to depend on the world and the context of the world and what kind of fort I was trying to build. So, redundant question that I would deem unanswerable. Do I feel like going to war with a bunch of people or building a mega project? Because you can always go to war with people later. I mean, you can catch and claim trained creatures already, right? But I think I will steal a line from Tarn Adams' booklet and say, probably someday. Or, sure, why not? No idea when. I think I need to head south. It's this way. Also, Weepier Cube, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. So there's a Goblin Fortress north. Kind of also keeping an eye out for if a tower appears. Whoa, now that's a tall fucking mountain. Oh, hey, look at this. Good news, everybody. I see the fortresses. We've got the Dwarven Mountain Halls of Regal Bodice, Xenocid, Helm's Saviors. We also have Crypt Tip, the monastery. Monastery named Matched Blush. And Copper Fortunes. I don't know what that sentence means, Dramonis. So Jorge Marmot's tracks right there. No, absolutely, Vakruk, but you have to wander into the area where it happens to be. Oh boy. I love it when people are just like arguing in my YouTube comments. Staring at comments for a second here.
Crypt beer.
What's up, Tiger Lily? I'm gonna get out of my YouTube comments. I'll deal with that later. I love getting called a twerp in my YouTube comments. That's a new one. Can't say I've ever been called a twerp before. New music goes crazy. I'm playing in a playlist right now because it keeps deciding to mute itself while I'm just listening to it, so there is a fortress north of me, but it's apparently occupied with something evil. Yeah, Regal Bodice. A wretched hive of scum and villainy. No. You're confusing YouTube with Rumble. No, YouTube is simply a place where everybody thinks that they know everything about you, all of your character, and all of the character about everybody they've ever encountered in their entire life. And judge based on absolutely zero logic or reality. Say as a YouTube watcher? Yeah. I also watch YouTube. It's the people who repeatedly comment about how they hate me that kind of wrangles my brain a little bit. How have I been? Kane in YouTube chat? I'm doing all right. And yourself? It's been a long couple of days. What's my favorite story in Dwarf Fort? Just ever? You know, this is one of those borderline unanswerable questions that is really, really difficult to answer. It's like, the one that always sticks up in my brain is one of two things. What was that? Okay, Slim Jorge Marmot stands up. One of two things. The dwarven mayor that I had that signed the execution notice, air quotes, didn't actually do that, but ordered a beating of a dwarf for failing a export ruling. Ordered the beating. Dwarf got the beating. Dwarf died during the beating. barely, almost made it to the hospital even. And then the mayor immediately married that dwarf's wife, like within days of the dwarf dying. So there's that. That was pretty funny. And then they had kids together almost immediately as well, which was also kind of funny. So that is probably tied with the dwarf who got murdered by another dwarf. Also, ironically, the dwarf that killed the husband was also best friends with the wife. So, yeah, no, I do think it was planned. And the wife, like, never had a negative thought about her husband dying, which I thought was pretty funny. I had a dwarf that got murdered, and I thought that I fully entombed them, but I didn't. And then about a year later, that dwarf came back as a ghost. And when that dwarf came back as a ghost, they then went and found their murderer. Now, ghosts have this weird ability. They can possess people. And they can possess people and make them immediately tantrum, or they can possess people and just make them do shit, right? And this ghost possessed that dwarf, and then went and reported the crime of their murder to the captain of the guard because there was no witnesses. So basically, dwarf dies because a dwarf murders them, comes back as a ghost, possesses their murderer, and then goes and admits the crime. Essentially. Those are probably my favorite two little stories. There's one other one, which is, I think, also a YouTube short, where I talk about one that I found in Legends mode. There was a queen, a human queen, who wasn't born into royalty. She lied and cheated her way into being royal, and was embezzling funds at the age of 15, which is kind of amazing. So after embezzling funds for a long time, as a kid, or a teenager, I guess, it became royalty eventually. Once they became royalty, they proceeded to... once they became royalty, they began plotting to, like, learn the secrets of life and death, right? I found this in Legends mode. And she had a lot of boyfriends. She would constantly get, like, have lovers, another lover, a third lover, and then, like, break up with them constantly. Never got married. And then eventually she learned the secrets of life and death after about 20 years and became a necromancer. Then what she would do is she started plotting to steal a bunch of artifacts, but also started getting married. Would find a lover, get married almost immediately, like within the same year, and then she would plot to have them assassinated. And then they would get their husband would get assassinated, and then she'd resurrect them as a zombie. And she repeated this hundreds of times. She would never kill them herself, but she basically built an immortal army of ex-husbands and wives. Skyrim jacket levels of snitching, yes. Will your party members ride them at mounts if you start them with one? I don't think so. I've never seen them do that. You started your first game of adventure mode and I'm feeling a little lost. Welcome to the club. You went and killed some moon monster hoping I could get a reward if I brought its body back. So there is no quest completion in adventure mode. Think of adventure mode as entirely player-driven sandbox. So if you're playing adventure mode and hoping to have discernible goals and notable outcomes when you complete those goals, you're gonna have to rethink a little bit because the game isn't going, at least in its current state, isn't going to tell you, go do this. You might have some random drunk at the bar be like, so-and-so that I heard once lost a ring and they really want it back. I think it might be in this location, and that's about the most you'll get. Or like, this person apparently kidnapped so-and-so's kid. We think he's here, and we think the kid might be there. Here's some directions to the location, and that's the most you'll get. Currently, all you can do is spread rumors about things you did and brag about it, you know, like chat just said. But it's right now a very effective way of sprucing up your fortress, adding things to your fortress. And by that, I mean like making adventurer parties and sending them to your forts. And just exploring your world and prospecting for locations for forts and wandering the map. So a lot of the dwarves will stay. Some of them will leave. And the game will pad out the population with random, like, migrants, basically. But the actual layout of the fortresses you retire will stay more or less the same. So this location that we're heading towards is marked as not populated. You can see trees again, so we're back down on fast travelable zones. Wow, the day's just ending. It took us a day to do that hike. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm a little concerned. It's actually populated. The icons all indicate that they are destroyed, but it doesn't say that it's abandoned. Yeah, and if you retire the fort, see, zombies. That's why it's not fully abandoned. It's wearing trousers. What's the deal with flying all over the place? What's the deal with airplane food? I don't fully understand the question. 75338. There is crafting, right? It's just very simplistic. I could probably kill you. I don't know if I necessarily want to risk that, though. Just see what kind of thing we're up against. I could kill, like, one zombie, maybe two. That's a lot of zombies. What a cursed place this is. Oh, I'm already in a martial trance. Yep, never mind. It's over. Can't use it if it's already gone. I feel like if I go into... I should probably change my settings in the announcement settings so that I get a pop-up whenever I go into a martial trance. I might actually do that. I could probably do that. Adventure. You draw. There has to be an option for this, right? Ambush. Cannot stand, cannot climb, nightfall, noon. And those would be useful. I'm trying to think like what pop-ups would actually be helpful here. Learn to power. We'll turn a pop-up on for learn to power. Composition failed. Gotta love the classic zombie move of just simply walk around the zombie. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of them. What a horribly cursed place this is. Watch out for the intelligent undead. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. Like, I know that these aren't that strong, and I'm aware that I can literally walk faster than them, probably. So I'm just going to keep doing that. This is the drinking mound. Oh, shit, a statue. Shortast Bookshank. It's an image of Shortast Bookshank, the dwarf in rose gold. They are laboring. The artwork relates to the authoring of the Celebration and Martyr by the dwarf Shortast Bookshank. Why are you shanking books? In Copper Fortunes in the early autumn of '84. I'm in an ad break. I will pause. How do you get the weapon back? Dramonus, are you in an ad break right now? If you're not, type in the number 1, and then I will tell you. Otherwise, I will wait a minute. That is done. What do the flashing squares in the world map mean? If you're talking about the super zoomed out map, the brown one, it means clouds. Okay, you go to your inventory, find your weapon in your inventory, and then click on the image of your weapon. Not the magnifying glass or the interact, the image of the weapon, and then click gain possession. Basically, click I and then scroll down to the weapon. It's pretty quick. Or you can bump attack into them with the weapon if you're confident that you won't get, like, stabbed by somebody else. Those books deserved it, clearly. Wonder if there's a key that lets you interact with your current item. Exclamation point I, but then you still have to select the item. Or not exclamation point, capital I. Sorry, my brain's running in Twitch command mode. It's like /I, what? That doesn't mean anything. Can you get captured in adventure mode and put in a cell or something like that? I don't know. Genuine statement. My dwarf's getting drowsy. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Oh, shit. Got a little too close. Nah, ask them to yield. You must yield! Vengeful, how's the horse doing? Hang in there, horsey. Don't feel safe enough to fast travel? I wouldn't. Okay, there we go. We're gonna move up here a little bit. Let's see what we're actually surrounded by. This is a calm area. Fortress Construct, I think, was one of the first fortresses back here. Copper Fortunes. That's where that book was written. There's two monasteries over there. And there's the mountain halls east of me. I think I'm gonna go up to here into this corner. And I think that we are going to dismount. And I'm going to speak with my horse. Bypass the greeting because we know each other's names. I'm going to ask how they're feeling. Is this a hillix? It was, yes. Oh, I mean, the one that the area I just was in was a hillix, yes. It was an abandoned one that's full of zombies. Well, populated full of zombies. Are about troubles. So talking to people actually calms your dwarf down and makes them feel better. This includes pets. I don't know if it makes your pet feel better, but nope. It does make your dwarf feel better, though. Unfortunately, I can't tell them to pet him. Otherwise, that would also help. Make a campfire. What's your current objective? I mean, objective is a loose term. I can't show you where it came from, but we've traveled very far. We've traveled about 2/3 of the way across the map to this tiny little valley that's completely separated from the rest of the world because there was a dwarven faction here that's completely extinct. There's none of them left. They are all dead. One of the helixes that they made, which is this one, Scream Oil, by the way, is the name of the brook there, Cloister Grouped, has been reclaimed by a different faction, but the rest of this faction is dead. And my dwarf, or my goal, was to adventure all the way down here and explore this valley and see if we could figure out what happened and rescue as many artifacts from here as possible. Because if I make a fortress outside of this valley, because I don't plan on making one in this valley, if I make one outside of this valley, I cannot raid or attack anything in here because it's completely inaccessible from the outside unless you walk in there. So I've explored into here to try and just, you know, yoink books, find artifacts, get some gear, figure out what happened here. Not really for the sole purpose of fixing it or exterminating it, but I would like to, you know, visit those 2 temples. And there is a necromancer tower in one of these areas around here somewhere, which is obviously what destroyed it. But I'm just exploring, really. We are kind of a traveling bard type character. And also, it's Joyous Wilds in here, which makes it kind of neat unto itself. I am going to not rest until dawn. Let's just sleep for 8 hours as necessary. So that is kind of my goal here. We started this adventure yesterday, so this is day 2 of this adventure. I've actually been playing this adventure for a bit of time. Where is my horse? Oh, there you are. It's on a higher layer. You scared me for a second there, bud. We're gonna drink some of our water. The horse also has most of my food, so if horse runs away, we're actually in some trouble. We're gonna eat a spinach leaf. No longer hungry. And while we're sitting by the fire, I'm going to sing a song, hopefully not too loudly. You've had a companion get shaken down by a bandit gang before, only that companion, nobody else. It was kind of funny. Oh, wait, like a bandit gang just attacked that companion? I mean, I have a question. Did you start with that companion, or did you meet them on the road? So if you met them on the road, they might actually have had a negative association with that person. Like, they may have known them for a while. I'm going to perform again. Let's sing a different song, The Silky Embrace. And I will chant. Yeah, the campfires look kind of rad. Include the performance. There we go. Feel enjoyment while performing. Still just a dabbling singer. I want to move beyond being a dabbling singer, man. Started with them, so they seem pretty random. I mean, here's the thing, right? Do you know how sometimes there will just be speech bubbles that pop up at the top while you're walking? Your adventurer might... or your adventurer's companion might be a particularly, how do I say this, blunt individual, and might easily get into arguments. And I would say it's quite possible that they just simply offended somebody. Okay, so these ones are all abandoned, supposedly. Goes up in the top above my camera. Let's drop down here. In fact, there's horses here. These are stray horses. I can build an army. Come with me if you want to live, pony. Come with me. We can be friends. We can work together. One of us. Rumor of our community's acclaim spreads. Wasn't that many ponies. Maybe now we can fight back against this zombie threat with an army of ponies. Zoom out a little bit. So happy you found this game by accident? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a weirdly important game. Like, there's definitely people who viscerally dislike this game for some reason. But it is a... honestly, so this is one of my favorite, like, smoke and mirrors pieces of bullshit thing to throw out about this video game. Dwarf Fortress began development in 2002. Stopped development for like a year and a bit, and then came back at some point in late 2003. Had its first full public release in 2006. Memes started before then, though. Has been in active development since. Notch, who is a controversial figure who I'm not a huge fan of, made a little indie game. That indie game was a fork of a game called Infiniminer. Infiniminer was a open source, free-to-play, first-person shooter with Dwarf Fortress inspired level generation where you run around and take 3D cubes and build a little base with your team because the map is cut in the down the middle at the beginning. And then after the time is up and you're done building, you then shoot at each other. And then Notch forked that game, barely credited the original creator, and named it Infiniminer. I need to go check my tomatoes in a second. And named it Minecraft, whereas the original game was named Infiniminer, right? Minecraft was this little indie game that some of you may have heard of, which then proceeded to take over the entire goddamn planet and become the most popular game in the world. A couple of years later, some weird indie company named Epic Mega Games started prototyping a game that they pitched and stated at many E3s. You don't think it was a fork? He straight up stated it was a fork. Like he referred to it as an Infiniminer fork at I think it was DICE Awards. I need to go look at the video, but he does state that at one point. Anyway, there's multiple places where he quotes that he forked Infiniminer, but if it's not, then it's not. Anyway, I don't know if it ended up being that, but regardless, Epic Mega Games made this video game called Unreal and a few other things that nobody plays anymore that are pretty irrelevant. They run a very unpopular video game store that nobody likes and are owned by a wingnut named Tim Sweeney who bought Bandcamp and then sold it to shitty people, and I'll never forgive him for that, so thus he's my sworn arch enemy for the rest of eternity. But anyway, they were prototyping a game in about 2010, 2011, 2012, all the way up until about 2016, which they were referring to as their Minecraft-style video game. Their Minecraft-style video game was a game where you and 4 friends, up to 4 friends, would run around in a big open world and build buildings using a kind of modular building system. And this game was called Fortnite, which then eventually released and then became the biggest game of the world, bigger than Minecraft for a short period of time, and now is just one of the biggest games of the world. Nobody cares about it anymore, unless you're like a child or have kids. And so in a way, Fortnite exists because of this. This is me being like Sherlock Holmes with like strings of yarn and like hooks and like thumbtacks. That's my brain. I need to go check my tomatoes and I might need to bring them inside. 2 seconds. Like. Yeah, RimWorld is like the most direct, I think, inspiration one. Miner VGA. Wasn't Miner VGA another Infiniminer fork? Or the other way around? One of the two? I mean, it's way funnier than that. That Fortnite was a zombie survival game. Basically like Call of Duty Zombies. The original pitch for Fortnite was their Minecraft clone, though. I remember reading articles about it in like 2014, 2013 about, Epic's making a Minecraft game? Okay, so this is the problem with all these horses, is they're trying to cluster bomb me. But this is a place I could camp in. Miner VGA is from 1989. Okay, well then that's something completely out of my realm of knowledge. Your character keeps going prone for no reason? Do you have a pet? Or are you bumping into people? Because that's a reason to go prone. So if two characters occupy one tile, regardless of what they are, one of them will go prone. So I wouldn't say that's no reason. There is a reason. It's just not exactly clear, which is the fault of the game. So I'm actually going to go into this room right here. Stab it, stupid horses. And I'm going to speak with this horse. Greet listener, my name is Urist. And you are going to... What is the... Place request? I think it's this. Issue order. Wait here. There you go. Wait here, I shall return. Start talking. Skip greeting. Issue order. Wait here. You here. Continue conversation. I might use these horses to carry stuff. Issue order. Okay, no, they're still waiting. Great listener. I'll be polite to this one for some reason. That's a problem. Issue order. Wait here. I think that should be all of them. Nope. Bypass greeting. Issue order. Wait here. All right. Now I don't have horses bumping into me constantly. Whew. Incubated the Tick Source forums and heavily monetize and crippled features and communities, but also don't credit them are non-zero. Oh, no, absolutely. Like 2038 and threes. Although that was actually kind of the other way around. It was a cheap mobile game that inspired a free-to-play mobile game that bajillion% eclipsed its popularity. Oh, my Christ. Forlorn Stalker Ringleader. Shit. Is unarmed, though. My name is Urist. Silence. I'm gonna back up. Does it follow me? Hey, slime. By the way. Quite literally, yeah. Legendary wound dresser and surgeon. Kumil round gem. They're kind of a passive, intelligent undead. It's like they're not really aware that I'm there. Did I check this one? I think I did. Yeah. Trees in my way. Statue up here. Statue of Moses. The dwarves are refusing Moses. Moses looks confused. The artwork relates to the end of the membership of the dwarf Moses in the Coven of Fire in 116. The dwarf was booted out of a religion, basically. We're gonna move our way up to this temple. Ooh, dice. Quathri Omen Nuts. Also, for anybody who's not super familiar with adventure mode, I don't need to be fast traveling. It's just faster. Everything is interconnected, so I could just walk. The fire statue, Quathri Omen Nuts. This is a fine pewter statue of Quathri Omen nuts. Okay. Oh man, you're nuts. The item is an image of Quathri Omen nuts, the elf. In fine pewter, Omen nuts is laboring. The artwork relates to the authoring of The Lull Short by the elf Quathri in Beak Gully in the early summer of 242. Is the Lull Short like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of the Big Short? Or is it laughing at dwarves? Get this dice. It's an icahedral die. I'm gonna open up my inventory, scroll down to the bottom, grab it, and roll it. Oh shit! A week's bad luck. The Doctrine of Directions. That's brutal, man. Nothing fun, sad face. Username checks out, Lord Walnut. This is a elf named Blossom Shark. The elf is laboring. The artwork relates to the authoring of The Birth of Tooth by the elf Emia Blossom Shark. I mean, that's the same temple, so. Yeah, at least it's not 7 years. Yeah, no, I've heard this. That it used to not last for very long, but now it's actually like kind of a big deal. I do have to be careful. Try not to get into fights for a bit. It's a Bismuth Knight statue. The deity of victory. Earth depicted as a male dwarf in Bismuth's Night. The dwarves are praying to Aegis. The artwork relates to the formation of the doctrine of directions. Chat, there are no human men in this religion. They would never ask for directions. The doctrine of directions. The artwork relates to the formation of the doctrine of directions at Fortress Construct in the early summer of 103. Really poor design building. Tell an Artho, how's your stream? What's up? Oh, my horse jumped down there without me. Well, that's awkward. Do not alter actions, do not alter actions. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get the horse back up out of here. Your goal of dying to a dragon happened. You know, it's finding the dragon that's the hard part. Dying to it's the easy bit. How was the journey to the dragon? Now the question is, can I get this horse out of here? Oh. Me? Okay, hold on. Speaking of bad luck, do I have to leave Kumail in this hole? Do I have hunger? Yeah, dwarves get hungry. Can I tell my horse to jump? I don't think I can. I think I'm gonna have to climb out of here and hope that the horse can join me. Let me just do a thing. I'm very worried, actually. I think I just lost my horse, chat. Oh, that's fun. Gotta ban that. There is no tactical mode with a horse that you claimed. Think I can go to the world map and back and the horse will follow you? Let's see. I kind of think it's going to stay there. I think the horse is gone. Just destroy the statue? It's not possible, apparently. You have to move on the map? Thanks, Dad. There it is. Okay, cool. You cannot destroy the statue currently. There is no way to destroy the statue currently. Also, we're in the... Can you dig the horse up? There's no digging in this mode. All right, anyway. We solved it. All right, well, we've cleared that. What else is here? The Dwarven Fortress up that way, and still more stuff back this way, on the other side of these mountains. We're hoping that the villagers will start reporting the horse attack in the town from that site. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, hey, it's my horses. Hey, chat room. Guess what? I got bad news for you. Well, good news for you, really. I'm gonna go make you guys some more tutorials. The bad news is
Sandwich!
I'm tired as hell. Atheric, thank you very much for the raid. As well as also Telenartho from a couple minutes ago. Thank you very much for the raids, guys. But I'm very tired. I'm a little bit cranky, I'll be honest with you. I'm like kind of feeling the amount of work I've done the past 2 days and the lack of sleep I've had the past few days. Can I get shoutouts for Anthoric, by the way? What were you streaming today? How was your stream? If I can ask. Chat room, don't run off. We are going to go raid somebody. We just came in from the raid. Let's go do that again. Any idea why adventure mode with max strength and high swordsman and swordsman fighter rank couldn't land a single hit on a low rank bandit? Did you just embark? Because the combat system in this is very complicated, probably. And you were probably bad at the combat system. If you're asking me that question, because fighter is an important skill. Wrestling is an important skill. Observation is an important skill. There's a lot more to combat than just sword and strength. Endurance is important. Kinesthetic sense is important. There's a lot of people that keep asking me about tutorials for the combat system. I'm going to try and make one today. But I genuinely think that the reality is, if you're failing at the combat, the result is probably just, you need to train your dwarf more. Go wrestle some crabs for a week, and then try and fight the bandit. You know? Run around for a while and train up your endurance a little bit, you know? There's a lot more that needs to be done to make your dwarf good at combat than just leveling up stats and punching thing, or stabbing thing, slashing thing, you know? All right, chat room. YouTube chat. I have to say a huge thank you again for tuning in today. All of you. Twitch chat. You guys can say goodnight, YouTube, if you guys would like. But YouTube chat, I have something to tell you. The plan for tomorrow is it's all good, Anthoric. We are going to finish this dwarf's adventure, head back home, or to a place that's close-ish by, and hopefully get sidetracked and find some more cool stuff along the way. And then we are going to make a brand new fortress in this world tomorrow. That's the plan. And then we are going to bring that adventurer, and maybe one or two more, to that fortress. And we are going to play for a little bit. I'm going to say the same thing I've said to the last 12 people who've asked me. When Seth reviews games, I don't play them for at least 6 months. I was kind of thinking about it, but nah. I don't feel like dealing with shit posters from 4chan in my chat. So stop asking me. God damn it. No, I was planning on playing that game when it hits 1.0, but I have zero interest in playing it until there's been a decent distance between that community. Because I just don't want them in my chat. I don't like that sense of humor, and I'm not a fan of them, so I will avoid that as long as possible. YouTube chat, if you guys want to come raid with us and come raid a Twitch streamer, pop over to from YouTube to the Twitch side of things. Otherwise,